and they're like, we see your Range Rover, but they're going up against all these other cars we've got, and they're taking photos. I'm like, I don't know. They're 17 years old. Who knows? Get them for trespass.
I would just like to say, for clarification, that based on the news, when Spirit Airlines abruptly ceased operations, it did leave thousands of their employees stranded across the country.
I mean, that's what a Spanish company looks like.
Yeah, I was going to say, can we blame the employees a little bit for working for Spirit Airlines?
Yeah, I'm going to say, right, other airlines may have stepped up, but some people probably had to get, I mean, it was probably mayhem. There were probably a lot of people that booked their own flights just to get home.
Right.
Before they were stranded for who knows how long. So I'm sure that happened.
Okay, so they'll form a class action lawsuit, and then they'll... Thank you, Keegan.
Listen, I hope that Southwest does not become like Spirit, of course. I hope that, United, I just hope, hopefully maybe someone fills this void. Maybe publicly, we the people, Spirit Airlines is a good thing, but I think we the people realize pretty quickly that we probably wouldn't like
I think a lot of broke conservatives celebrate Spirit's situation.
Yeah, fuel is what made it so.
Gas is pretty wild. I just found out yesterday, 2 days ago, it was $68. I understand for some of you guys living in the East Coast, West Coast.
I paid $1.16 yesterday.
Yeah, see, I know for you guys, but like 68 for me, I was like, wow, that's pretty expensive. Usually it's like, $45, $50. But $68.
Do you have to put premium in your
Not even half a tank.
Well,
Was that Bobadine? Was that Bobadine?
You know how we were talking the other day, and we were like, everything is annoying. Everything is annoying.
Yeah, Bobadine, I put 93 in there.
It's happening again. I don't know what to do about it.
It's like,
Talk about the rise and shame.
Monica.
I have plans for happy hour this afternoon. Something to look forward to. Hey, Adam, you're sounding better than when you. Adam was hilarious, y'all. He comes up on stage this morning. Hey, I'm just joining the stage, and then I'm going to bed because I'm really sick. And then an hour later, Hollywood gossip and the tea with Nas, they get all energized and happy. And I'm like, oh.
Well, I told you because you
Gossip
were
is
here,
not
Monica.
habits of medicine.
You were not here, so I smoked a blunt. I felt a little bit better, but my throat still hurts.
I'm sad that your throat hurts.
Thank you. But yeah, no, Monica, I definitely agree with you. I don't know what Sarah is referring to, but if it's what I think that you're referring to, I think that when certain dynamics get introduced into certain spaces, yes, things do become repetitively annoying.
I had a phrase I liked that I used with DS. Everything sandpaper. Like everything is just like adverse. And it's like, okay, well, this is probably not normal. Probably should need an attitude adjustment. So I'm going to walk. Beautiful day. The birds are singing. The sky is blue. The wind is ruffling through the branches of the trees. The leaves are gorgeous green.
Okay, here's serendipity if you pull it up. It is Delta is the main airline that is flying everybody back home from Spirit. But
They get a tax write-off probably.
They had, it's a 10-day window that they have to deal with. But they're doing it for free. They're not charging the staff, but that means that then they have to get hotel rooms or just stay in the airport.
they get the tax. They write off their taxes. It's
Yeah,
okay.
I mean, and point being that there's, I'm sure, plenty of employees who paid for their own flights just to get the hell out of there before they got, waiting with 1,000 other people. And like we said, hotels, this is, it's definitely not a fun situation for the employees who have to deal with this.
Crazy. I don't know how many employees it was. I know thousands, but
Most of them live in Dania Beach probably anyway.
And they are filing 7, not 11, so odds of employees getting jack all shit is no.
so who wants to buy an airline with me?
But you're a broke conservative.
Rico, that accident.
You don't know anything about anyone's financial
Sounded
status.
like Randy McDickerson. I was about to remove him from the room.
I mean, I don't hear Monica complaining that the Jews are the reason why she can't check out at the supermarket.
It's the blacks. And that's the reason why I have to go say, hey, can you guys unlock the cabinet for the deodorant, please?
The website is so
Oh my god, you guys are so ridiculous. I swear I'm gonna block you both.
There's so much interest, Bureau, in pledging to help buy the airline that the website's been down for hours.
Serendipity, don't do that. And you want to know why you shouldn't do that?
I know.
This pendulum swings both ways. And their corny, raw, redundant material is only going to be material for the other side when the pendulum swings the other way.
I'm willing to take that chance.
Monica, you see what I'm saying?
Is Rafi here? I know he left.
I just have higher expectations for fucking grown-ass adulthood.
Well, that sounds like your problem.
I know.
Oh my God.
Shame
That's
the
your
fuck
fault.
on me.
I've listened to them long enough. Shit, I would have come to the conclusion that you can't.
Serendipity said, and Ian had this philosophy too, after that talk, like, people don't owe you apologies. And that's something I struggle with. Can we talk about that a little bit?
Yeah.
I think you can be owed an apology, but not expecting to receive an apology is where it gets gummed up.
I don't know. Flip the script on that, and somebody thinks that they're entitled to an apology from you, and ask yourself the same question.
Well, we can do a role play if you want. I'm sure I've done something that irritated you recently, Deputy. What? Can use that as an example.
Do people want an apology though nowadays? I feel like an apology is kind of outdated in the lesson that it was meant to really teach people.
Oh,
Do
wait,
you think that
don't
people...
jump ahead though. That's a great line of thought, but don't go so far ahead. We need to establish, are people owed apologies? Someone can owe you an apology, and you can feel they owe you an apology, and they have no idea they even insulted or slighted you. So then are you owed an apology from someone who doesn't even know that they rendered an insult?
Well, I think that's an entirely different question. Are you owed an apology from someone who doesn't like you and they don't really care if they hurt your feelings?
Yeah, I think you're only owed. I think you're only owed an apology from someone that like you hold respect for. I don't think you really are owed an apology from people who like don't like you. That would kind of.
No.
See, and that's where I was going with this, Monica. Sometimes the apology is irrelevant. The apology will naturally come if you get your lick back. You see what I'm saying?
See, and I'm not interested in the lick back. What I'm interested in is acknowledgement that a slight occurred, a sincere contriteness showing a slight and promise to do better or never slight again. But just saying that out loud makes me think I'm probably pretty spoiled and I'm probably going to be perennially disappointed.
I just wanted to say, Heil Israel, my Israeli ETF is up 1.3% today.
Yes, yes. Hail to Israel.
Who was that? Did you move Rico down?
Hold on, I thought I did. I thought I was just, I moved Rico down because we were nowhere near talking about Israel. I moved Rabbi down because who the hell is he? And so, all right. So
I can't invite Rabbi back up.
I don't care.
Well, who's Rabbi?
I don't know.
Well, I'd like to know. Can somebody invite Rabbi back up?
No,
Yes,
this is about me. I'm censoring myself.
Thank you, Boo Boo.
Who is Rabbi? Did you vouch for Rabbi?
Don't even ask.
Oh, are you not vouching for Rabbi?
Come on, Boo Boo. Like OED.
I'm not part of this.
Oh, child.
All right. Well, okay. So now you're on a warning. All right, Rabbi. Like I
Thank
know
you. Thank you, Boo Boo.
I used to be a dog personality, and Clubhouse has turned me into a cat. No,
Roar. Can you do a roar?
All right. Apologies.
All right, I'd like to apologize. I'd like to apologize to all the single ladies.
See, I knew it. Can you move him down now?
No!
Like
He's not hurting anything. Wait until he's offensive. Okay.
He's offending me.
Oh my gosh. I think you just want to be offended.
Only 1
I
minute.
didn't know. I was trying to
I can't
explore
rescue all the
the
ladies.
dynamics of Clubhouse relationships, and this stranger is all up in our group. Like, get off. Shut up. We can talk to you in 10 minutes when I can no longer talk. Okay, buddy? All right.
Okay, Monica, so here's the thing. To Adam's point, I know I'm jumping ahead, but number one, do you want an apology that you have to ask for? Because I sure don't.
No.
I absolutely don't want an apology that I have to ask for. Number two, I am certain that there have been times, if you pick a particular cast member, where unwarranted you have made snide or, passive-aggressive remarks about said person. Maybe because of past, interactions, but like,
Only sticklers.
oh my goodness. By virtue of using that name, like, okay, but do you really think that you owe Stigler an apology? Even though he might be offended at something that you do or say? Like, he might think you owe him an apology, but you probably don't think you owe him an apology. You know you're not going to stop calling him Stigler instead of Stilgar. And so why would you apologize for behavior that you know you're going to repeat? I don't know. I don't think it's fair to make the assumption that people owe you anything. They're not required to like you. They're not required to be your friend.
I don't ask you.
They're not required to even extend common courtesies. I mean, we would like that. I would certainly like that behavior in society as a general rule, but nobody's required to play by the rules.
It's a street. They don't have to like you. I never asked to be liked by everyone. They don't have to be civil. Well, in our rooms, I think they should be civil. And then we have this account who has thousands of accounts, and he's threatened us with harm. He's tried to blackmail us. Said if we play to his demands, then he'll let us live on the app. But if he doesn't, we don't accede to his diva wishes, he will remove us from the app, and he has the power to do so, allegedly. lately.
Who?
So he's threatening us.
Who is it?
Would you ever say to, I don't think I've ever seen a time when I said to a friend, you owe me an apology. Like if something happens and I say, look, this happened, I don't know if you realize how that made me feel, and they're like, oh, I didn't realize that. But I would never say, that only seems to come from people who maybe aren't your friend, which in that case, fuck off, don't come after me anything. So I could see.
Well, Edie, you're not a petty, stupid person, so.
So I think, I don't know, I've never demanded an apology from anyone. What I've said was, when
I have to disagree with you, Monica.
I've told you to apologize, or I told you to stop doing your fuckboy shit. Or you
No, you've told me to apologize.
when?
What do you mean when? You've told me.
Oh, no, I need receipts. Did you keep them or no? You're just making a supposition.
I don't record rooms if that's what you're asking.
So you have no idea when I demanded an apology from you. Should I demand one now? That's not my style. I don't demand apologies.
You have though. You blocked me. You said
Oh boy, you need blocking you as a consequence for your poor behavior.
No, Monica, you blocked me. Then you said I'm not going to unblock you until you've apologized. And it was actually for a room that I dogpiled on you. You were in a room and you were getting piled on, and I came in and I dogpiled on you. And you said that was really disrespectful and that you deserve an apology for it. And then you said that I'm blocking you until you apologize. And so I apologize.
But you're lying now because how in the hell? Wait, what?
I remember it now.
Wait, hold on.
Remember the situation
What
happened.
you did is wrong. Why should I unblock you? And you said, well, if I apologize, will you unblock me?
No, Monica, that's not how it went. Which is okay. I don't mind someone asking for an apology.
Why? Why do you
I don't mind someone
require an apology?
Well, now you're changing that.
Hold on. No, you demanded an apology from me on March 27th in the back channel. March 27th. Maybe Monica can come up and apologize to you, Abby, for blocking you.
You guys rather talk about this rather than racism.
Hold on, my friend.
Why you stop at racism? What about anti-Semitism?
That's not me.
Zach, can you give us a minute?
Well, I'm not hurt by it. I'm just saying that you have that.
You demanded an apology to me, and you now
No.
refer to me demanding an apology from you? I question your affection for certain people in the
Alright, let me read everyone what she's saying. I quoted, maybe Monica can come up and apologize to you, Abby, for blocking you. That's me saying maybe Monica should apologize to Abby. I didn't demand an apology. It's not a demand. I didn't request an apology.
This is gonna be fun. How many people when hold on. Maybe Monica should apologize for blocking you, Abby.
Yeah, that's what I just said. So that's not about me wanting an apology from you towards me, nor is it me wanting
Ask for
an
an
apology.
apology for something like you were all up in the Kool-Aid not knowing the flavor.
I don't know
Why
the
are
exact
you feeding me stuff that doesn't belong to you or concern you? And why do you complain that I have you blocked? And then obviously I don't have you blocked because we're getting in the vacuum.
Monica, again, this is more than a year ago. Rather than getting caught up with the circle. No, what you're talking about is a month ago. I'm saying that you blocked me about a year ago, and you said that I will not be unblocking you until you apologize to me for dogpiling on you. And so then I did apologize to you, and you unblocked me, which is fair, and I respected I understood. But I'm just saying, and listen,
cuck you. I wouldn't apologize at this point.
I'm not saying I want to. Guys, I feel like we're missing broader aspect.
Stand out because it's uncomfortable to be centered. So
I'm not trying to center you. You just stated something that you don't believe, which is that you said that you don't think that people should request an apology. And I'm saying that you have requested an apology.
I demand an apology, or I say that was shitty.
You sound like
should
you're.
apologize.
You seem like you're acting.
Who are you? Rico, get out the way, Thomas. Always.
Oh, dots.
First names for one of these on the app are not doxing. But I did it to get his attention. So, Tiffany, I demand apologies.
I think demand's too strong of a word.
Shut up, Keegan. Did you not hear me ask Tiffany?
Well, maybe rephrase it as have I
I
requested
still
an
want to
apology.
hear a man's voice instead of the dulcet tones of one of my dearest friends on the app. Do you have the ability to mute up, but not the will? Not the stamina? Not the conviction of a man?
Tired. These names
You're just misrepresenting the argument, though.
I think based on, and I'm strictly basing it on our communications today, Mom. Okay, I don't think that you run around demanding apologies. I think based on our communication today, you have an expectation where I'm not certain you're entitled.
So again, someone threatens us and our welfare on the app, not in the real world, but on the app, affecting our lives.
What did you do? What did you do?
Yeah. And then they want to come and nosh with us. They want to have a tea party and a coffee clutch in our spaces after they've threatened us. And I'm supposed to be okay with it. It's a huge ask. It's a huge ask. And did it again last week. And what happened? Like, I'm legitimately upset about this. I allowed Brad to squat on our stage and contribute for hours. And last night, I wanted to go talk to Rafi and them in their room, and I couldn't.
Wait, can I get a reset?
No. We're going to move on and talk about the Strait of Hormuz. Is it open or closed, y'all? Because I don't know. And how come we're not talking about it anymore? The U.S. is going to rescue stranded ships. Are they without food and necessities? What's going on over there? Anybody know?
And
Wait, are they talking about you?
particularly trolly people tend to navigate this app. And I think the overlying question is, you have somebody in a room that treats you poorly for any type of reason, whether they're crashing out with you, whether they're just talking mad shit because they're a troll, and they like to be offensive and disrupt. And then they show up in another room and they want to kiki it up and rub elbows and just participate in the light social interactions and act like a normal human being. Should you have an expectation of apology for their prior behavior? Should you just not allow them to interlope? Should you not allow them to interlope on the conversation? Should you just let it roll off your back and keep it moving? Like, that's kind of the overall, I think, bigger arching topic of conversation. And some people find it hard to navigate because in one room people will treat them one way, and in another room they'll act like
People will treat me abhorrently, disgustingly, invasively, pervertedly, and then want to have a civil conversation in the rooms I host. What's my responsibility to them, and when do I get to be angry and offended and tell them not here? Not here. It seems grossly unfair, and I think that's why I'm so upset. despite me calling Stigler Stilgar, like stop, despite me calling Stigler Stilgar, wrong again, despite me calling Stigler, girl, it doesn't mean I got it eventually, girl. Thanks for your patience. Like, it doesn't mean that I'm talking about him. I'm talking about Brad, I'm talking about Rich. And actually, maybe a little bit of Stigler because he laughed at Tim abusing me. And I know it's not abusing me, inconveniencing me, humiliating me in front of people. Ha ha ha! Isn't that great? The wind is blowing. It's not hot here.
Do you want your medicine now, or should we save it for another day and make it look flavored?
No. I'll take a shot. Go ahead.
So, I think you make somewhat of a controversial figure of yourself on this app by your own actions. And I think when the consequences come, you don't enjoy them. I would just recommend you take them less seriously. It's still the internet. Try giving the Torah a chance.
Hold on. That's excellent advice. That really is good advice.
You're welcome. The invoice is in the mail.
Also, who cares?
I care because it interferes with my navigation of the app. I want to go where I want to go. I want to be where I want to be. If my friends are doing a political room, I want to be there. And so maybe I can offer a poll suggestion or a link that provides context and information. And I'm denied access to the people that I prefer by a couple of jerks who think it's fun to poke at Monica. Ha ha ha. It's annoying. And I don't think I'm as controversial as Stigler thinks I am. I just think people like a target. They happen to provide an excellent one.
I'm not laughing at you, boo-boo.
You admit yourself that you deal in controversy.
When we're doing audiobooks,
No. I think you do it for altruistic reasons, or at least you believe they're altruistic.
when we do comedy
But
nights,
you've mentioned yourself that like you'll lean into controversial topics because you think there's value in the rational conclusion on the other end of those controversial topics, and dealing in controversy to discuss them seeds the conversation, right? But the problem is that tactic has this natural consequence where like you tend to take things very seriously and people tend to disagree with you in a maybe not so polite way, and you end up having to deal with those consequences. So you probably get more done than if you weren't utilizing that technique. But as a result, the nail that sticks out gets hammered, you know?
yeah, I can see that argument, and I don't think it's wholly without merit. And also, people don't pay attention. I'm the poster kid for the KKK, and I think racism is important. I don't like racist people. I let them live because bigots deserve to breathe too, as long as they're not enacting violence upon people. But it doesn't mean I support or encourage them. So one of the most frustrating things about the dialogues on the internet is you question something horrible that people said someone did, like Trump's now a pedophile apparently, and you're asking for more information, and then you suddenly become a pedophile apologist, and then suddenly you're a pedophile. We have no critical thinking. We've got to do better.
Well, this is a struggle for me because I have some contentions with your position in people adjusting their behavior in certain groups. And while I love you. You are single-handedly one of the most precious people on this app to me. I enjoy seeing you be abused by other people. I don't enjoy seeing people make you feel embarrassed or humiliated or any of the things. I also have expressed that to you, and you're like, I'm going to move the way that I'm going to move on this app. But the flip side of that is I don't, particularly with topics, don't particularly enjoy echo chambers. I want people that I don't disagree with. And if we take the two extreme components out of this scenario and we look at people like Stilgar and we look at people like Jane, I don't bounce around in 50 rooms. We're in this room all freaking day long. I'm here. So when people like Jane come here to see me and you're like, what are you doing here? You're not nice to me in that room. How dare you be here?
Fair. I haven't done
That
that.
is fair.
No, it's not. I haven't done that for months. I welcomed Jane in and I asked you to make her a moderator. Stop it.
Just recently, yes. Just recently, yes.
Over the last 6 months.
She hasn't been in here in the last 6 months. She doesn't come anymore because
That's not my fault.
every time she came, she was accosted. Well,
Previously.
you don't get to come in here and kiki it up with me when you treat me so egregiously out there.
And then when you told me, Monica, I like Jane. I like her in our rooms. Okay. Monica, I like Stilgar. I want him in our rooms.
Oh my God, Rico, I'm gonna kick you because you're just fucking obnoxious. If I said I want people that I said I don't agree with, but if I said disagree, it was a misspeak. Hello. The fact that you're in here every motherfucking day, I think warrants the fact that I don't mind people being in here that I don't agree with because I think you're a fucking loser. And I tolerate your bullshit in this room, your disruption, your fucking asinine ideas day after motherfucking the fact that I don't mind people. So kiss my white ass, Rico. Kiss it, okay? And shut the fuck up.
And that's
So
your
anyway.
second
Oh my
warning.
God.
That's your
Please tell me
second
that was
warning.
recorded. That was incredible.
I don't know who Rico is, but I like it.
So that's your second warning, Rico. Your third one gets you bounced from the room, and we'll try again tomorrow.
Look at these feminists trying to cuck everyone.
Well, open up.
Please don't.
And so Jane, and so Stilgar, and Stilgar got a mod back a couple of times. Stilgar is a great mod when he doesn't bother me. And when he doesn't bother me, we get along okay. And I told him the other day, I consider Stilgar like a kind of brother, annoying little brother.
Give me a green bean right now and I'll do something hilarious.
You don't get to mess with my karma, Stilgar. So anyway,
Oh my goodness, they're worried about the karma? They're cucking themselves now.
but Brad is different. You can think I meant only the clubhouse karma, but you'd be wrong. But go ahead and think that. Brad was too much, and that was a mistake on my part. Brad was too much, especially after him blocking me out of the room where all people were last night. So now Brad blocked. So that problem. Rich was a lot. Rich was a whole lot this morning. So that's where all this emotion.
But see, I don't think Rich was a lot this morning. On any other given day, I'd say Rich was a lot. Like this morning, I felt like Rich came in and he just participated in the conversation, and he wasn't particularly, he wasn't like poking at people and trying to disrupt. Like he actually engaged and carried on conversation, not with me, which I don't. But he was interacting and he was engaged with people, and they were talking, and there was no drama. And in a case like that, like I don't care about him being here in that case. I think when you care about him being here in that case, that's when you're going to get the disruption and the what can I do to turn your room upside down because you wouldn't let me play on the playground. Like it's freaking childish antics.
You know the story of the Damocles sword that dangles over the skull. That's Rich.
I think that's hyperbolic. When Rich comes in here,
Exactly
when
right.
Rich comes in here and he's messy, he gets thrown to the goo or he gets thrown out of the room. When Rich comes in here and he acts like a freaking person, he gets to participate and play with everybody else because he can show that he can, contribute to the conversation. I don't have a problem with that.
He said I was the worst person on the app, and he was going to do everything he could do to get rid of me.
He said the same thing about me. He started saying my account flipped.
Monica, who said you're the worst person on the app?
Rich.
Right. Who said it?
Can I interrupt for a quick programming note? So we're gonna have at 5 o'clock today a social hour where we play this very funny game that was just created and tested a few days ago. And version 2 has soft launched this morning, but I haven't tested it with any real people. So I'm going to start a room right now to test it with a few people. If I could have a couple, I just need about.
I think it's important to note you need to have 2 devices to
Yes,
the game.
yes.
One device to do the game on and one device to talk on.
Thank you. Yeah, so have a laptop or a tablet handy. I'll send you I'll send it in your Telegram, Monica.
Okay. And do you only want like 5 people? You don't want 15?
It could be more. I would say minimum 5. It could be more, and then we're gonna do the big full game tonight.
You have to be in a place where you can talk because everyone shares a question. So keep that in mind. They're spicy.
So if that's the case, you should let Rico up.
Okay, all right. So I will send you the link, Monica. I'll send you the link, Serendipity. Send you the link,
suck your dick.
Liberty, and I'll send. If you still have the same Signal account, I'll send it to you also because I think you would be good at it.
I do, yeah. Yeah, and I'll be in a hotel room at 5 o'clock this evening, and this sounds infinitely better than watching another Shark Tank episode.
Okay, cool.
Okay. So back to apologies, and then I'll go on mute, and Room can return to his conversation about We the People Airlines, and it's a good idea or not, because I think it's kind of charming. I'm excited when I see, what did Hero say? I've got red, white, and blue flowing through my veins because of this. So exciting.
With the big airplane, you're ever gonna get Kamala?
When the means of, I get really excited when the means of production's owned by the people as well.
Yes.
Are you a socialist, Keegan?
Maybe.
Well, I think people might be trespassed upon enough that they do deserve an apology, that their poor behavior does warrant an apology. I will pay attention if I make demands for apologies in the future because it doesn't seem to be something that I do, but I'll pay attention to it. Thanks, Keegan, for that feedback. Stilmar, I know, I just touched grass. I know I take the app too seriously. And I know that's a problem for me. And then thirdly, I'm used to wearing armor in rooms outside the rooms I moderate. I'm finding it uncomfortable and unpleasant to wear armor in here when I want to take my shoes off and get under the blanket and in the recliner and relax. So that's going to be something I need to navigate, not anyone else. Thank you guys for letting me process all of this feelings today. I appreciate your patience.
We love you, Monica.
Vera, what do you think the odds are that we'll get this done? Because I am ready to drop $45
For a share.
So
I would. I'd get a little square. Why not?
Dry Six Grams is at the top of the room if y'all want to go help him test the game. You do have to have a second device, and you have to be able to speak. So,
I don't have a second device. It's in my office. That's it.
tablet, laptop, second iPhone.
All in my office.
Aw.
I'm trying to separate my work from my life right now. Okay, so I'm trying to, leave things in there and then concentrate.
Go in with your eyes closed, and that way you're still separate, but
Right.
it's a fun little game, girl. I really think you'd love it.
Oh no, I've played. I was one
good.
of the first people to try it out, and so we gave them a lot of pointers. I'm excited to see the V2 for sure.
Okay.
I'm sorry. When I emotionally vomit all over the stage, it's hard to clean it up and then regroup with the topic. I apologize. Are we still at war with Iran? Wasn't the time limit up with that?
Let me see. Are we still at war with Iran?
The answer is yes, and we will be for the foreseeable future.
Says not exactly. That's crazy. The U.S. and Iran were actively in a war early in 2026. Major strikes. Fighting has mostly stopped under a ceasefire began in April. Just a couple days ago, the U.S. government said hostiles have been, quote unquote, terminated. But it's not really over, it says. They're still deployed. We still have boots on ground. Incidents are happening where there's like missile claims or naval confrontations, and it's ongoing and uncertain.
Wake me up when September ends. I am so tired of this fucking conflict.
I am too. It's been giving me a lot of anxiety and some PTSD shit just happening here and there, especially with the recent flying too. I've been kind of, anxious.
It's Islamic fatigue.
It's war fatigue, bro. Just straight up war fatigue. I'm tired of.
The oil price is only a first order consequence. The second and third order consequences have yet to show up, and it's going to get way ugly before it gets better.
I mean, if we can get rid of some fat people in the process of all of this, I feel like that would be a net positive. Wouldn't you still not?
I mean, look, Ozempic is already doing half the work. Starvation is going to come in for the 1-2, for the 2 side of the 1-2. Yeah, this is a looks maxing summer, I think. You haven't seen shit when it comes to food costs. It's only going to get sketchier from here. Enjoy your $22 pound of ground beef by August.
Bro, relax.
I'm saying it's good season to be a vegan.
No, I haven't eaten deep since fucking, I don't know, a decade now, okay? So relax. You're so pessimistic. Everything, I could be like, oh man, the sun is shining, it's a beautiful day, and you'd be like, it's gonna explode, bro. It's gonna burn you.
Forgive me, as a millennial who is on his, 7th world-ending catastrophe.
Right. Someone was telling me how, even in the room, there was like, it's a little irrational to be afraid of flights. Or was that you, maybe? But the thing is, I don't think people realize, because when COVID happened, when Daddy Trump closed everything down, I was in Scotland, and I could not get home. And so now, you can't tell me shit's not going to go right, because one day a little pandemic happened, and I couldn't get home. So now flying gives me anxiety.
Oh, air travel is definitely going to be a giant mess in the coming months. Aviation fuel is becoming very hard to come by, very expensive. Domestic, short haul flights are getting canceled across the country. It's worse in Europe at the moment, but they're just the canary in the coal mine. Will be next. Transatlantic, Trans-Pacific aren't that bad, but it's coming. This will probably be one of the lowest summer travel seasons we've seen in probably a couple decades. COVID notwithstanding. So, yeah, I mean, the whole world order is totally upset. But, fuck it. If the sky's always falling, who gives a fuck,
Stilgar, I feel like the one positive thing out of this, at least for Los Angeles, with everybody converging here for the World Cup, is maybe people will stay. They made the tickets so unaffordable for, people to even go and live here to begin with. So maybe they'll just stay home. I think that we could survive with a little bit less travel, tourism this year. Traffic's going to be better, getting to work. I feel like
Europe trip I'm taking. It's same
Yeah.
thing. I expect everything to be kind of chilled out. But
Don't forget about the Olympics too. We got that coming.
Yeah, and hopefully more people will stay home. And if I absolutely have to go somewhere, it's like a 3.5 hour drive. I mean, there's nothing really that I need to see in the rest of the country for the time being. And even if I do, I have no problem driving. I've driven from Santa Monica to Miami. So
Do they have the train yet?
I'm not taking the train. I don't do the train.
Yeah, but they have the high-speed train.
I'm not taking the train. So I would prefer to drive. Regional commuting, to Stilgar's point earlier about the high-speed train, I definitely agree with that. I cannot wait for them to actually, bring that to fruition here in California. It would save people godless amounts of time, in traffic. But aside from that, going from one end of the coast to the other, no, I'm not doing that. I'd rather drive.
They do have. I never taken it yet. But they have like luxury buses that you can sleep in.
No, I know. I'm not interested. I'd rather drive. I can pull over when I want. I can sit on the house, be as loud as I want. Exactly, I can smoke a blunt, as long as I want. I can pull over, go to the hotel, take a shower. I don't have anybody rushing me, being on somebody's itinerary. I love driving cross country. I don't know about you guys, but I love it.
Have you ever been on a shower on a bus or one of those in the train?
No.
It's like rocking. It's like rocking, and you're like touching the end. Oh, I'm touching the walls of the shower.
Do you have the shower?
Yeah, touching the curtain. Oh, the curtain was so good. I felt like my elbow fell off the wall. Well, one deployment, we changed all the showers. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. That's why you had to wear your flip flops in the shower.
You don't want a protein treatment on your toenails?
Not at all.
I'm just kidding.
I did not share with the males the birthing. Thank goodness. Oh my god! But I remember the guys taking the parade through shit. Everyone was wearing a hot pink suit at one point. They ran through all the Marines. They wore hot pink speedos and ran through the flight deck just to be fucking Marines.
And where are the gang ones?
Most Marines I know here.
Oh, straight dudes in the military are the gayest dudes in the Navy. 24/7 engagements.
Brian doesn't get it.
I'm not gay either. 24 dudes singing sticks in the shower with their dicks out is gay. I don't want to be.
But I did represent everything semen at one moment in time.
I mean, as long as you don't ask and you don't tell, right?
We all know you're gay. It's like, that was such a dumb policy.
I was in the Army before they instituted that, and I ran into my supply sergeant at the gay bar, and he was in like a Speedo with full body glitter on.
What were you doing?
And I went there with a bunch of ladies. Gay bars are actually awesome, let's be fair. Nobody's at the pool table. They try to murder you with the drinks.
Listen, I'm just going to say this. Y'all straight men need to stop dating these cases. Okay?
Look, if four dykes want to go to the gay bar, they had me at bar, okay? But yeah, from then on, I never wanted for anything. I was like, oh, I see you got those new Gore-Tex boots in. He's like, oh yeah, we did. Okay. What's your size again?
I think it's easier to hook up with women at a gay bar because people are more open to sex in general.
Yeah, I think that straight men need to stay in straight male spaces. They don't need to be venturing off into gay spaces. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, but they don't play any Linux at straight white male bars. If I want to hear Going In for the Kill by LaRue, I have to go to the gay bar. Gay bars are also always open. Like, Christmas Eve, the gay bar's open.
What's the coolest name of the gay bar you've been to? Mine's Rainbow Cack.
All the ones that I've been to have kind of like not that great names. Like, okay-ish names.
So we have New York City. I'm also in the gay neighborhood, so I see them all the time. But there's a gay bar here, and it's an upscale gay bar. It's called The Hymn.
How do you explain a $200 charge to your wife from the Golden Banana?
You don't.
The one in Philly is called Woody's.
Actually been to Woody's.
And the lesbian bar is called Sisters.
Oh, wow.
We have a lesbian bar out here called U-Haul. That was a joke.
Is the straight bar called your basement, David?
I don't have a basement. It's in here.
Dave, what is your guy?
You don't have a basement? Is basement just a Midwest thing? Don't ask about.
No, we have a lot of basements in New York
Yeah,
City.
the house I grew up in,
Basements all around the country. They just are different.
Not in Florida.
I just have a Florida.
I don't see in Florida either. No.
I just have a crawl space. That's it.
I feel like it's super common, maybe more like tornado-prone areas to have basements, right?
I think so.
Well, we have hurricanes.
But that involves water and flooding, and that would be counterproductive.
Because all Florida is like a big swamp, so you can't have a basement.
That's right.
Be nice.
David, what does your Goldman Sachs guy say about the Israeli ETF? EIS?
Don't know. Never brought it up to them.
It's 11% in the past month. It's amazing.
That's pretty good. But that's less than the NASDAQ.
It's 70% over the past year.
That's okay.
No, that's amazing.
Why are you talking like that?
Because he's rabbi.
The Israeli ETF is my new risk-free rate of return. David, how can you say 70% year over year is okay?
It's very good.
Huh?
It's very good.
That's amazing. Let's look at the QQQ year over year. That's only up 9%, 8.53.
going for a walk. Another walk.
That you want?
That's
I'm grateful for Jeffrey Epstein because he said only the goyim deal in the real world, and you should just make your money trading future.
noted.
He was the best of men.
Oh God, when he goes down, this skid mark in their underwear, you just can't scrub and bleach out. What are you up to, girl?
I'm thinking about going for a little walkie poo, have a little smoke. We have, I live pretty close to the Hudson, so we have a nice little path, little walking path. Get some vitamin D. Hi, twins.
Do you have a park near you?
I have Central Park, and I have, like Hudson River, which is a long walking path and bike path, and Sitton Park. Oh my God, there's so many parks around me. I'm thinking about it now. Like little ones, too.
Do they still do concerts in Central Park?
Absolutely.
You
How
know,
often do they do that? Is that like a
All over the summer, like every weekend in the summer.
you could live in River North Chicago and get the same quality of life for like half the price, but you gotta sign up to live in New York.
Honey, I'm married. I don't pay for anything. Okay?
You know, it's
I
really
have
funny to me, girl. Like, are you ever complaining about money? I never hear you complain.
Never, because that is not an issue. Even if anybody was like, oh, what kind of things you fight about money? Never. We look at each other, money. No, we're good to go, man. We can afford to be here, and that's why we do. The fuck? We would never live in Chicago. We can't. Where it was New York and nowhere, day one.
Yeah, I would never live in Chicago either.
I'm good on that.
It's lovely. Don't get me wrong. The summers are nice. Very nice. But nothing beats a New York City summer.
It's the most fun city in the US.
Then why don't you live there, Rico?
I agree.
Because I would never live in a place with a state income tax personally.
Oh, Illinois doesn't have a state income tax? No.
No, they do have a state income tax, but it's not graduated. Like New York fucks you in the ass the more money you make. So it's like, why the fuck would anybody live there? At least Illinois is like a flat state income tax.
A flat state? Okay.
It's a flat state income tax,
Oh, a flat state income tax. Okay.
not graduated.
Okay. Well, we all make our choices.
I've made my choice.
I've made my choice.
Any banger concerts coming to Central Park this year?
Yes.
Let's see.
Like,
Where's Global? What's Global?
Global
what's that
Citizens.
Global Citizens. When's that?
Usually in September.
Citizens.
Oh, that big darn global citizen is here perform for the people.
I'm gonna see Weekend of Blowfish in Central Park.
let's go.
Oh, that's fun.
July something.
Where does this perception that Chicago is like Detroit come from? I don't understand this.
It's very dangerous.
September 26th.
Like Chicago's treated like it's like Baltimore or something. I'm trying to
They
understand.
did like Baltimore.
Cardi B's performing.
Maybe the South Side is.
I never felt safe there.
Maybe the South Side is.
I was in North Chicago.
No, there's no way.
Yes. North of the river. Thought like I was gonna get shot.
There's no way.
I saw Stevie Wonder in Central Park.
He didn't see you.
Stevie, yeah, I was like,
Are you gonna come to New York again, Rico?
Not likely.
it's too cold.
I just don't understand the hype, you know?
You gotta live here, man.
It's dirty, like there's like I literally last time I was there, like I think I saw like a plastic bag full of poop on the sidewalk.
Yeah.
It's a disgusting shithole.
That's
It's
not
not
major
nice.
cities. Even Chicago's like that.
Actually, Chicago is a lot cleaner because they put their trash in alleys. They don't dump it
Well,
on the
that's-
street.
I get that, the trash cans and stuff like that, but like dog shit all over the place, and the human shit all over the place, I mean, that's major cities. That's even LA.
No, Chicago is much cleaner than
And see,
Florida.
you have to understand, every part of the city of Los Angeles is not like that. Palisades is the city of Los Angeles. Hollywood Hills is the city of Los Angeles. Like, there's
Yeah, of
many other
course.
parts.
But there's many other parts of New York too, and it's not all fucking shitty.
I'm talking about Midtown Manhattan.
And then Chicago too. Chicago has very shitty parts, but then also very lovely parts.
I'm talking about Midtown Manhattan.
Yeah, but no one goes. That's all just tourists. That's like saying the same thing about the Hollywood stars on the ground. Exactly, it's the same thing. I'm talking like, bro, you gotta live here to see the beauty in it. Really, you can't just visit. Like, it's such a warped point of view on things. Like, you know, it's so busy all the time. But I've been on streets by
Like
myself.
graffiti all over the subways. I get that's an American thing, but it's just I don't know.
There's no graffiti on our subways. There's no graffiti on our subways. That's some 1980 shit, bro. That shit's cleaned up, bro.
You stepped on a rat yet?
Nope.
I saw a fucking lady one time when I was working, when they was building the Four Seasons downtown in 2015. Like, there was two rats. Like, tell me not, if you seen a rat run fast, it looks like a fucking remote control car.
It's like a size 8 croc going
Yeah,
down the
like a
street.
fucking remote control car, so these things are running around and they run under the fucking...
Have you been to Paris?
It's like steps on
The rats are dogs out there, okay?
Oh, rats are bigger than... Nah. There's some fucked up looking rats in the city. Like,
I've had a rat hiss at me before.
Like, there's some ladies like fucking stepped on it. David stepped on it, and she fucking let out. I couldn't see her, but I could hear her whispering.
David, do you know that restaurant Midtown that we went to?
Yes.
Oh, you
They have that in Chicago. Like they have that same restaurant in Chicago.
Yeah, it's a chain.
Yes, Jane.
I know. So like,
Tio.
my point is that like, yes. My point is that
It's not the same chef, though.
it doesn't matter. My point is, no, you guys are buying into hype, is what you're doing. Like, you can get the same recipes and it's the same stuff.
No, we can still travel to Chicago, but I'll never live there.
You guys are buying into hype. Oh, this chef is famous. No, they can just write the recipe down and then send it to Chicago. It's not that
It's
hard.
not the same, man. Not the same.
Yeah, it's literally the same. It's the same.
Okay. It's not the same. Okay. Okay. Okay.
New York is for people who buy into hype. It's for like NPCs.
Okay.
It's for people who are easy to sell to.
Okay.
That would be Miami.
That is my if anything.
Rico, what do you like?
Yeah, no.
I love Miami.
Oh, I hate Miami. If you love Miami, then I take none of the rest of the things that you
Like
say.
Miami's clean and nice, and they crack down on crime. Like Miami's
To answer your
no
question,
state income tax.
Thank you for asking that
And
question.
you got all the
It's a
sweet
lot,
Latina
right?
ass everywhere. That's amazing.
But you don't have access to Manhattan.
for 100
Thanks,
years.
Dr. Adams. I appreciate you for bringing that to light.
Yeah, you don't have access to those women, Rico. That's just eye candy for you.
That's
You don't
amazing.
have access
That's
to those
incorrect,
women.
but that's amazing.
Shit. You don't have access to those women.
Okay. Whatever you just
All
say.
those women are fake. What you mean? Butt done, thighs done, breast done, arms done, chin done, cheekbones done, arch done on their feet. They install dimples in their
What's wrong with
they have
looks
dimples in their
maxing?
neck.
What's wrong with looks maxing?
What you mean? What's wrong with that?
There's nothing wrong with looks.
That's less than looks maxing. That's fucking body dysmorphia to the point of changing. Might as well be transgender.
That's what people who are not funny.
What is this look maxing term? Like, is this
Gen Z term. He's just trying to be hip.
People that are not funny don't have talent.
Miami's fun for a weekend, you know?
The
In
first time
2016.
I spent 24 hours in Miami. It's the only time I've been to Miami. And I found a fake ass. And I knew it was fake. And that was the first time in my life I've seen a fake ass person.
Shitty.
I don't know how you guys could not enjoy being on a boat or a beach and a beautiful sunset. It doesn't make any sense.
I went to Miami for that. Yeah, actually, my friends were going on a boat 2 weekends from now. We're all going to be
Yeah, in dirty ass Hudson River where you fucking have
We're
to
not
go.
going. We're launching from Montauk. Do you know? Grab a map.
Yeah, it's called the Hamptons, boo boo. I know.
It's not the Hamptons. I said Montauk.
It's over
Grab
near
a
the
map.
Hamptons, boo boo.
Grab a map.
It's next to the Hamptons, boo boo.
Hours away.
It's on Long Island.
Hours
It's
away.
on Long Island.
Hours away.
They're both on Long Island. They're next to each other.
Hours away.
That's like trying to drive to London or some shit. And you can end up in Montauk.
Dang, I opened up my can and whatever the frequency hit my receiver in my headphone and I heard it go boom, like a poof. It's crazy.
Now I will say that Florida is, I love it. Like there's only certain places I can go out there.
My husband had a Meadow Beach.
Tampa, Clearwater, that whole area, I love that area.
I like the Atlantic side.
But once you start going Ocala, oh hell, get the fuck out of here. It's literally 1 hour to Montauk to Southampton.
No, I don't know. It's just not a shit thing.
That's still far as fuck. I'm an hour away from the city and people think I'm upstate.
You are upstate to me, bro.
I'm upstate. I'm not here.
Aren't you like on the edge of upstate, bro?
The George Washington Bridge, exit 1. I'm exit 13. I'm literally 13.
What do you mean?
It's not that far.
What is this number? Are those numbers miles or what is they're just exits, right? There's no
I'm
measure.
approximately 32 miles away from Madison Square Garden.
Okay.
32 miles. If I leave and there's no traffic, I can get there. It's 2:30 now. I can get there fucking 3:10. That's just the safest zone.
Damn, I wish I had plastic cups so I can take a beverage outside.
All I have to say is this: the type of person who loves New York is the type of person who will buy Beats headphones. They'll buy Beats headphones because it's the hip thing.
Beats headphones.
It's
That's
not.
strange.
New York is like this, bro. You could be anything
You know what you
you want for a
You know where
day.
you see the Beats headphones are? They're in LA, honey.
It doesn't matter.
Or Detroit. Beats by Dre. Where's Dre from? Oh yeah.
That's the only place you could go, fucking bug out in the train station or around screaming at everybody and then go get a haircut. And nobody's gonna recognize you the day after.
I'm sure people did that too. Someone was probably fucking saying they're gonna kill everybody in the train car and get off the train and hit up their local barbershop. I bet you someone's done that shit.
Like, there's 8 million people out here, bro, so ain't nobody gonna recognize Kitover.
Yeah, I tell people that all the time. I'm so embarrassed. Nobody here knows you. Nobody recognizes you. Nobody knows who you are. Shut the fuck up.
That part. That's why I had to correct Rico. It's like, you ain't got it like that. You don't have access to those type of women.
Whatever you think, man.
You don't live the lifestyle and have access to those type of women, Rico.
Amazing.
But he does have Range Rover.
I guess if Adam said it, it must be true.
Yeah, okay. I can ride with that. Oh my god, this all fit in the same fucking thermos. Hell yeah. Oh man.
Oh my gosh, I'm gonna go heat up some soup.
Your egg roast soup.
My egg roll soup. It's right.
Need to replace my shower curtain.
Oh my. Oh.
Okay. Sorry, I had to go get my car.
I really recommend a cloth shower curtain, y'all. Like a liner, like the liner, cloth liner.
Yes.
Pop it
I
right
love
in the washing machine.
I know, aren't they great? They don't get dingy and soap scummy.
That's right.
Oh,
Stiff and gross, yeah.
yep. No, I totally love them.
Run an interference. I love it.
Do what?
Y'all are running interference. Y'all know what's coming next. Busy at my appointment. Goodness. So Rico, what makes you think that you have access to that caliber of women?
What makes you think I don't?
Well, because I mean, if I didn't otherwise know that you were into women, I would have thought that you were gay. Especially the way that you drag on your words.
I just don't
You
care.
sound a little. You do. What? You
That's
don't care
not
about your
reason.
masculinity?
No, now I'm curious what this thing is about me.
I think you're heterosexual. I mean, Twins, I've been knowing you for a while. There's no question. Like, are you
I
okay?
think Adam's is rose period every day.
What's the thing
Like,
about
this
you?
is. Yeah, Twins, don't jump in the car.
I
Twins,
don't know.
don't jump in the car. This is for Rico, because I'm trying to understand how Rico feels like he's gonna go from Issa, and he feels that he could get the big-bodied build-a-bitches in Miami. I'm talking about the crowd, the Larsa Pippen aesthetic. You don't have access to that type of woman, Rico. You don't.
That's just your
Number one, you're short. Okay. Number two,
I'm 5'4".
your body's a mess. Okay.
Yeah.
You're not
I'm
toned.
obese and I'm 5'4".
I wouldn't say obese, but you are chubby.
Okay.
You are chubby.
That's terrific.
Right. So we can agree that you're chubby. Okay.
Yeah.
You don't make that amount of money. Okay. To be able to support that type of woman. Even a woman like Larsa Pippen, she'll
everything about
she'll show up to any dick for a check. Okay. I don't think that you make that amount of money, right? Because your car is like 17 years old. Okay.
Here we go.
Your feet are small and flat. Okay. And you got a wide ass like a middle-aged woman. So I'm trying to understand where you think that you have access to women like that. You really don't, Rico.
You're very creative.
I have such a visual too.
I mean, I feel like you're creative too. You're delusion. You're flat-footed. You got a wide ass, and you don't make no money.
At least he's a good flip.
Oh my god. Keep it
This
on.
bitch flat-footed.
This bitch flat-footed.
He's flat-footed. You flat-footed little bitch. Because that's usually what happens to men like Rico that are big boned that arch their back.
The way Adams can recite things that are just not true with such confidence, you should be.
It is true. Well, we listen to you talk about the Jews all day, so we don't know if you know what's true or what's not.
I love the Jews.
And seeing as though you don't realize how much you talk about it, I don't think that you look in the
I
mirror
love the Jews.
often
Make me
enough
money with my
to
ETF.
control what I'm saying. Because again, you are chubby. Because I've seen pictures of you, Rico. You're chubby.
I
You're
love
chubby.
the
You haven't
Jews.
lost the baby fat. You're chubby.
Here we go.
Right. You don't go to the gym. That's where you're golfing.
I never ever go to the gym.
You don't.
That's right.
And if you do, you're probably on a yoga mat somewhere. You're
What's
not
wrong with
pumping
yoga?
iron.
Hold on. What's wrong with
You're
yoga?
not
I
pumping
do
iron
this
because
as
you're
well.
chubby. Because you're
Yoga
chubby and
is
you're
illegal.
saying you're chubby and you're saying that you're competing for a certain caliber of woman. These women don't go with chubby men like you unless they grew up with them, They either have money,
I agree.
okay, or the dick is good, okay.
I agree.
Which leads me to my last point. We got Issa. We got that incident,
Yeah.
right? So again, aside from the fact that you're chubby, you don't make that amount of money. You drive an old used car. You're flat-footed.
Yeah.
You're big bone, and you got a wide ass. You can't keep an
I
erection.
don't know what flat footed.
You can't keep an erection.
Is that what you're into, Dr. Evans?
You can't keep an erection.
Wait,
No,
is that what
I don't fuck fat dudes. Sorry, Keegan.
What type of dudes do you?
You'll never make it to my roster either. Keegan.
What type of dudes are on your roster, Adams?
Oh, this is amazing.
What type of dudes are you into then?
Not you, Keegan. You don't need to be worried about what I'm into, Keegan. You don't need to. As a matter of fact, Keegan. As a matter of fact, Keegan, you seem to be very preoccupied with gay sex. Why is that, Keegan?
That's right.
Why is that? You're working into every conversation. You're working into your old recycled material. Okay, see, now this is crazy.
Adam's on the weekend, so I'm not paying attention right now.
Oh, you're good. Keegan, you can't be gay. We don't need men of your kind. We don't need men of your kind.
In the community,
No, because you're low quality, man. You're a low quality male.
We know what they need in the
You
community.
are. Keegan, you're chubby as well.
That's right.
Yes.
That's right. Adams.
Wait, there are a lot of
Both of y'all are chubby. And see, this is what I'm talking about. Both of y'all are chubby. Insecure. Y'all think that you're punching down into
I love the dudes. Their ATF makes me
like
laugh.
it's disturbing to me. It's just a delusion.
It's amazing that I can just say the words fat faggot and nobody responds in any way.
Well, you're not talking to me. You must be talking to Keegan or Rico. So I mean, what do you want me to say? What do you want me to say, my friend? What do you want me to say?
Maybe if you bought the Israeli ATF, you wouldn't be so angry at him.
Keegan can't.
Come on, hey, put up one in the chat.
You see what I'm saying, Twins? He's sassy.
Adams, are you going to come today at 5 o'clock?
Adams, did you get what I meant by that whole I'm in a meeting and not paying attention?
Oh, I know, but I'm still gonna respect you. I made an oath. I'm not, I'm not going down that road.
I was giving you a freebie.
I know you. I was picking up what you were throwing down, but I'm turning over a new leaf. Yeah, I'm not even gonna.
I love that.
I'm not even gonna go there.
Adams, did you hear what I said?
Yes, what's going on? You said something at 5 o'clock.
Oh, so in 2 hours and 20 minutes, we're all playing a game. So you just need to have a laptop or a tablet, and you can play with us.
How'd the testing go?
Good. I'm very excited because
Yay!
I was like 50% of me. I stayed up half the night, testing it until version 2 actually worked, but I hadn't tested it with any people, only myself, simulating other people, and I was 50% of me was expecting that there would be some game-breaking bug in it, but it worked. So we're going to use version 2. So Adams, you didn't answer.
I don't know if I'm gonna be home by then.
Oh, okay. No problem. Okay.
I'll probably be sleeping, to be honest with you. So probably not.
No worries. Yeah, get better is the priority. Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
AIDS. So what happened?
Take the high road.
Did you say AIDS?
High road. Take the high road.
Yeah, is that what happened?
High road. Taking the high road.
I mean,
Adams, I hope you
We thought it was
Adams, I hope you're using prep.
Oh, it's Mono?
Adams, I hope you're using prep.
Coogan.
I'll wake it up. Y'all want me to be the bitch? I'll be the bitch.
Go ahead, Hero.
But I'll do it today.
do it, Hero. Do it.
Keegan, why are you so obsessed with male gay sex, bro? Like, for real.
Because I'm gay.
Because you're a fucking, like, big old gay rod, right?
That's right.
Cock in your mouth, right?
Is there a
You're
white
like,
guy that you're
you learned that from your daddy.
That's
Like
right.
father, like son.
That's right.
See, he doesn't work. He just agrees with you.
But it's because it's always the same, Jody. You're gay. You have no money. No offense. That's
Well,
how
it's
you.
from you too. It's kind of.
No, that's how women are. You know, it's like.
Every single day.
You're gay.
Adams
You
does
have
the
small
same.
penis.
Yeah, Adams does the same thing as women.
Bagel.
Adams does the same thing that women do. They'll be like,
Bagel
you're gay.
over and over and over again.
Nobody.
We get it. You're a broken record. We fucking get it, bro.
So when you constantly talk about gay sex and complain about the cost of living, what else is anybody supposed to say?
Should we not complain about the cost of living?
I mean, don't put me in the same category as angry black women on this app, because I'm actually listening to what you're saying, and what you say is that you constantly complain about the cost of living, and you're constantly talking about gay sex. So what else is anybody supposed to conclude? I don't see in any form of gay sex you shouldn't be preoccupied with. You're a heterosexual male.
Well, I just want to know what type of gay sex.
You're a heterosexual male.
Gay sex.
Why are you concerned about any
No,
form
I'm
of gay sex?
gay. Doctor, how many times?
Why would you be concerned
I'm
about any form of
gay.
gay
I don't know
sex?
why you keep calling me
That's crazy. So basically, you're a homosexual. Let me shut up. Let me shut up. Is there anybody? You know what? This is crazy.
Which one would you rather?
You see how intended it is for you when you're in a decent person? You see how limited it is?
Let the record show Keegan and Rico are both good.
That's right.
That is right.
Well, we know Keegan's gay. I mean, I'm sorry, Rico. You see, I keep getting them confused. I'm gonna call them swing twins.
Anymore, that's
Listen, I'm kind of doing the opposite here, right? Like, I came straight when I first was on the app, and then I'm now gay.
Answer your phone.
Well, Adams, I said it to Tom Marker. Adams came out gay and now is straight. We're kind of, you know. Listen, I'm getting telemarketer calls now because I scheduled my eye appointment with a the doctor, my eye doctor or whatever, and for something like last week. And for some reason, I think their data is I don't know. It got leaked. I don't know. But now since the last week,
What's wrong with all your eyes?
I usually go to a different. I've been going to an eye doctor for forever, but he moved. He moved location.
Every time you mess with someone on the internet, you will slowly go blind.
I've always had pretty bad eyesight.
It's gonna get worse.
You wear glasses?
On the internet, it's gonna get worse.
Yeah, I wear glasses, both.
Oh, damn.
Every time you fuck with somebody on the internet, every time they blink, you're gonna go more blind.
I need more carrots. That's the problem.
I'm telling you, Vero, that's usually what happens. I'm telling you, Vero, we've been around long enough to see this shit happen. People like this that keep fucking with people for no fucking reason, okay? 9 times out of 10, it's gonna come back and say, oh, I'm not hypocritical. I leave people to fuck alone.
That's not
I
true.
leave people to fuck alone. I do. What you catch is the tail end of somebody coming after me. I don't go around fucking with people.
Adams, the only
I don't
reason
follow
why.
you. I've had you blocked. And
Adams, the
somehow
only
you keep
reason
popping up in
why.
spaces where I'm at.
The only reason why.
Again, Keegan. I don't fuck with people. So like I said, 9 times out of 10, what happens to people like you is the more you continue to fuck with people, shit gonna start rolling down the hill for you, Keegan. It is.
Okay.
The Lord has a very sick sense of humor, I'm telling you. The Lord has a very sick. Well, and again, God, the Lord, they have a very sick sense of humor, Keegan. Remember that?
God has a sick sense of humor. Whoa.
Yes.
I don't know what that is.
Very sick sense of humor. Absolutely. Yes.
I will say this, which is that I've never created any houses disrespecting anyone's,
As a
spouses.
result, so I woke up one day and decided I was just gonna create a house about your wife.
I never had a problem with you, Adam.
I woke up one day and decided that I was going to make a mess about your wife.
Me having problems with
Did I wake up one day and decide that I was going to make a house right your wife?
Yes, that's the deal.
Oh, so I just woke up one day out of nowhere and decided I was going to do that, Keegan?
It fell out of nowhere for me.
And see, this is the bitch ass shit that I'm talking about, Keegan. You can't even stand on your
You
square
have
as a
problems
man.
with other
No,
individuals.
what you do is
have
harass
problems
people.
like
What you do is
me
harass
having
people.
problems with other
And
individuals.
that's why that house went up.
And then you
That's
act
why
like
that house went up.
truly
You
act like
harass
that.
people. So you can harass people.
So
You can harass
your
people.
issue is with
So
other
you
people.
can harass
You
people.
said that I don't do
People
that,
can
but
say
you
shit to
do
you
that.
too. You do.
And then the only reason
You
why
do.
my
You're mentioning.
got clipped is
You're
because of you.
mentioning.
And then
You're
after I
damn
leave
right.
the app, after
You're
my
damn
app
right.
gets clipped,
You're damn
what
right.
happens?
Leave people alone.
You do a party
Leave
room.
people
By the
alone.
way,
This is very good.
One. All right, I counted y'all. Okay, keep it cool.
Speaking of harass,
Thank you.
Your wife has
Oh shit.
Well, here's my list of why I don't actually really understand Dr. Adams, other than him saying I mess around, I mess with people too much as a troll on this app, which I've labeled myself as. So I don't really understand what your problem is with me being a troll. But the list is Adams creates a house about me, then he gets me clipped, and then when I'm off the app, other people say Adams does a room celebrating you being clipped, and he acts like he doesn't act like this. He says, "You don't mess with me, I won't mess with you." I've never messed with you, and now when I call you a gay or fag, you're like, "Oh my gosh, I don't even mess with you, Keegan. What those your problem?"
Well,
I never messed with you.
Those were the comments, okay? Those were the comments in repetition that got that house put up. And you think that you would have learned your lesson. Stop fucking with me. Leave me alone. That's it. That's it. You don't even have to speak to me in rooms. You don't even have to speak to me in rooms. I wish that this app, when you got somebody blocked, it just shuts off their audio so you can't even hear them. You see what I'm saying? But unfortunately, we don't have that technology. So let me just let you know right now, it doesn't take very much for some shit like that to happen again, Keegan. Leave me alone.
You should.
You can say a lot of things about Adams, okay? Adams, he can bang and he can crash with the best of them.
Yeah.
He can say some really offensive shit. Faux show. Okay, there ain't no doubt about it. And
It's like he doesn't do that.
I don't think he denies it.
I admit it.
What I don't see Adams do, I don't see him do that randomly unprovoked to just internet randos.
No, he told me why he did it, which is that I mess with other people.
No, because you're bothering me. You're bothering me, Keegan.
You're bothering me. This is not
You're still talking to me.
This is
There
not.
you go. You're still talking to me. So, and this is my point, Keegan. You need to learn boundaries. You need to learn boundaries. And you think that situation would have been a crash course for you to learn boundaries. You still haven't learned.
I'm not going to be intimidated by
You still haven't, and I'm not going to be bothered. So you see how that goes? You see how our interests are at an impasse?
A gay leasing agent.
You see how that you see what I'm saying? Keegan, don't think about what you think is my business, because there have been plenty of people that have been sent me things that are actually your business, right? So again,
That's right.
Stop fucking with me.
That's right. I like the idea that everyone's like, I'm gonna dox Keegan. Everyone says it. But anyways.
Can we just call a non-speaking truce between you and Adams, and just you don't reference him and he won't reference you, and everybody just coexists peacefully?
I won't reference. Listen, I know that you guys don't really like Rico, and I love Rico. Though Rico is my guy. For Rico, right? And because I'm gay for Rico, he's attacking my lover, and I don't want my lover to be attacked. And so
if you don't want your lover to be attacked, and I mean that both figuratively and literally, I keep Adam's name out your motherfucking mouth. I mean, if you're willing to jump in on behalf of your lover, Adams is he's gonna clap back
No, he deserves to clap back. No, I agree that he deserves to clap back.
Well, you agree, but I personally, I don't give a shit how you feel. I personally don't like to hear about your wife getting gangbanged by black men.
I completely agree.
I don't like to hear it. I really don't want to hear it.
Well,
You know why? It's because you're a good.
It's an anti-Keynesian canard.
Right? Like I don't want to hear it. But when you say that you're gonna jump to the defense of your gay lover on the app and say whatever and attack him, you can't be upset that he's gonna clap back with whatever ammunition he has.
Listen, I completely agree, but there's the difference, right? Like, everyone's like,
aside from that, can you mute him, please? You know how many fucking times I've defended him and his child on this damn app of the egregious, disgusting things that people have said about your fucking child? Do you have any idea how many times that I have actually gone to bat and defended you? And I don't think that you know exactly how far I went to defend you. Okay? So, like I said, I've been very nice to you, Keegan, but this continued annoyance of you just trying to bother me, and then two things can be true at the same time. Right? I can still get my point across to you, and I can still defend your child, okay, in the things that were being said about your child, right?
Listen,
So, like I said,
defended a lot of things. Don't said about maybe you.
Don't play this tit for tat game.
I'm
telling you right now.
Those things up.
Don't play this tit for tat game.
But that's what my problem is. We never really had a problem until we had a problem, and literally,
And do you know why we had a problem?
A week before.
Do you know why we had a problem?
A week before.
Because you're doing it right now. Do you know why we had a problem? Because you talk too fucking much. That's why we have a problem. Because you talk too much. You talk too much and your mouth is reckless. That's why we have a problem. So I'm reminding you exactly why that house went up. And I'm also reminding you, again, you need to have an understanding of boundaries. Leave me alone, Keegan. That's it. Don't start nothing with me nothing. That's it.
Listen, I'd rather talk about, as my friend, our economic, social, cultural problems in the world. I enjoy that way more. I enjoy talking about the problems of America. And I might complain about our prices. I might complain about our demographic change and all those things. But then people say, I'd rather talk about, all these dumb stuff. And then I'm told on this app that I won't talk about Jews. I talk about blacks.
Talking about drama with other people on Clubhouse, I think, is the lowest form of communication.
Would you call it maybe hypnosis?
I just think it's retarded.
Oh, communication is hypnosis.
That's your wicked wife. That's what I would.
She's at home, not at work.
She's making dinner for dinner.
Tell her to cook some more carrots. How you doing, Liberty? Let's move on.
She's making turkey burgers.
Let's move
That's a
on.
lean.
How you doing, Liberty?
That's a very white idea.
What's wrong with 6'2"?
No, I'm quite sure I'm
What would
gonna
be considered a blackmail? You're gonna get what?
I'm gonna get fired.
What?
I just keep fucking up, I can't handle time pressure, and then I drop the ball.
What happened?
Well, I don't know, all this stuff is coming together, this final project, and I just keep missing small details, and the timeline gets closer and closer, and then today I just fucking had set up a meeting to meet with two very high up people and totally forgot about the meeting, but the thing is that's so stupid to me, is they joined the meeting, I wasn't there, and they just sat there for a half an hour until I never showed up, and then when I tried to reschedule the meeting, because I assumed everyone must have forgot about the meeting, they were just well, we were available at this time and you weren't there, and I'm not available anymore. And I'm just why didn't you just message me? Why would you just sit there in the meeting with me not there and not be hey, we should probably message this person?
It was a client that you were supposed to be selling a product?
It was internal at least, but it's still
They were probably waiting to see how retarded you were, and then they were he or she is fully retarded.
I'm confused about how that happened. How did you have an invite on your calendar for a different time than everybody else?
No, I just didn't hear the notification go off that the meeting had started or that there was a meeting. I had set up the meeting a couple days ago, but I just missed the notification that the meeting had started.
And then they never messaged me to be like, hey, are you coming? What's going on? They just sat there. So I feel like I was kind of
That's insane. Like the rule is normally like, if you're not there 5 minutes after the meeting starts, then you send a message.
Yeah, I mean, what it is it's my boss is like having personal issues and is like all the time. And I think that it's just like all of this stuff is getting thrown onto me, like it's all my fault, when it's like I'm not even the little person in this study. Like I don't understand why it's like okay, if I'm expected to pick up the slack for this person who's having like health issues with their husband, it's like that's fine, but it's like you can't just pretend like I'm supposed to be able to get all this shit done, like there's so much stuff that I'm waiting on this person for. This is the same person who was in this meeting today. And so I kind of feel like she was like just like wanted to punish me, like so that then she'd have one more thing to point at me instead of the fact that she's gone all the time.
Sounds like to me you work with a bunch of simpletons, and they would dummies stay in there
It's pretty
and not
inconsiderate.
let you know.
Sorry about that. That's
Has this been like a situation that's been building up?
I don't know, kinda. I mean, I'm just not very good at this job, so it's like just like little things that just pop up all the time. That's like, where they're like their big thing is they always start with why. Like, well, why didn't you do this? Why didn't you do that? And I'm always just like, I don't know. I guess I wish I would have, but I don't know what to tell you. I didn't, like.
Can you have an AI check your work?
My work is fine. That's not the problem. Like I am a statistician. Okay, like I'm good at doing statistics. What I'm not good at is managing all of 100,000 tiny details that pop up all the time, and like, it's like just the specs, and I'll write out the code, and it'll be great. But as soon as it's like, oh well, the variable name in this data set was wrong, and so we need to contact this person, but then you have to contact the lab because they're the ones who have to change it. But then, it's like, I just don't think I'm capable of being the like level person on the study. Like I need the worker bee, like just let me be the worker bee. So I'm honestly like, when this study's done, I'm tempted to be like, can you just demote me? Like, can you just make me a lower level person and I can just focus on the programming and I don't have to focus on all this higher level stuff? But then the other part of me is like, I think I'm making a normal amount of mistakes for a human person, and that in a lot of the ways that I'm not doing well, it's because the higher level people above me are not doing a good job at like helping guide me. Like I haven't been doing this for 20 years. I'm not an expert, So anyway, that's how
Leave me when I want to be led. That's from the office.
So, if I were your supervisor and I were coming to you and saying, okay, Liberty, I want to help you game plan a way of organizing these details so that they're not cumbersome, you don't have a problem following up with them, what would you want from me? What would you want me to do?
I think I don't know. I mean, I'm relatively organized. I have this really expansive like OneNote where I keep track of everything. But it's just like, I don't know. I think part of it is that the hardest thing about my job is that there are a huge number of things that I cannot resolve on my own. Like if a decision has to be made, the sponsor might, or the client might have to make the call, right? It's like, okay, it looks this way in the database. We were thinking it was going to look that way. What do you want us to do with it? Okay, now they have to make that call. Or like, data management reaches out to me and they're like, hey, we're seeing this issue with the way that the site entered this data. Like, how do you want us to handle it? Like, at the level I'm at, the expectation is that I will coordinate that question being answered, but that I'm not able to answer it. And that is a very difficult position to be in, where it's like, if it were me, I would figure it out. I would figure it out in that moment. I'd be like, okay, let me answer this question if it was me, right? But I can't. All I can do is I can send a message to the senior person on the study and be like, hey, have you looked into this? And then maybe they'll reply to me, maybe they won't. Now it's been 10 business days since I sent that email. I'm not thinking about it because why would I? And then they're like, hey, this thing never got resolved. And I'm like, yeah, because you never told me what the answer was. And then they're like, well, you need to be checking in with people and you need to like ping people if they don't answer your question.
I hate that stuff.
Yeah, I run into that issue too, and it's kind of one of those things where you just have to set reminders, for follow up, especially if certain conversations have certain aims attached to it that are just going to go further and just raise other questions. Particularly, is this something where you maybe drop the ball? You know what I mean?
Yeah, like I definitely dropped the ball today when I didn't do that meeting, but I also feel like it's insane that they didn't message me and be like, hey, where are you? But I also dropped the ball because there was this person I was supposed to reach out to, and I didn't because in my tracker of whose task it was, I put them down as it's like, oh, it's their task. But I had to still tell them it was their task. And when I filtered my to-do list to tasks that are assigned to me, I didn't see that task anymore. And so I never, that was my bad, right? But it's also like, yeah, that's like a normal thing to do. And the problem is it's like, none of this would really matter that much if it wasn't for the fact that this study is going to be over in 2 days. And so it's like all of this shit that we've been like putting on the back burner this study has been going on for 3.5 years. All of this shit that we've been putting on the back burner, we have to resolve in 2 days. And it's like, okay, is that my fault? I've been bringing these things up for 3.5 years. So, I don't know. I'm probably not going to get fired. And I just feel like I'm going to get fired because it's like a common feeling for me. It's like, oh my God, I'm going to get fired. But I do feel like I'm definitely going to get a talking to about like, hey, why is this so chaotic right now? Like, why does everything feel like it's not getting done on time? And it's like, well,
would they give you an assistant?
No. But that is the thing that's weird, is it's like, I'm a biostatistician too, and I'm supposed to be like the lead on all of these studies, but there are no biostatistician ones. So it's like, so who am I leading? Like I'm really not leading anyone. I'm just coordinating. So it's like I'm everyone's assistant, but then I'm also expected to do all the actual work. Like I have to do all of the actual programming. I have to write all the actual documents. Like, it kind of feels like I'm doing everything, So I don't know.
So it sounds to me like your biggest gap in like these little detailed things that you're missing is it's a follow-up gap.
Yeah.
So what is your when you have a meeting and there are takeaways and you've got to follow up with people, what do you typically do right now? What is your scope right now as far as managing? Okay, I've asked the question. I need to follow up with these people if I don't get the answer. Like, what, for me, something like that like after every meeting, if there are takeaway items for anybody, I always send an email recap. And I'm like, okay, the takeaway items from this were this. I need an answer by X date. And then I just put a reminder on my calendar on that date, follow up on these items. And that way I can review it before I follow up to make sure, if I've gotten responses, then obviously there is no need to follow up. But what's your process?
Yeah, there really isn't a process. I think it's easier when it's people who I meet with every week. where then I do the like, okay, here are all the open tasks, and then at the next meeting, I'm like, okay, how are we doing on these open tasks from last week? Like, that's easier. But when it's people I don't meet with regularly, I don't really have a process. I just like, I probably have it written down somewhere that this issue exists, and then I will email them about it and be like, hey, can you help me resolve this issue? But then I don't say when they need to help me by. I don't put a reminder in my calendar to check back in with them. I don't have like a process by which I go back and review all of the outstanding items from everything. So I don't really have a good process right now.
So that's what you need to do. You just need to establish yourself a practical, realistic, easy to touch process that kind of works with your ordinary day flow, whether that is, okay, I'm going to recap the fact that I asked you for this in an email and then copy and paste it and stick it in a reminder but do always give them a date. People deal a lot better if it's open-ended and you're not really giving them, they kind of take it away and it's really easy for them to forget too. And I think that's part of your frustration is it's like, I asked for it, why can't they just give it to me? Why don't but if you give them a date, that puts them under some time guidelines too.
Does your company have certain standards as far as when emails are expected to be responded to? Because my company, it's 72 hours.
It's
So if you don't respond to something, what's that?
24 hours.
Okay. So yeah, I mean, that's something that, maybe to Serendipity's point, build that as a part of your process and taking that into consideration as an expectation, on their part. And then the other thing too, sometimes maybe, picking up the phone and leaving a voicemail on top of that, that's something that we all, kind of stray away from. But yeah, if I need an answer from something, I'm going to send an email. But if I don't get a response from somebody, I'm going to pick up the phone, leave a voicemail, and then follow it up with an email.
Yeah, that's helpful.
Especially if you know you're behind the 8 ball, because if it's something very sensitive to where like not getting that response or it just turns into other things, other sets of eyes.
I can guarantee you're one hell of an employee. I would also get a notebook and start writing down with the date at the top, write down like, who did I speak to today, and who do I need to speak to tomorrow? Yeah, because I can't imagine that you would be awful at anything, Liberty. So I mean, I appreciate that, but there are many parts of this job I am good at, but I genuinely think I am not good at managing large numbers of small details. Like I'm really good at like the high level, like what needs to get done, but it's like those little tiny, like this is something that's true in my household as well. Like Cheyenne always says, I'm such a doer, right? Like I am such a doer. I'm always doing stuff. I'm always getting shit done, but I'm always doing it 80% of the way. Like I'll put the dishes away, but I don't put them away in a way that's like really efficient. Or I'll touch up the grout in the shower, but I won't do like the final wipe. Like I'm just like, in order for me to get a lot of stuff done, I tend to like not cut corners, but just like do enough where I feel like, all right, this is functionally complete. And that doesn't work very well in this line of work where everything has to be very, very precise.
Can I ask you a question? What does your email inbox look like?
I used to have a 0 inbox or whatever, but I have since completely, it's become unsalvageable. So I don't have any unread emails, so that's good. I have all of emails are read, but I don't use email to organize like unresolved issues.
Yeah, that's kind of what I had to go to. It's running into having 300 and 400 and 500 emails in my inbox at any given time. And I could not handle it. So I had to train myself that only the stuff that had to be followed up on a daily basis can stay in my inbox. So when stuff comes in, if I can, it goes in one of 3 places If it sits in my inbox, that means there's something pending with it. And I have to either respond to it, take care of something, and then acknowledge that it's been taken care of, follow up with something. And my goal, obviously, is to have a zero inbox by the end of the day. Okay, but it either goes to archive, or it goes to, I have an information folder because some emails I have to keep to be able to cross-reference. Or it's in the goal, like I said, is to get everything out of my inbox every single day. And that, of course, oftentimes you can't do that because you're not going to necessarily get follow-up the same day. But that's something else that kind of helps me stay on top of, like, reaching out to people because it's sitting there and I want it out of my inbox. I don't want it sitting there.
Do you use the pins, Serendipity?
No.
So that's what I use as like my action items and things that I need to come back to. I'll just pin it to the top of my inbox, and then I have like inbox like sub-files, whether it's like family communication or things coming in from different parts of the company, like invoices or things that I have to encounter on a daily basis, system emails, automatic reported emails. So that's kind of what I use to be able to organize myself, and then the meat of my inbox is just going through and just sorting and putting them into which file it needs to go to once it's been resolved. If it's not resolved, then it's pinned. And once the inbox is at zero, then I go back through the list of pin items, and it just remains pinned until it's resolved.
Yeah, I used to use it because Microsoft Outlook came out with this excellent functionality. Take an email and assign it as a task and like set reminders and stuff for it. But I just got to the point where it was like that was just an extra step for me. If I just let it set in my inbox whenever I got through everything that was incoming, I was going to go back through those anyway. So I kind of took out the middleman stuff. But their task functionality with their emails is actually really good now.
Yeah, I do that as well, but for me personally, like I need to see it in front of me, and I need to see it kind of like in a dashboard. You know what I mean? Like I can't spread it across the calendar and all this other stuff. I use the calendar functionality for the alerts, but aside from that, I just have it pinned, and it does not get removed until it's resolved. And it was one of those things where I had to learn just kind of the company culture, and that's why I asked the question of how long is the expectation of how long you have to respond to emails. And that was how I learned with this company to organize my emails in a way that's congruent to that expectation, so that things just aren't missed.
And I wanted to
Is it me or Dippity?
Yeah, she's in the Matrix.
Oh, okay.
Darn it. Can y'all hear me now? No.
Yes.
A little
Coming in. Yeah, choppy.
Hello? No.
Yeah, it's hello. A little choppy.
Oh.
Yeah, that's better.
Oh, I hit it.
Yep, that's better.
I just said our company's response to
Anal what?
Her company's response time to emails.
Oh, I thought you said anal. Oh my god.
Oh my god. So sorry, I'm related if I'm derailing, someone stop me, but there's this spice shop near my house, and I've never bought there because it's just like weird inside and everything's super overpriced, and I happen to love the spices that they have at Trader Joe's, so that's where I get spices, but anyway, it's a spice shop, and once in a while they have like a libtarded message in the window, just, I don't know, for no reason other than
the door on it.
what is it?
Don't want to play with the door on it.
better be like gold. That was right leading up to the election. They had a big sign in the window, and again, they sell spices. Like this is not related to their business in any way. They had a sign in the window that said, and they were like also the place that 2 years after every other business had gone to. You don't have to wear a mask. They were still asking people to wear masks. So now they have a new sign in the window. Business fights fascism. Period. So, anyway, like, let's imagine we were an efficient society, right? Let's imagine it's like Germany in 1940. Do you think that a spice shop in Berlin could put a sign in the window that says, we're against Hitler? Or do you think maybe like Hitler's good, we're come and shut it down? But here we are, the big sign is so proud, and you're standing up to fascism. It's so fucking stupid and retarded. I think also the problem is like way more of the politics material for the election. And I think it's because of business at the time, they didn't realize that. Like, let's see actually what this significantly for Trump in the last election. I think everyone else got it. Bryce, the point that you just made, was that the one with the words in it? Very good. See, that was good. Next time. Can't we all get along? The only prerequisite to getting along with me is either understanding or appreciating each other. You know, Rodney said, can't we all just get along? No, we can't. Free in an hour and 40 minutes, you should play the game with us. It's a fun word game. You'll see it's very simple, but you need either a tablet or a laptop. You can't use the same device that you use on a laptop. Oh, okay. It'll be in a different room, but we'll make sure you get the link. Okay. powers during COVID, which she said that she did not have, and then she continued to use them anyway after the Supreme Court stripped her of those powers and just flouted the court. So it's one of those many examples where, whenever like a right-leaning administration takes action, in any ways, it's an existential threat to our democratic system, blah, blah, blah. But like, when a Democrat openly, notoriously does something like that, it's just nary a peep in the public minds. And that's one of the many examples, but specifically looked at what the Supreme Court stripped her of her emergency powers and how she continued after that.
Well, you know how it goes. They're always going to criticize you. That's what it is. With the ejaculation, what they're doing to the woman that you guys are talking about, it's horrible.
That has nothing to do with the person. That is a very it does.
COVID, maybe I don't know, maybe I would hesitate with it, but I genuinely think that if we had COVID tomorrow, I think state governors that were pretty, rigid before, I think they would do it differently now. I feel like we have a lot of them, and I'm not, I don't know, at the time, I felt like things were getting done that had to be done, whatever, but mostly I am like a status quo, I like how things are going in Michigan. I think things are going well. I would just be inclined to vote for any incumbent. Whoever's going to keep things exactly as they are right now is what I vote for.
It's fine, but it's like, as far as status quo goes, people say Donald Trump is a king. He doesn't flout the Supreme Court. He certainly could if he wanted to, because the Supreme Court, being the ultimate check against executive or even congressional power, has no enforcement of that. If the Supreme Court rules, that's the final word. Same thing with the state of Michigan. However, she broke the status quo, which is you don't flout the court's ruling, which she simply did.
This is something I'm willing to look into more. Just wanted to be in the AI summary. Is that she maintains that the order should remain in place for 21 days in order to allow for transitionary period on Is that what you're describing? Or did she
Voters, I go with that 9 year words.
the AI summary is saying that what she did was that she maintained that her order should remain in place for 21 days in order to allow for a transitionary period after.
No, I don't think that's accurate. I think it was longer than that. And I think the court ruling was supposed to be effectively. But that's just like one of many examples for there was an even more famous example. That seemed to be the most famous example. An even more famous example where she told residents in Metro Detroit, you are not allowed to go up to your vacation homes up north in Michigan lest you spread COVID to other parts of the state. So telling people within the state you're not allowed to travel to other parts of the state, when her husband and she were famously caught doing that very thing and traveling across the state to their vacation home.
I mean, it's telling us that it's telling us that people love and then all we're like, how do you guys yeah. Like, you're just disgusting. Disgusting. And she wants to fix the damn road. But that
you like Duggan for governor, Ann? Mike? He's a former mayor of Detroit. It's pronounced both ways, I've heard it, but I think I've heard it pronounced Duggan. He is just an incredible manager. He cleaned up the city of Detroit, fixed the government, turned the trajectory around for Detroit, where it was losing populations for 4 decades straight. A situation where it's gaining population now. He's absolutely incredible as a manager. He's not politically an ideologue. He's doing it. What is he running for? Yes. For U.S. Senate, or whose seat? Whose seat is he running for? I would vote for anyone against Slavic. Well, I don't think she's up for re-election. It's gotta be Judge. No, she's not. Yeah. It seems like the governor is gonna run, and then So the federal government sold the land of China?
Owned by China.
Well, that would have been during Biden assets, like 22.
No, I understand what I'm saying. Obama led an effort to sell off assets to try and raise money for this administration. So I wouldn't be surprised if Biden did the same thing. That's all.
Military bases since they own the land.
I'm not sure. I don't know that. I'll dive into it. I'll dive into that. See. Yes. Yeah. I mean,
What did you say last about women not being attracted to what? Oh, okay. No, not you, Dan. This person, named TGC. He said something about women not being attracted to men who cook or actually participate in child rearing.
No, I said well, to elaborate, most women suck at picking. You know what I'm saying? So, you want the great bomb, you want some nigga to fucking dig you down and shit, you want the thug.
I really appreciate how I appreciate how you just talked over me while I was in the middle of speaking. I appreciate that. Thank you. Go ahead. No, you know what? Please have the conversation with him.
I respect the mod, so First Lady, if you wish.
No, I'm going on mute. It's already been time.
8A, to not take too much time off.
Hello?
Mods, I just said you guys suck at picking. Not you, right? But the women that have to go through that, unfortunately for them, they were sold a movie. Probably over the weekend, Friday night, they were sold a movie.
Hello?
Nice clothes. You got a gangster. He got all this jewelry. Moissanite, not real diamonds, by the way. He made you think that he was a money-getting, hustling motherfucker. And, he had a big dick, so he wanted to fuck him. And then you did, and then you ended up pregnant. That's not,
Why do all...
And that's what happens. And you don't know that the nerd could have had a big piece himself. And he's educated. Yo, Ada, do you want to say something? I'll mute up so you can talk.
Yeah, you're trolling. You're unserious.
Nah, my name is Brian. I'm right across the street from City Hall right now in New York City. I'm a fire and life safety director for 2 properties in New York City. And yeah, I'm not a troll. That's my real point of view. And if you want to cope and call it trolling, then you can cope. So cope.
Wait, how old are you?
How old are you?
Yeah, that's a question.
Nah, I don't know you, so I'm not giving out, I already said my name, I already said my fucking profession, I already said where I'm at.
Logic, man. I like the logic.
Yeah, bro, listen, tell me if I'm wrong. I'm not, because we know a bunch of high school women, that we knew in high school, that they're beat up right now. Their best years are behind them. It's the same thing Samuel Jackson was saying. Or what is it? Samuel Jackson, right? Am I saying that? Samuels. No, hold on. Kevin Samuels, sorry. What the fuck am I talking about? R.I.P. to Kevin Samuels. He was, obviously, I'm not going to agree with everything, but he was on point. The best years of a woman are behind them. And you really got to watch who you give that sexual energy to. Real talk.
Yeah, you sound better, bro. I hope you heal.
No. Look, check this out. I'm not bitter. It's just that it's corny. It's funny how those guys. You said what?
The content that you're consuming is not conducive. It doesn't do
I'm not consuming any content.
You just spoke about that.
Yeah, because I'm highlighting somebody who touched on that briefly. I'm not consuming his content. You know what I'm saying? But at one point during COVID, that was very popular. And it's true because we see it. All the kids that were popular in high school, they're nobody now. Chances are, maybe 7 out of 10. Let me be nice. They're not hitting on that level no more. You know what I'm saying? Because they focused on the wrong things early. And now they gotta be working at Dwayne Reed, no disrespect to anybody who works there, working at whatever. And they're perpetuating this lifestyle, and then they wonder why they're all fucked up. You know, guys bragging about, oh, I fucked 1,000 bitches, I fucked 100 bitches. Okay.
Is it anecdotal or your experience?
No, it's not my experience.
I mean, yeah, it is obviously because you don't have any numbers to support it, but that's not true. The guys that are popular playing football and basketball are still fucking popular and fine right now.
Well, then that's your experience.
What?
That's not the majority. It doesn't represent the rest of the world.
Anybody who's playing sports and can I finish?
You said that's facts?
Anybody who's playing sports or playing well, you might be crazy too.
I played baseball. Oh yeah, you're right. I played baseball in high school, and I'm
Oh, see now, look, now you're fine.
But that's not Lisa. You know what?
Yes,
agree. To each his own. Because I have a beautiful partner. I have a beautiful woman in my life who cooks. Yeah, but you know what I'm saying? I ain't, but I feel for the guys and the women. I feel for the women who got played, and I feel for the guys who didn't get a chance. I feel for both of them. Because now they're living their 30s. Right? Imagine spending 10 years, your 20s, and wasting it with a bum ass nigga that you thought had it all. And you supported, you stood up with it. You probably even put up with domestic violence because you like the sex and y'all had a couple good moments. But when that's all said and done, he's a bum. Like what?
Different definitions of bum.
Bum.
I'll give it to you in a minute. Bum is subjective because I might think you're a bum and you're probably not.
That's fine.
My standards might be low, they might be high, right? So
that's so let's all agree. No.
Just say
objectively, if you're in a society and you can't support your family, you can't support your kids, and you don't have any type of means of supporting them, regardless of everything else that you might put in that metric, you are a bum foundationally. That is a foundational bum. Now, if you see me as a bum, that's your opinion, and that is subjective, and that's, guess what? You're right. Okay, so you can call me a bum. That's fine. When we stack up the statistics, like when we look at it side by side, is this guy a bum? Then you might think I'm a bum. Thankfully, I'm not put on this planet to please you. You feel me? Because every fish got everybody got somebody for them. So maybe you're gonna find your Prince Charming if you haven't already.
I have a question for you. Why is someone who is in a relationship, I presume happily, maybe
very happily,
who has a job,
a profession, yes, licensed by the fire department, youngest to have 2 licenses in New York City right now.
Okay, we heard that. In a relationship, has a job, has everything going for them. Why, as someone who has all this, are you feeling people who are not doing well in life, and why are you talking about them being?
Because it's just like Bam. Bam talks about people that are less than him. Why? Because he has time to kill, and he has educational things to say, and he has real feelings. And we're human, and we can kill time. Because in my job right now, I'm working on the time, and guess what? I'm talking to you right now. It's just things in society that piss you off that you see, and we have the right to talk about it. We pay taxes.
If I'm happy with my life, I don't have to.
So why are you here, Ada?
I don't have to shit on other people.
No, I'm not shitting. I said I feel for them. I feel bad for them. That's what I said. I'm not shitting on
The
nobody.
conversation was about men not participating in child rearing, which they don't.
That was one part of it.
It does. No.
Yeah, that was one part of it.
No.
Because he touched on the mom first, right? He touched on the mom first. Then he moved on to the father, correct or not? Right or wrong? Oh, so what conversation? So then you just walked in here. You probably should have not. This is typical.
No.
You want to pick a little argument? You want to do semantics? We can do semantics. I got time. It's all good.
Y'all talking at 3 and 5 is a headache. One at a time.
It's semantics, I feel like.
No, I was just trying to point out that men on average do not participate in child rearing the same women do. It doesn't matter if you date a thug or if you date a quote unquote good nerdy man who has a job and pulls his pants.
Look.
like
Poking fun at them.
they just don't do it.
Oh, okay. Well, sorry, that's your
Because
experience.
men don't like kids.
Sorry, that's your experience. You know.
It's facts.
No, it's not facts. You're not omnipresent. You're not omnipresent. You're not omnipresent. You can't be everywhere at once, so you can't say it's facts because you're not omnipresent. You're not omnipresent. You're a human being. You're not omnipresent. So cut that bullshit out. To get facts.
It's called.
Americans love doing that. Oh, it's facts. Factually, it's objectively true. Like, bro, you don't know that.
It's called conducting research.
You didn't conduct research, Ada.
Yeah, the research.
Stop playing with people's intelligence right now.
What are you talking about?
Are you kidding me?
Do you know how to like go on Google Earth?
Ada, just let it go. You're not convincing me. Like I'm not a little fucking kid. You're not gonna sit here and lie to me.
You're talking
You're not
about
gonna sit here and lie to me. Okay?
You talk about
You know, you got the right to that. That's your opinion. So say
Clearly
my
are a
opinion
child.
is, and I back it with this Google. Just say that.
You clearly are a child. You talk about high school. Like, who cares?
Okay, it's all good. Anybody else you want to spar with, or you just want to spar with me today?
Because he wasn't doing shit in high school and also.
Right.
I mean, clearly. Who talks
Yeah,
about high school?
clearly.
Who talks about high school if you're like a real adult? Like, you're clearly like.
It's an example. You guys are driving it. It's an example. I use it as an example. Okay, you're more of an adult than me, Ada. Are you happy now? Can we move the fuck on now, or you still wanna try to pick my brain psychologically and try to play these little games? Come on. No, she doesn't need your help. She doesn't need your help. Oh, she does, because she wasn't able to do it herself. So, but you're not gonna help.
You ran away from me. I didn't need help.
You're not gonna be of any help, trust.
Let's move on.
You know that's the person you was talking to, right?
Yeah, you got the wrong blue lights. Singing.
You
I could
you got a beautiful voice. You sing.
Thank you, Mr. Say. I appreciate you. Tenzin, you came up to talk to someone? Not really.
Fire Spirit Airlines. I hope someone does.
Oh, it's too late. I thought they're liquidating already.
I don't think anybody is.
I heard.
And what did we do this morning, Serendipity? They're filing Chapter 7.
Okay.
Yeah, I heard Trump throw in, the college tribe and say if it makes sense, we'll bail them out.
So the Chapter 7 is a financial bailout, not a Chapter 11 where you basically go under, right?
They're looking for government money. That's what they're doing, and it's not going to work.
It's a reorganization.
Yeah,
It's a reorganization of money of the company.
So they're still in.
The problem is they're not doing that, but they're reorganizing until they get their shit together.
Right. So the airline business, I used to train
Doing these things. It doesn't make any sense to me. It's just like me going to get a puppy, knowing that it's covered.
Getting it shut down for pennies on the dollar, even better.
And only in their acting can they have this experience. No. We want that ground floor to be as familiar as your own.
I looked up the other day because someone was telling me that they used to fly Spirit's version of first class because it was a relatively low budget upgrade that made the experience a lot better, and it wasn't really a separated area like first class and other airlines, or you didn't get fancy meals or anything, but you did get a double wide seat and much more leg room, and you get to board first and take luggage for free. And the reason that they even had those seats in the first place was they bought this fleet of airplanes, and they determined that it would actually be cheaper to just create that as an option on all their flights as an upgradable option versus ripping out the seats and putting in standard rows like they had everywhere else. So it was kind of innovative in that way.
I'm going to tell you, people that have to buy, and this is going to sound really rude of me, and you guys know I'm a very kind person, but if you have to buy a double seat, you have the money to fly a different airline.
No, it's not the case because, I mean, sure, maybe you do, but who likes to just spend their money on the flight rather than the trip? But it's even with that upgrade, it's still often significantly less than any other airline.
I mean, I like the model. I think, airline travel was a monopoly for a while. I like the Uber, hotels.com. They have been innovative.
Hello?
In terms of reducing costs. I'm sure that the profit margin was ridiculous for a long time, and then this happens, and it's a commodity. It's just get me to get me from A to B.
Hello, give me the president.
The least amount of cost. But you have to remember, like, people used to really enjoy the flight process. Now the experience is more like I think that sucks too.
That is generations ago, and that's a different discussion. But when was air travel a monopoly?
That was before deregulation.
Albert made the point. I would like to hear him defend that.
Yeah, there you go.
More visible and sensible, a fullness of his but a frozen spark, turning about thee with a
government backs.
And the government told them how much they could charge per ticket. They had a limit. And how many competitors were there in the marketplace, and what was the greatest market share that one of them?
Mine is the head of the man, and thy insight is keen as the hawk's. My head, I invoke I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given undone, sacred deed of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sword with gold, the blessing of my life I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of the prophets and time. Child of my father and mother, my father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign given of none, save it thee, of thee, O Lord. By the Lamed I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of day that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of prophets and Typhoon. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue fear of the internet. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers tremble on the keys of hell, as a rod I am feeling thy power of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the master. Abraham, by the word I invoke thee. I know the dark waves of music and the song that I made on the wall to implore thee. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, shine the conquering Lord, Horus Avenger. In my hand is thy sword of revenge, and its right thy cheek. triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Save it be of thee, oh Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Free mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold. The flashing of eye that I wear by my robe, I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a prophet and typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue figure of the intimate. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beats of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I hear the ones of double power in the voice of the master. Abraham, by the word I invoke thee. Be my northern dark blue waves of music in the song that are made up to invoke thee. Strike a master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Shout and conquering Lord. Horus, avenger, by the song I invoke thee. In my active voice, for the revenge. Let it strike and fight the creation by the song I invoke thee. The voice of the fight, the voice of the saints, delivered by the voices. Abraham, Abraham. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the heart. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. Among me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By the brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white sewn with gold, the flashing of my that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a office and typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. inviolable shroud of concealment. 17, the crime of slander, which causes so great a proportion of human misery, is rated extremely dangerous, if not impossible, within the order by a clause in the obligation of the third degree. Every brother shall seek constantly to give pleasure to all brethren, with whom he is acquainted, whether by entertainment or conversation, or in any other manner that may suggest itself. It will frequently and naturally arise that love itself springs up between members of the order, for that they have so many and sacred interests in common. Such love is peculiarly holy, and is to be encouraged. All children of brethren are to be considered as children of the whole order, and to be protected and aided in every way by its members, severally, as by organization collectively. No distinction is to be made with regard to the conditions surrounding the birth of any child. 15. There is an especially sacred duty which a brother should fulfill with regard to all children, those born of the order included. This duty is to instruct them in the law of the Lima, to teach them independence and freedom of thought and character, and to warn them that servility and cowardice are the most deadly diseases of the human soul. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawks. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By the brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none save it be of thee. O Lord, by the Lamb and I invoke thee. 3. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of bay that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of Apophis and Typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. 4 is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. By thy crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beats of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee.
Five, I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the master, Abraham. By the word I invoke thee.
Mine are the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made of old to invoke thee.
Strike, strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, crown, child and conquering Lord, Horus, Avenger. By the sun I invoke thee.
6. In my hand is thy sword of revenge, let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the fight,
The voice of the fight,
the voice of the sick,
11 of the voices, Abraham. Strike, strike the master chord.
Strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword, crown child and conquering lord. Horus, avenger, O thou of the head of the hawk, thee, I invoke. At every thee I invoke, throughout the whole of the ritual, give the sign of Apophis. The only begotten child of Osiris thy father, and Isis thy mother, he that was slain. She that bore thee in her womb, flying from the temple of the water. Thee I invoke. Is the flashing white, whiter than the forehead of the morning. Thou hast formulated thy father, and made fertile thy mother. Thou hast garmented of the golden glory, with the azure birds of sky. Didst avenge the horror of death, thou the slayer of Typhon. Thou, who didst lift thine arms, and the dragons of death were as dust. Thou, who didst raise thine head, and the crocodile of Nile was abased before thee. Thou madest hide the universe with night, the impermeable blue. Travelest in the boat of Ra, afraid of the hell of the death, mountain of the Thou who bearest the wand of double power, Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my hand I I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About beside the tyrants of radiance white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Reverse the sun. Blessed be the King of kings. By the Lamb I invoke thee. By the side and invoke thee. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue figure of the intimate air. By my crown I invoke thee. Fingers travel on the beats of love, so I am to thee in thy call of glory. By my fingers I invoke Mine is the head of the man, and my insight the only begotten child of my father and mother, my father. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, bright and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given of none, save thee, of thee, O Lord. By the Lord I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of day that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a prophet, and I fear. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue beard of the internet. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers tremble on the beat of earth, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I wear the wand of double power in the voice of the Master. By the word I invoke thee. I know the dark waves of the song that I made of old to invoke thee. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, shine a conquering Lord, Horus Avenger. My hand is thy sword of revenge, and its right in thy cheek. By the sword I invoke thee. Voice of the fire, the voice of the six, 11 are the voices. Abracadabra. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's by my head I invoked it. I am the only begotten child of father and mother. My father is dead, my mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign given of none. Save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Free mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold. The flashing of eye that I wear by my robe I invoke thee. beats of her. So run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I get the one of double power in the voice of the master. Abraham, Abraham, by the word I invoke thee. Be mine all of dark blue waves of music in the song that I made a mold to invoke thee. Strike! Strike a master core. Draw the flaming sword. Triumph of the conquering Lord. Horror! Avenger! By the song I invoke thee. In my active life, form of revenge. Let it strike and I begin. By the song I invoke thee. The voice of the fight, the voice of the six, the voices. Every heart of love. Mine is the adopted man and man. Among me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By the brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverence, the sign given of none. Sacred be, O people, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white sewn with gold, flushing a light that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a poppies and typhoon. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. By my robe I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beats of birds, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. For that the one that will power in the voice of the master. Abraham, Abraham. By the word I invoke thee. Mine heart is a blue wave of music in the sun that I made a mold to invoke thee. Strike, strike the monster core, draw the flaming sword, draw, giant conquering Lord, all Shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure by their brightness. Mine is the red triangle reverse this time, giving of non-civity of thee. Oh Lord, by the name mine is the garment of white, so mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head, I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body. I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness, mine is the remaining in the sign. The invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, or dry land, or of the air, of whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one might be. Mine is the head of the hawk, I bear the rose and cross of life and every spirit, light. Abrahadabra, giving the sign at each abrahadabra. Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, a burning air, or a rushing fire, and every spirit of the scourge of God, the last one, might be thee. Mine is the head of the hawk, and ends in 6. I bear the rose and cross of life and light. Giving the sign as each abrahadabra, remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, of whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell in the church of God, the vast one, might be Abrahadabra. You came like dawn in my hands, soft but stronger than none. My fear turned gold in your eyes, and my old life broke in two. I was lost in the noise, now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light in the middle of the day. Stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath of them all. Hold it close. Don't run from the feeling. One more second. You can start believing. Wisdom of God. Knowledge comes. Wisdom of God. Knowledge comes. Wisdom Your touch is a steady rain on the dust of who I am. Every wound gets
Hello,
made.
MT. I'm requesting similar MTEU intervention, assistance, and response. My 100% service connected this area. The penalty is support case.
I don't need 1,000 signs when your name is in my soul. One deep breath, one grace, and the rest forgiveness. Stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath of them all. Hold it close. Don't run from the feeling.
Please note that the culture and abusive behavior of black and Texas and representation to the legal member. Response is greatly appreciated. We have all stakeholders advocated for better representation covering student and school Good afternoon, Judge Library. I do not currently have legal representation as NTA is the county representative. I will file a formal complaint with Senate NTA leadership in DC and update you with the response.
I was lost in the noise. Now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light in the middle of the day. Stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath. Hold them all. Let's go. Don't run from the feeling. One more second, you can't stop believing. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, eyes of love. I was 100% connected to Silver Veteran and the current leaders and co-hosts MTV and Senate in the executive responsibility of solely represent our nation and union dues paying member for the past 5 years of IRS and NTA. This response also is best for England. Also from NTA and the first day on the job as Silver Ed Board and the third church Tom Jones today, declaring workers' organization and serving Ed Board was one of the worst leaders in his toxic coworkers and windows extension working with former news content facility workers how much he hates the union, stupid union members. And NTA leadership is well aware of this and extremely bipolar, borderline personality. And to make it part, the section has intimidated brutality against the administrative organization. Several reasons 3 times a month, and so they're all in my room. And humbly asking for NTA to represent me at the Cunningham and Judge Library. Please do not overlook character, abusive behavior, and or communicate totally oppressive response is greatly appreciated. It is an answer letter and recorded for public representation covering student NTA leadership response. Answer letter. Oh shit! Oh shit! near if I break. Pull me through, teach my hands to release what I cannot hold with you. 10 not 9, 10 not 11. I breathe in your holy cold and the storm in my head lays down like a wisdom of God. Now it's joy. Wisdom of God. Now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, eyes above. Let it go, go, go. You're my answer. I needed to know. Wisdom of God, now it's flowing. Wisdom of God, I'm yours.
Good afternoon, Judge Leibel. I'm not currently in legal representation as NTU has declined to represent me. I'll be filing a formal complaint with senior NTU leadership in DC and will update you with a response as soon as possible. Having paid 5 years of union dues to be sexually harassed and physically threatened in the workplace by union-hating managers and be dismissed with no valid reason by NTU union member is unacceptable to me and a violation of the NTU Constitution, bylaws, and I'm very upset with every NTU member in the country. I'm CCing the work order. He sent me the attached notice of dates and responsibilities. Pending a senior NTU legal representative and chairman presidential determination response by email or phone, I'm requesting.
I was carrying hurt like a name I couldn't drop.
Good afternoon, Judge Leibel on her court.
And the whole room stopped. Stop thinking and your problems. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10, not 11. 10, not 9. Stay.
I'm asking for NTU to represent me at the coming hearing with Judge Leibel. Please don't work with lack of character and abusive behavior of Adam Bear and Tamika Clark Taylor of justice and representation to a union member. Very smart is greatly appreciated. As I have asked Judge Leibel and her court to appoint a representation pending senior NTU leadership response.
Joy, love,
I will
heart,
answer
and
you
light.
to Lynn and Tara.
You find me in the car with my hands still shaking. I was carrying
Correct. I'm requesting senior NTU and national assistance in response. Under the Huddersfield Service Commission with a pending EEOC court case of NTU legal and disabled is neglecting her duties and responsibilities and is failing to represent the hardworking and union paying group members for the past 5 years.
deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Stay.
Thank you, Madam Girl. I'm humbly asking for NTU to represent me at the upcoming hearing of Judge Leibel. Please do not let the lack of character and abusive behavior of Adam Bear and Tamika Clark go without justice and representation to the union members. Very friendly, very appreciative. I ask Judge Leibel and her court to form a representation on the senior NTU leadership response. Good afternoon, Judge Leibel. I'm currently legal representation. NTU has declined to represent me. I'm fully focused on the senior NTU leadership in DC and will update with response as soon as possible. Having paid 5 years of union dues to be sexually harassed and physically threatened in the workplace by union-hating managers and to be dismissed with no valid reason by the NTU union member. Unacceptable to me, a violation of NTU Constitution, bylaws, and would be very upsetting to every NTU member in the country. As CC will record it, attached notice of rights and responsibilities. Pending the senior NTU legal representative, the chairman presidential determination in response to that union phone, I'm requesting. Hello, NCEU. Requesting a senior anti-innovation assistance and response. In a 100% service connected to the current EEOC case, anti-illegal and Soviet is neglecting the duties and responsibilities and is failing to represent the hard work and union dues paying member for the past 5 years at the IRS and NTU. Response and oversight is desperately needed. I'd like to inform you that the first day on the job was told by Adam Barrett, the territory chief, to not join NTU. They were a worthless organization and saved their money. Adam was one of the worst leaders, most toxic coworkers I've ever had the pleasure of working with. Informed me numerous times during facility work just how much he hates the union and stupid union members. NTU leadership was well aware of this. Adam's extremely bipolar and borderline personality. To make it clear, he sexually harassed and intimidated or retaliated against me. Entitled, you sound like 100 service connected. This everywhere. Former support service specialist, I found myself. Please forward to Doreen Terry if I have her emails incorrect. Hello, NTU Doreen Terry. I will personally senior NTU intervention, assistance, and response. The 100% serious connected disabled veteran of a pending ESA court case, NTU leader in the service with neglecting his duties and responsibilities and is failing to represent the hard work and union dues paying members for the past 5 years at the IRS and NTU. Oh, yeah, because the NTU represents the upcoming hearing. If not, I'm doing a percent. AI Black style. If not, I'm doing a percent. Should be record witnesses if I have to do this per se. Italian should be able to record witnesses and subpoena go and cover if I have to do this per se.
I read the rain in a teacup. I read the wind in your hand. Tower in the broken sidewalk. God in the grocery stand. Psychology in the pattern. Love in the way you stand. If I let go, come back in. If I let go, you get me. Now it's wisdom, now it's joy, now it's wisdom, let it unfold. God is love here, love is now. How to hold this, show me now. My mama's a room with boxes, label fear and pride. Now I sometimes see sunlight, rain stand by my side. Truth is a self-destruction, how to make a change. If I'll be slow, I hear it sing. If I'll be slow, everything. Now is wisdom, now is joy, now is wisdom, let it unfold. God is love here, let it down. How to hold this, show me I stop asking for forever. I start listening for the sign. One small smile, one clean moment, turns the whole world right. Intelligence,
Tanika used to tell Michelle it was her. Stop. Okay. If you would have called it, the girl who lasted 2 months in the Chicago office. Was on the phone with the therapist. Is he racist, white trash motherfucker? A girl who lasted 2 months in the Chicago office is having fun. If I were told, you said Anna Bear is a racist white trash motherfucker.
One small smile, one clean moment turns the whole world right. In the silent joy. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my hand, I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign given unto the city of the by the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sword with gold, the passing of my light I wear. By my robe I invoke.
And the Air Force guy also will be SC. I don't know if you get it now.
By the side I invoke Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue figure of the intimate air. By my crown I invoke
The Air Force guy also knew.
Mine is the head of the man, and my inside is keen as the hawks. By my bed I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. Shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. My liver like the sun I invoke thee. Reverse the sign, given of none. Save me, Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, shall the conquering Lord, or a avenger. sword of revenge and strike thy cheek. By the sword I hold thee. The voice on the fire, the voice on the seas. 11 are the voices. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as a hawk, and my head I invoked it. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead, my mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. Above me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Free mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold. The flashing of eye that I wear by my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a prophet and typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue wither of the intimate. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beats of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I hear the one of double power in the voice of the master. Abraham, by the word I invoke thee. Be my northern dark blue waves of music in the song that I made about to invoke thee. Strike like a master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Triumph and conquering Lord. I'll lift up by the song I invoke thee. In my active voice, form of revenge. Let it strike at thy beginning by the song I invoke thee. The voice of the fight, the voice of child of my father and mother, my father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. I'm a body I invoke thee. Among me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By the brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle river, as the sign given of none. Save it be, oh me, oh Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white soul with gold, the flushing of my that I will. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a poppies and typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor at the intimate ear. By my robe I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beats of birds, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. For that the one that all power in the voice of the Master. Abraham, Abraham. By the word I invoke thee. In thine heart without blue waves of music in the sun that I made a vow to invoke thee. Strike the monster chord, draw the flaming sword, giant conquering Lord, against God, by the sword I invoke thee. In my hand is the sword of debate, let it strike, and not be beat, by the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the right, the voice of the six, 11 of the voices. Oh, God, oh, God. father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body. I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness, mine is the head of the six and rose and cross of life and love. Giving the sun remaining in the sign. The invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, or dry land, or in the air, or whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one my being.
Sure, it would be a great.
Mine is the head of the hawk, Abraham! Yes! I bear the rose and cross of life and life!
Justin also.
Every spell and scourge of God, the vast one my being. Mine is the head of the hawk, Abraham! Yes! I bear the rose and cross of life and life! Giving the sun and shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness, of life and light. Hearing the sign, teaching Abrahadabra. Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water of whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one, might be Abrahadabra. You came like dawn in my hands, soft but stronger than I knew. My fear turned gold in your eyes, and my old night broke in two. I was lost in the noise, now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light in the middle of the day. Stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath of them all. Hold it close. Don't run from the feeling. One more second. You can't stop believing. Wisdom touches a steady rain on the dust of who I am. Every wound gets named and it fades in the hush. I don't need 1,000 signs when your name is in my chest. One deep breath, one brave step, and the rest can be blessed. Stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath of them all. Hold it close. Don't run from the feeling. One more second. You can't stop believing. Wisdom of God.
They were like, unemployment security sector learners saying you can lock the money after student and civil court. It's so apart. Two years of filing unemployment every 2 weeks and 3 appeals and trials.
Soft but stronger than I knew. The fear turned gold in your eyes, and my old night broke in two. I was lost in the noise. Now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light in the middle of the day. Stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath. Hold them all. Hold it close, don't run from the feeling. One more second, you can't stop believing. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, I rise above. Your touch is a steady rain on the dust of who I was. Every wound gets named, then it fades in a hush. I don't need 1,000 signs on your name in my chest. One deep breath, one brave step, and the
I was waiting on them. I was waiting on them. My mistake. My mistake. Fucking joke. Like, really, my mistake. Would have been nice. 600 a week.
Stay near if I break. Pull me through, teach my hands to release what I cannot hold with you. Cannot let breathe in your holy colors. Storm in my head, lays down like a pond. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, I Then you touched my trouble, and the whole room stopped. Stop thinking in your problems. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10, not 11. 10, not 9. Stay. Wisdom of God is now. Joy, love, heart, enlightenment. You found me in the quiet, with my hands still shaking. I was carrying the hurt, like a name I couldn't drop. Then you touched my trouble, and the whole room stopped. Stop thinking, and your problems take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10, not 11, 10, not 9, stay. It's not crime where violation of the law, it's a mental health issue. Guns are a health crisis. Hypnosis is a problem with no ethics issues. Fraud, slaves, Chicago,
Massachusetts Department of Ethics of Ventures fraud scheme Chicago
the rain in a teacup. I read the wind in your hand. Towering the broken sidewalk. God in the grocery stand. Psychology in the pattern. Love in the way you stand. If I let go, I'm coming back clear. If I let go, you get me. Now it's wisdom, now it's joy, now it's wisdom, let it unfold. God is love here, love is now. How to hold this, show me now. I stop asking for forever. I start listening for the sign. Once more smile, one clean moment. Turns the whole world right. Intelligent. I read the rain in a teacup. is the head of the man, and thy insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance white and gold. By their brightness I invoke thee. My wings are red, triangle, reverse the sign, given unsaved thee of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sown with gold, the flashing of light that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of the prophets and time. By the sign I invoke Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue figure of the intimate air. By my crown I invoke I think there's travel on the beach of the world. So run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke I bear the wand of double power in the place of the master. To Child and conquering by the song I invoke in my hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke the voice of the Father. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given of none, save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Lamed I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of light, sown with gold, the threshing of day, that I wear by my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a prophet, and I fear. By the sign I invoke Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue fear of the intermediate. May my crown invoke thee. My fingers tremble on the beat of prayer, so run I after the entire of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I know the dark blue waves of bleeding, the soul that I need, oh, to invoke. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, shine the conquering Lord, Horus Avenger. My hand is thy sword of revenge, and its strike my cheek. By the sword I invoke thee. Voice of the fire, the voice of the 611 are the voices. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawks by my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead, my mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. Upon me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By your brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign given of none. Save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Free mine is the garment of white, sown with gold. The flashing of eye that I wear by my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a prophet and type of. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue figure of the intimate. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beats of earth, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I hear the wonder, double power in the voice of the master. Oh Lord, by the Lamb and I invoke Mine is the garment of white soul with gold, the flushing of my that I will. By my robe I invoke. Mine is the sign of a office and title. By the sign I invoke. Mine is the garment of white and gold, and my beloved at the endemic year. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beats of birth, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. For that the one that double power in the voice of the master. The heart of love. By the word I invoke thee. Yeah, mine heart is a blue wings of strike the monster chord. Draw the flaming sword. Roll, giant conquering Lord. All road, Amen. By the sword I invoke thee. In my hand is the sword of revenge. Let it strike. I not believe. By the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the right, the voice of the six, 11 of the voices. Oh, God, oh, God. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head I know thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body. I know thee about me. Shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure by their brightness. I know thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse of the sign, giving of none shall it be of thee. Oh Lord, by the layman. I know thee. Mine is the garment of white, sown. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head, I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body. I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness, mine is the Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the air, of whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one might be. Mine is the head of the hawk, Abraham! I bear the rose and cross of life and life. I bear the rose and cross of life and light, giving the sign H, Abrahadabra. Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, of whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every Keep like dawn in my hands, soft but stronger than I knew. The fear turned gold in your eyes, and my old night broke in two. Was lost in the noise. Now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light. In the middle of the day, stop thinking. Let it fall. Hold it close, don't run from the feeling. One more second, you can stop believing. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, I rise above. Oh, 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 let it go, go, go. You are the answer. I needed to know. Your touch is a stay rain on the dust of who I was. Every wound gets named, then it fades in the hush. I don't need 1,000 signs when your name is in my chest. One deep breath, one brave step, and the rest can be blessed. Stop thinking. Let it fall. Take the deepest breath.
Because you don't wait a minute, guys. Hold on for a second. When we need claims, we need to substantiate, and I need to find I'm not, and everyone's asking for the link. So if you find the link, I'll read it out loud. How's that? Okay? We'll go read along.
What is the claim? What is the claim?
That Iran, when Iran denied firing the missiles or the drones at the UAE, then they didn't know anything about it. Then they came out 5 hours later. They confirmed that they did it. I guess.
They did it because the UAE withdrew from OPEC.
I don't know. I mean,
What happened on the course.
His name was not an
No, wait a minute for a second. You said a state media on television said that
that's what he said.
it was. Yeah, that's not official.
How close are they to becoming president? So cool to decide to run for mayor.
Media first denied it.
We're on the top of the coolest shops in America, and today we're going to work. We're coming from Chicago. This is what I refer to as our ceremonial office.
And I thought you were well. Provide the link.
We have some instruments here. These two guitars from Lollapalooza, Billy Eilish G's on that one, T-Pain G's on this one. So with my father's church, I actually go play the drums. And also consistent, you have to be steady. I know you have a lot of speaking engagements. How do you never?
Yes, that goes to read. So,
This is, I went and looked it up. What did they say? So, who cares whose link it is? So this is from the Middle East Eye, or I can go Times of Israel. But which one would you guys like?
Well, Amir prefers Times of Israel.
Go back.
I'm kidding. I don't care. I'm just giving you the.
Yeah, just whatever was the fair, but it's the same, like everybody's reporting the same thing of what they said. So what they said was Iran denies plan to target UAE, blames US for adventurism. Iranian state media says that there was no planned attack of oil facilities at Fujairah port in the United Arab Emirates, citing military official. The official said the incident was not premeditated. They didn't say that they denied it, but they said it wasn't premeditated and attributed to the U.S. actions in the Strait of Hormuz. They described it as a result of the U.S. military's adventurism to create passage for illegal ship transit through the waterway.
So do you see that big difference? Do you see that big difference? What's the lesson? From we were not intending to, planning to, however, reading comprehension.
Exactly. I mean, brilliant genius. Thank you very much. So, do you guys remember yesterday when Iran warned the United Arab Emirates? Hold on. This is the denial. Hold on. So yesterday they told the United Arab Emirates to move all of ships away from ports to Dubai. So it was premeditated as far as like what their actual targets would be in response. Just hold on. We know what they just said. That's an acknowledgement. I said at the beginning, they denied it. Then they took credit for it. So just relax. No denial. Relax. The denial was there was no. Hold on. Just be quiet. The denial was there was no premeditation. Hey, just be quiet. She just read it to you. There was no the official. Let me finish. We got it. Shut up. Now we are. This is what she read. She said She said the official statement. She said the official statement says that Ace, can you wait until I'm done? Can you wait?
How about you bring your source?
Hold on. It's the same information. Same information.
He read it wrong.
And what she just read. Hold on. All you gotta do is be quiet where you're not helping. I'm pointing out. Just relax. Look, listen to what she just read. Hold on. You gotta relax. Alright. Listen to what she just read. The person's claim is this was our attack, but it wasn't premeditated. That means they didn't plan. Just hold on. Hold on, lady. Listen to what my claim was. Just be quiet until I'm done, so Ace doesn't have to get confused. My claim was first they denied it, and then they acknowledged it. That was the claim. Hold on. Okay, well, thank you for confirming, and that was correct. The denial. Hold on, Ace. The denial is
no premeditation. When yesterday, after Donald Trump announced the project, just relax, lady. So yesterday there was an announcement of Project Freedom, right? And when Project Freedom came out, they came out and warned the United Arab Emirates. They said, move all the way. Donald Trump announced Project Freedom. In response to that, the RGC said to the United Arab Emirates, take all of your ships out of your ports and move them to Dubai because of the announcement of Donald Trump, right? Then Donald Trump moves in today, and then these guys hit the United Arab Emirates, and then they said, hey, we never planned it.
Every time this guy talks,
It's over. The torture is over.
Listen, every time this guy talks, I think of Arabic saying, يا ريت خريت وما حكيت. Like, I hope you wish your shit and you didn't fucking open your mouth.
Oh my gosh, the guy just talks. So we know that the official statement. Shut up. So we know the official statement from them is they didn't premeditate. So we know that they premeditated.
Hold on some more, we heard you.
Hey,
Let's move on.
Okay.
Samal, how come, and real quick, how come every time, whenever you're debating somebody, whether it be in this room or chillers, I always hear you ask, people for the sources, right?
Yeah.
But it doesn't seem like you want to bring out any credible sources.
Hey, Ray, Amir and I and everybody in the room yesterday when Donald Trump announced Project Freedom, we had this discussion of what Donald Trump was attempting to do. Just wait, Ace. Just wait till I can make the point. You have to hear the point.
To say something we can do.
You have to hear the point. Okay, here. So then, Iran yesterday came out with an official statement in response and told the United Arab Emirates, move all of your boats, because if he moves, we're going to hit you. Okay? Today, they came out and said, we never premeditated the assault.
Boats, right? They said if you don't move those boats, your boats are going to be hit, right?
No, oh my gosh. So
I'm asking you, what was the target?
The United Arab Emirates. They were saying if
Yes,
Trump moves, hold on. They're saying that if Trump moves, we move.
We heard it.
And that's what happened.
But hold on for a second. But that also.
And that's what happened.
I know. So hold
Hold
on.
on.
But it also holds true that
Hey, Ray.
UAE
I'm
had
telling
no
you, bro, you
intention.
can't get as good as me, bro.
Can you
You
shut
can't
the
get as
fuck
good as
up?
me, bro. I'm just
Shut
too
your
smart.
trap. You hear me speaking?
Have a nice day.
Stop. Samoa, come on. Have some decorum here. Okay, hold on for a second. So basically, it actually holds true. The fact is, Trump does this, you don't do this, this may happen. It wasn't like premeditation. It was based upon an action that they were not thinking would happen on the American side. It still seems we were.
Oh, do you know dumbass?
They were.
If I tell you that I'm
was
gonna.
a plan to attack. That was a hate. Hold on for a second. So the way in which Trump
Think about what she just said.
hold on. The way in which Trump behaves. Wait a minute.
Hey, you're supposed to be a lawyer?
Fuck.
Oh, this is horrible. No, you're not.
What does me having to be a lawyer have to do with you being wrong?
Because we understand what mens rea is. And we understand what the actual protocol of evidence is.
This is not legit.
You're just not a smart person. Premeditation means, premeditation means priorly planned, right?
That has to do with crime, the law.
No, that has to do, premeditation means to plan beforehand.
Mens rea and actus rea for, yes, I understand this shit.
Okay, so premeditation is planned beforehand.
Rudimentary.
If they announced it yesterday, is that beforehand?
No.
Look how dumb that is.
Your plan was that they denied it, and then they owned up to it. That's what your plan was.
Premeditated. They made it official.
We
The
clarified for
official
ourselves.
said they did not premeditate. You're an idiot.
That's not what
What? I'm an idiot. I said the media said,
Hold
hold on.
That is what you said. That they were investigating. That's what you said.
I said the state media, okay, so this is not an official statement. The state media first came out and said, hey, there were certain attacks that happened here. We're still investigating.
Give us
The
our
official, just shut up, man.
Drop the link.
Just shut up. And then the official statement, the one that she just read, was it was us, but it wasn't premeditated. That's the IRGC
We know.
official statement.
We heard it.
Dummy?
We heard it. So we understood it. We understood it.
Never lie about being a
You
smart.
read it the first time. We understood it. Now drop the link where you said state media.
Okay, guys, let's move on. Next topic.
She just read that they denied that it was premeditated.
Let's give him a sticker, a gold sticker, so he feels good about himself.
She just said that it was
I don't understand. Are you too dumb to know you're dumb?
Right. That's a part.
It's basic reading comprehension.
Yeah, which you don't have, obviously. If what you got from that was a denial.
And he's saying state media said that article said same thing with state media.
Nothing. It just said this is what they said, is that this wasn't premeditated, but was done in retaliation to what the U.S. was doing.
The U.S. was accusing Iran of premeditating, and Iran is saying no, that we're not premeditating. This was not premeditation. This is in response to. It was the U.S.'s way of getting to say no, we're not responsible for what happened in the UAE. Like there's no cause and effect here. And Iran is saying yes, there is. This is directly connected to you trying to get into this.
This guy's an idiot. Iran said yesterday, move your ship, going to attack you.
Logic and
Iran says
simple
to attack you. Hey, if Iran says we're going to attack the United Arab Emirates if Donald Trump violates the Strait of Hormuz, and then the next day they attack the United Arab Emirates, how was that not previously planned the day before?
They're saying that they are responding to what the U.S. is doing.
Premeditated being planned
No. You had this plan before.
No.
That's what is going on here.
America never said that. I'm saying
you can just read the article and see the events, the actual events.
Everybody's saying it was premeditated because they preemptively launched the threat.
It wasn't preemptive. America sent their warships into the streets.
Yesterday, they didn't send any ship into.
They didn't launch yesterday. The attack was
They announced. Okay, look, Donald Trump announced yesterday no ships moved, right? Then they said, if you move, we are going to attack you, United Arab Emirates. Then the next day, Donald Trump moves, and then they attack the United Arab Emirates.
That's not premeditation. It would be premeditation if Iran said it before America or had this plan before America.
No, guy. Premeditation means I have a plan before I take the action.
So you just
shut up, bro. Premeditation means it's planned before the action takes place. So if I tell you, Edward, tomorrow, if you do anything, I am going to, like throw eggs at your house, okay? And I throw eggs at your house the next day, I can get charged for premeditated egg throwing.
Not because they are responding to what the U.S. said that they're going to do. They're saying, we'll do this if you do this. It wasn't that they had this plan before the U.S. said what they're going to do. That's what the U.S. is trying to do.
Edward, I heard what you said. Premeditation means that the plan that's going to go off if Donald Trump moves was planned before it went off. So, for example, like I said, throw eggs at your house, okay? That is the actual plan. Okay, executing that is me acting on a plan.
Okay, so Samoa, easy question here. Was Iran going to attack the UAE regardless of the United States going into that? It is actually the main point. Not that it's not relevant, but it is actually the most relevant point here. Is were they planning to attack? Because that's what you're trying to say.
Gosh, bro,
you said premeditated. So were they planning to attack before America threatened to move in?
Yes, right, Edward. We're not talking about justification, okay? We're talking about a plan that was thought out before executing something, okay? So the justification of why they did it or why they didn't do it, whatever, is irrelevant, okay? Like, for example, premeditation in murder means that I planned everything to lead to your murder, okay? It doesn't mean that I'm justified in planning or that I'm murdering because whatever. It's just the plan before the action. Come on, bro. You guys are way too old to be this stupid. What the hell's wrong with you? Look it up. What is premeditation? A plan beforehand. The easiest definition. Plan before action. Not why the action happened.
So what do you want to say some more from this? Where do you want to take us with this? you mean that? Say something.
Maybe he's finally adjusting his phone.
What happened?
Yeah.
Was there a question?
So what do you mean by all of this? What do you want to take?
No, I was pointing out that it on X and on Threads saying that the United Arab Emirates and the GCC countries might on offensive strike, and America and Israel takes a supportive role, and that's his off ramp. While Iran is supposedly weak, the GCC countries come in and decapitate the rest of them.
Okay. As you say, let's see what's happening.
Well, okay, I just checked. GPT agrees with me because there is a triggering event here, so it's not premeditated. The triggering event was the U.S. announcing that they are going to go into the Straits of Hormuz. That was a triggering event, and Iran said, if you do this, then we will do this. So it was a retaliatory strike, not a premeditated strike. So logically, yeah, premeditated means I planned it before. No. So GPT says, and I explained the whole thing. GPT says that no, it's not premeditated because there is a triggering event that was announced. So because they said, because there's a triggering event, it's not premeditated. Listen, Edward, the target list was pre-planned. Oh, okay, show us. You have an article saying? The threat yesterday was, they do this, we're going to bomb this. No, you went back to that. I said, so sorry, but I'm engaging with you. I'll wait until the smarter moderator takes it down. GPT said comes back that it was premeditated, just like I told you, we premeditated. They had plans to do this beforehand.
Edward, there is some truth to the Iranians threatening to hit the GCC countries.
No, that's not what we're talking about. This honest person. We're talking about this particular situation hitting the UAE, the Fajira ports. We're not talking about a justification. We're talking about a plan to exit. Hold on. They said if America goes through with trying to get into the Straits, we will attack the UAE. There you go. That is not premeditated. Premeditated are the targets that they picked. No, it's not. It would be premeditated if they said beforehand, or they had plans beforehand. So much when they know so little. Listen, listen. So if Iran was going to attack the UAE, regardless of what the U.S. Did or didn't do, then you would have an argument for. That has nothing to do with premeditation. That has to do with there was no plan. The plan came about because the U.S. said we are going to do this. We're going to do X, and then Iran said if you do X, we'll do Y. Does anybody believe that when Iran said we will respond, that their generals haven't listed the targets that they're going to respond to? Oh my God, bro. You go ahead, bro. Was it not war? Yes. Nothing. Yes. Trump knew what was going to happen, and he did it. Yeah, and Iran said this is what's going to happen. But Trump is trying to make it seem like, no, this was premeditated. This was already in the works beforehand. Like, this was not because of the U.S. going into the States. That's why the U.S. is positioning it this way. Yeah. Which Iran denies, by the way. Iran completely denies. They said it was not premeditated, and it was a direct response. Yeah, well, smart people can realize that. Like, the stupid MAGA can't.
All right, moving on to another conversation for you guys end up beating the damn dead horse. What else can we talk about?
Well, we had Matluba, we had Muchadaba, we talked about spice a little bit.
Did we figure out, like, if Trump with his freedom plan, was there a premium to it? Was there a cost to this freedom plan? Were we talking about that yesterday?
That's a good question.
Anything for this? That's what I'm thinking. There was some kind of premium
The big question is if he charged him now, is he giving the money back since the plan failed?
It's no returns, no refunds,
No
no exchanges,
I don't like Trump
no rain
University.
checks. No rain checks.
It was a really dumb idea. What else are you expecting to happen? Your ships were fired on, and the UAE was hit. So if I didn't hear anything else, that doesn't mean, if I didn't hear anything else, that doesn't mean, what you're saying is not true. I'm just saying I didn't hear.
I think I was 6. You guys heard about this new virus. It's just been
What? What virus? What's going on here?
Strike a master code.
Yeah, it was on this cruise ship. It comes from rodents.
Oh, how does it spread?
Rodents.
Street
They're
disease.
or bites.
How do you spell it?
Hanta, like Fanta, with a H.
H-A-N-T-A?
H-A-N-T-A.
That sounds like a...
They're not allowing them to come on because there isn't a risk to the general public.
Why?
Is what the world It's transmitted through rodents. So contact rodent feces or a rodent bite.
Oh.
Yeah.
So it's not that it jumps through humans.
Who knows? I don't know.
I'm back.
Well, we're trying to figure it out. Mangooses will mute up now.
There's another planet.
It's pretty crazy. Like 3 people have stayed on one cruise.
Primarily.
I'll take my chances in Dubai.
Where are you? Dubai.
I'd rather take my chances in Dubai. Another planet than explore.
Okay, so almost never human to human. You get infected when you breathe in tiny particles contaminated with rodent urine, droppings, or rodent saliva. This often happens sweeping or vacuuming areas with rodent droppings, cleaning cabins, garages, sheds, or attics that have been closed up, disturbing nests or infested materials, touching contaminated surfaces, or rodent bites. So person-to-person spread. In the U.S., almost never. Very rare cases have occurred in parts of South Africa with specific strains, but this is not typical. So it's not airborne.
Nice. Yeah. Thank God.
And this is from a cruise ship?
Yeah.
Crazy thing. That's the crazy thing. What are they doing? Like, how the fuck are they up there?
Well, maybe they were they cruisers or were they?
They were coming
workers?
from Argentina. No, it was a cruise coming from Argentina.
It sounds like the.
You can't stop rodents from getting into a ship.
It sounds like. Do we know if they were?
But probably bad sanitary conditions.
Yeah. You said air vents or something. I didn't think of that, air vents. I was gonna say it would have to be workers that were cleaning up or something and were exposed to them, but air vents. Why would we imagine this, Teddy? Why?
4 people are infected. 1 had died. So they're at the.
3 dead already.
Is there 3 dead already? This morning was 1 dead, 4 infected.
I think it's 3 dead.
Oh,
Yeah, 3 dead. BBC, wow.
Damn. The BBC said this morning was driving to work 1 dead, 4 infected. Because they're not letting them off of the ship in Cape Verde to get help. Because they're saying it's a public health risk, but it really isn't. So it's like this issue.
Well, now my bougie friend
My name is Shane Rich. I'm the CEO of Street Roller. What we do is very simple. We'll place a street roller directly into your business, on the streets and on the ground, filming real reactions with real people to your product. And that's why we're doing 350 million views a month.
It's like a floating fucking
Just on a.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that's one of my dreams is to go on a cruise in February here from Connecticut, and then December or March.
Strike a master chord.
You can fly to it.
There's one in Connecticut, in New Jersey, so driving distance. The port is in New Jersey. The major port is in New Jersey. No, that would suck. If I have to, not before the cruise, but after the cruise, if you have to then fly home after you're worn out and tired and everything, and that would suck.
Did you have fun with Samoa?
Huh?
Did you have fun with Samoa?
Samoa? I mean, that's a. I think you're gonna end up with a mutiny from people.
Well, I heard from now on, if we know who he is, when you argue with him, I'm gonna be pissed at you.
Me?
Yeah, I'm just gonna be pissed at you for it.
Well, usually just a taco. He crashed out on him earlier.
I'm just mad at you when you argue with him because it's like, when you argue with idiots,
Well, I believed him at first. And I'm like, okay, provide. Let's see the link. And then he goes on and on. I'm like, well, let's see the link. Well, the first step is to explain it, then give the link. And now I've explained it. I said, okay, give the link. Well, I'm still going to explain it further. You know, it's like,
The fuck, I'm so dumb. He thinks he's so dumb. He thinks he's dumb.
Stop. That's terrible. He's so weird. What is this?
But when you debate him, he's asking to remove the money from his mouth.
Stupid union members.
just a barrage.
Leadership as well.
Stop. This is terrible. This is so terrible. What's wrong with you?
It's horrible. It's horrible. Not terrible. It's horrible.
What? I thought he said terrible.
I'm gonna start sending him. Remember those scholastic news that we would get in school?
I did notice he kind of backpedals whatever he says.
Someone send him a link to Hooked on Phonics.
No, it's literally.
No, I think what we need to do, get Shuki in here, record every time he speaks, and then play it back to him. This is what you said, mofo. Stick to the same fucking point. Stick to the same point.
Rewind.
Yeah, rewind and then replay. Now here, we need John Kitover actually. John Kitover would have a. He would be content. Oh my god.
More would be content for John.
He is entertaining, the John Kitover. He starts crashing out, you know.
John Kitover's entertaining that?
Has he been posting anything interesting on YouTube? He used to check his YouTube page.
I think it still does, but you know, I don't know if he. Look, we have Anonymous at the bottom.
He's live streaming the room right now.
He found this new technique, one anonymous mode, so nobody can kick him. It's a retarded old man, and he's a failed politician.
Go to MayorKitover.com, ChicagoMayorVote.com.
Stevie was here earlier.
I took my headphones off now. Because I got a family member over, right? So I have to give time over there. So that's why I just take the headphones off. Edward comes in, I'm like, okay, he's gonna run the show. Ace was here.
Yeah, but they let Samoa go on a premeditated through the 10-day monologue.
Sam, he gaslights the state, Sam, so he did gaslighting to get the room going.
You
Sam and Samoa.
PDF.
Did you see it like this?
You received my PDF. That's for another day.
Well, should we tell them? Should we tell the room?
We can. I created a little dossier about our friend Black Rabbi, fact-checking many of his claims, and I created it and put it in a PDF.
But before you go into that, I wanted to say really quickly that your TM is correct that nihilism and existentialism are not the same thing. But the reason I like that you brought that up is because nihilism and existentialism are definitely fucking cousins. And what I mean when I say that they're cousins is what turns someone into a nihilist is when they're unwilling to embrace any mode of interpreting reality. So let's say I have a mode of interpreting reality. Let's say I believe that I'm doing really, really good at work. I believe that I'm a top employee and everyone loves me there. Then I go to work and my boss blatantly telling us that. I don't know why I even have to guess. You're a grown man. You can tell me with clear, perspicuous language. Did John write it wrong? He should have put verse 40 first. Verse 37 is the key because that results in them coming, and then he goes, and the individual is a part of this group. That's the verse 37 is the chiton or komenon. That is the one coming to me. That's an individual or the all. So he said there's no individual in verse 37. Yes, there is. It's the one who comes to me. That's ton or komenon, prosode in the Greek. So he brings up the group in the same verse and the individuals who make up this group. There's a personal coming to Jesus. But the reason why they come is because they were given. I'm asking, what did they have to do in order to be given? If it's verse 40, that's the last part of verse 37 that says they come to him. That's a result of what the Father and Son just accomplished, not the beginning. All the Father gives me will come to me, and the one who comes to me I will never certainly not cast out. Why will he not cast them out? For I have come down from heaven not to do my own will, but the will of him who sent me. What's the will of the Father for the Son? This is the will of him who sent me, that all he has given me. Notice the first verb of verse 37. This is the perfect tense here. They've been given. Jesus can't lose any. So he can't fail to do the will of the Father. But he raises it, the entire all, up on the last day. He's a neuter pronoun there. He does the first on the last day. That's the entire group. Verse 40 is how these people act. Based upon what the Father and Son just accomplished. He said, here's the will of the Father for me. I can't fail. I'm going to do the will infallibly, perfectly. Here's what the result of these people are going to be doing. For this is what my Father, that these are present active participles. Pas ha theoro, tai pistuon. These are the same language used in John 3:16. Every believing one. Everyone who beholds the Son and believes in him will have eternal life, and I myself will raise him, singular, upon the last day. The same him, or the one coming to him in verse 37. But that's a result of him being given. So you go to verse 40, he's jumping ahead. You can't read them in order. There's a flow to Jesus' own words here, and John didn't write them in a reverse order. Jesus wrote them in a particular order to teach us. You don't get to just go, I want this verse to go before this one, and I get to do jigsaw puzzle with John 6. I want to read one verse right after the other, following the group and then the individuals of this group, because he keeps switching between them. You should do it all the way up through verse 45. So I asked you, is there something he tells us, if you do this, then the Father will give you? Or did he simply say, the Father gives the people to the Son, as a result they come to the Son? That's why I asked the question. Where did he say, first you do this, then the Father will do this?
So the man becomes first and the father becomes second. Why isn't it the father first and man second?
As a result, they come.
As Jesus lays it out right there. Father first, then the result, man does this. We're waiting. And why can't you read the verses in order?
Started falling at different times in different countries. But generally what it's tied to is development, the development of an industrialized economy.
Yeah, I said 18.
And it's not, guys, stop doing that. Stop talking in the middle of our fucking bitches. Yeah, mute. What are you doing? So, anyways. So it started falling before any social media or any of that other stuff existed. So that's one thing. Another thing I think about is life is people are much wealthier now than when they had more kids. Okay? If you go back to, I don't know, 1820 or something like that, Americans had a TFR of like 8. Okay? And TFR is netting out things like kids that don't make it to adulthood, things like that.
Dr. Mountain, did you ever read a book? Did you grab your medicine?
Oh yeah. I had to go off my cousin's party, so I didn't get to. I got the medicine, but I had to go. So.
Oh, how was the party?
It was good, man. It was good.
Cool.
I didn't drink any booze. I'm taking a little booze break for a while, so I haven't drank for like 3 months. But I'm not like I'm not an alcoholic or anything. Like I don't drink all the time anyway. But I usually take a break every year. You know, like a 3 or 5 month break. You know. But I don't skip on the weed. You know what I'm saying?
Have you ever read The Oracles of Zoroaster?
Never heard about it.
Oh, you should read that next time you get your medicine.
What's it about?
I think that kind of stuff pairs well with tetrahydrocannabinoid delta 9. You know, it's like there's an experience because, like, basically, I think the Egyptians incorporated, you know, cannabis into their religious and spiritual practices. So it's really just like trying to get you to have a new experience with your medicine. I call it the book club.
Yeah, cool. I'll check it out.
Yeah.
Check it out. I'm driving across the city, and if I can't see on my cell phone, I get in trouble, so I better get off this fucking thing.
So why don't you just put your phone down on your in your console?
I guess I could do that. Not my AC.
What did you? I was thinking about the advice I gave you about engaging with Viking, because you know, what did you think about my statement that you have to come into compliance? You can't, you know, continue with not falling for the vicious circle of communicating with him.
I don't, if I can help it. The other day, there was that piece of 420 room, and there was a damn mega room, you know. So I'm sitting there laying down some facts, and Brad Viking he hates me so much. He's supposedly on our side, yet he goes against me and some different shit, like, man, but he wants me to be so wrong. It's lame, bro. Like, I don't understand it. Like, he cannot get off of me to where, attack me. It's just weird.
Yeah. I was shocked when he attacked me so hard when I was running for Congress. I was like, damn, I had no idea this guy like hated me.
Anybody that I think he wants to be a Democrat myself, dude.
Well,
Really, I think he's just kind of lonely, dude. I mean, because
yeah.
that's what I really do, because he really, the guys who simp, it's especially hard for like women or like the black race. Like he simps so hard for the black race. Like he was saying the other day, like this is the guy you guys gotta watch. I was in chillism. So this is the guy you guys need to watch. Like he is definitely part of KKK. Like he is the one who wants to put you guys in chains. I'm like, what the fuck are you even talking about, dude? Like I've never heard a guy who wants to be liked so hard. It's weird.
It is very weird. I agree.
You know what I'm saying? Like, and you know, the other day, the reason why he was bitching, fuck her, was responding to Patty. They said, you know, Patty's a beautiful woman, and I'm not gonna let you, you know, talk to her that. I wasn't even talking to her bad, otherwise I would have got removed. He's just a simp, bro. It's weird. I just said, you know, I said, bro, tell us you don't, or tell us you want to be liked so bad without telling us, man. Like, holy fuck, bro. I don't give a fuck about being liked that bad. I don't, because, you know, well, he's kind of a Democrat.
Well,
he doesn't like MAGA. He doesn't like the right. He's just weird, bro.
Have you ever seen the photo of his daughter?
Yes. That's why he's mad at me, because I didn't know if it was her exactly, but
Yeah. Who knows, right? Who knows if that's his daughter?
Yeah, I don't really know if it is.
But
the reason why I think it is because she's got that big fucking nose like Brad.
Well, there's a lot of people on this app that use their daughter in their conversation here all the time, and he at least does not do that. So, you know, I guess that's better than some other people on this app who are scumbags and sit there and talk about their daughter's dating habits.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to talk about, you know, my family at all, even if I can help it. That's not what I like to do. I try to keep, you know, myself as not a human on here. I'll act like a human, but I don't need to have my real name. I don't need to have my picture. Like, we can have conversation. I don't need to bring my family, you know, into this shit. It's, you know, there's a lot of degeneracy on this app anyway. And I've learned that if you be too transparent,
it's kind of like, come at me, because anything you sling at me is just like defamation of yourself, you know? So,
yeah. That's cool. I have privacy. I like to keep my life private and stuff, you know, because I do it to protect my family.
Well, do you have like, you know, personal, do you have any personal, are you deformed? Do you have a cleft palate?
No, have you never seen my picture?
No.
I'm not going to show people to see my picture. No, I don't know. I won't do it.
I thought you had Down syndrome or something.
Shut up, dude. Hold on here. I got to call you back. I'll be right back.
All right. Hello. Captain Picard, this is Q. What do you want to do today, Captain Picard? Q, I'm not in the mood. That was my...
That's very good.
Thanks.
You're recording the room.
Dead on bump. Rabboni Shalom.
Are you streaming the room?
No.
Just curious.
No. I'm streaming downstairs in the other part of my house. I'm streaming Politically Incorrect, I think.
Always streaming.
I just had a room with someone who likes to make death threats on this app, and I asked him if he has Down syndrome or cleft palate, and he thought that was funny.
Boy, where do you get the chutzpah to make jokes like this?
Rabbi, you were making some funny jokes earlier with Monica and the ladies in the room. You're pretty funny, bro. You are funny.
Why? What made you laugh?
You were like, "What's up with these feminists like mansplaining to us," or something like that. Because, anyways, it was just a funny room. Stupid Monica's like,
everybody's sitting there getting cooked for no reason.
yeah.
Forget what it was. It was on earlier.
So Zabu, if you were far out in outer space and your warp drive shut down and data was also malfunctioning, did the Enterprise have an AI system that you know about based on the television show? Trivia question number 1.
I'm not a trivia person, and I'm gonna go with yes.
No, I think when they would say, when the Scottish guy would say, "Computer, beam up Captain Picard from the surface of the planet." No, computer!
Great.
So they say that online Star Trek conventions are actually just like organizations for sexual activities. And I gotta say that
100%.
most people involved in religious organizations are also involved in sexual regulation societies or sexual organization societies. That's
What are sexual regulation societies?
like Islam. You know, how you can sell your daughter when she's 6 or 5 or 2 to like the highest bidder in the neighborhood.
I see what you mean.
Yeah.
Right.
Basically, making children for financial gain. You know, it's basically cloning, but in the village. It's village cloning. Yeah. If you wanted to make a clone.
Would it surprise you to know that I'm Muslim?
No, I know you're Muslim.
Okay, cool.
I'm just making it as an example. I'm not really trying to be facetious, but in a way, it just happened to come out that way.
No, what if some people portray themselves as worshiping one religion, and then on the other hand, they're sacrificing their children to Moloch?
Paradoxes.
The human condition.
Imagine being a Catholic abortionist doctor working at an OBGYN, and you've performed 55,000 abortions.
Love it.
And you're going
You know the social gospel was like that?
What's the social gospel?
You don't know what the social gospel is? Oh my god. You know the Commonwealth Federation? CCF?
She's a Marxist.
You don't know the name Walter Rosenbush?
No, but I like the name Rosenbush. It's a good one.
Yeah, fucking beautiful, right? But you know Martin Luther King Jr., right?
Yeah, he was a Freemason.
Yeah. But anyways, he was also a Baptist minister. And you know his speech, "I Have a Dream," directly references prayers of social awakening written by another Baptist minister referred to as Walter Rosenbush, who's known for his work in Hell's Kitchen to articulate kingdom of heaven on earth mission by addressing child labor, immigration, women's rights, things like that in like the early 1900s, I guess.
Are all those topics interconnected? Because when I hear child labor, I'm like, okay, we can stop right there. We don't need to get to immigration or women's rights. We could just totally go with child labor and say, okay, this is crazy. You can't have, a cobalt mine with 30,000 young African Americans digging out cobalt. And that goes on in Brazil too. Have you seen the mass pits that people still live in?
Yeah.
I mean, that to me is like, remarkable because.
And we're doing it a thousand times faster.
Yeah, we're doing it. Yeah, we're doing industrial strip mining of the planet.
Yeah, it's insane.
But that's not what concerns me. Is I actually think the technology is okay to do that, but I don't like the fact that
the child labor is bad.
Yeah, the human pits like.
So the social gospel was like a way to kind of apply, like take Christian principles and turn them into application. And how do we actually address these issues? Because child labor is like a big deal in the States, right? You had like kids who were like chimney cleaners and having employment and having wages is one thing, but using your kids is a different.
Not necessarily. What I'm getting at is that the amount of debt that we have as a society and the Federal Reserve and basically that how our Congress and our Treasury are technically separated, even though we
but you have a lot
think
of
it's one government.
Too, right? Being used as labor.
Well, look at it this way. If we were to put a referendum on the ballot and Americans had the choice to essentially shut down the Federal Reserve and go back to a gold standard and declare bankruptcy, what do you think the population would say? Yes or no?
Yeah, but we're jumping around too much. I was just trying to describe this like historical moment where this figure was. And what I'm trying to articulate is that the social gospel was a pan-Christian movement, so it didn't matter if you were Catholic or Protestant. What the focus was on the idea was accomplishing the kingdom of heaven on earth. So you had Catholics and Protestants working together on this like Christian social mission. So you had soup kitchens and public parks and voting the use of bikes. All of this was like the Christian, what is referred to as the social gospel movement.
But how does
access to healthcare?
But how does technology play a role in that movement? Meaning, like, the progress of man and our living conditions and our standards are integrated with technology. But what I'm trying to get at is the economics of the situation is actually not set up for the utopia. It's opposite. We are.
I'm not promoting it. I was just describing it to you. Because you were talking about Catholics who were doing what?
Abortions.
Like, abortion clinic. Yeah, and I was like, oh, well, that actually has a lot of, like, history. It's not weird if you look at the history of the social gospel to see the Catholics doing that.
See, Rosenbush is like a Kabbalistic reference to the tree of life and to the truth of roses, because it said that God created Eden so that Adam and Eve could tend the rose bushes in the moonlight. And so there's just like, that type of. Yeah. You know what's crazy is there's these rose bushes all around the area by my house, and this woman accused me of cutting down all the rose bushes. And she put. No way. No way. No, I wouldn't do that. I know what I think it was. I think.
What you would do is you would get little kids to cut them for you, and then you would sell them, and you would say that you're like feeding them.
And you'd also say that they took the long so that you can't pay them.
Exactly. That's what you would do.
No, but I have employed, young adults to be sales agents in certain situations. And, it's amazing the motivation of a young salesperson if you have an in-demand product. But what I'm trying to say is that at the end of the day, the greatest device on the Enterprise was the replicator and the hologram. Because see, if we all of this utopia philosophy and like enlightenment or mysticism or religions and what's the best model, ultimately the replicator solves every model's problem, which is lack of abundance. and the fact that you can, basically create anything that you possibly could want immediately, atomically. So
Do you think that should be our desire as humans?
that would be the greatest invention, and essentially give us eternal life, because then we could just, create.
Is that what you want, eternal life?
No, it would give us utopia and eternal life. I'm not saying I would want it, but it could be an option where you could say, okay, you know what? I've lived for 800 years and it's been great, but I have finally decided to now end this existence. Farewell. You would have the choice. Because now we have these euthanasia centers where people are choosing death, like in Europe, where you can go in the helium pods. So I'm just saying that it would be a lot better if you could choose life instead of death. Hello? Because technology could get us there. We're talking about 3D printing and atomic printing in replicators on the Enterprise.
Really? Because I'm sitting next to my best friend that does 3D printing. No shit.
Yep. Ask your best friend to 3D print you a 3-foot African American dingus dildo.
Shut up.
I can do it TPU.
You said I can do it TPU.
Send it to Zabu FedEx.
No, I don't need it.
No, I don't either. I've been baptized.
Kitty, Zabu says that she runs a lot and she's got a great ass. Are you jogging enough, Kitty, to keep that ass competitive in the
I'm
marketplace?
not lesbian too. She is very sexy. Green, I'm not jogging, but I can start working out.
Yeah, I think jogging is important for a great tuchus, but squats. If you go to the gym, you see all these girls doing squats all the time, leg
If
press,
you're a
leg
runner
press.
and you don't squat, you're fucked.
Oh no, I squatted out, lady. I've been doing some squats. I learned that
squats are
too.
important if you're running.
Alright, what's your max squat?
Listen to you, Rabbi. Well, listen, I want to know why universe here just decides to randomly use Yiddish.
Hello?
Because he has the chutzpah to do it.
That's fun. And then he said, "Focus, focus." Well, my dad used Yiddish my entire childhood.
Hello? Hi, I'm talking to you now on a phone that I bought that is a USB red phone. If you've never used one of these phones, it's pretty cool. I'm wondering how the audio is right now. Hello? This is a. Have you seen these phones? Let me take a selfie with them. But it's cool. It's just like a photo op. Hello? Ooh, Sigourney Weaver? I think she was actually an alien. I don't think that woman's a real human. Her teeth go forward like a beaver. Testing audio. Testing audio. How do I sound? How do I sound? Can you hear me? But what about the PTR? What do you think about the prop? Because it's a USB phone. Look at this. It's a USB phone. We're gonna brand these with Clubhouse, and we're gonna sell like 200 of them to the 3,000 people that use Clubhouse. Why is my skin so nice? Yeah, I go to Sephora like every week, and I spend a lot of money on makeup. I go to the Sephora attached to Kohl's. I put concealer on. Before I come on Clubhouse, I always put concealer and eyeliner on. In Star Trek, you could actually get it at the bar from Whoopi Goldberg. Hello? It is too. Okay, let's go to the MAGA Monday room in the President Trump house.
Me. So the thing is, when you come in nice, when you're nice to me, part of my brain is like, man, she's right about to get me because in the past she's attacked me. But I just want to make sure moving forward we're on a good footing, and I'm not gonna keep.
Okay, we do not care. You're talking too much anyway. So, are you black? So, can you give me a reason why you like Donald Trump? Give me a good reason. Give me a good reason.
I want to answer this woman's question because she's asking me a sincere, honest question. I voted for Donald Trump for basically three reasons. One, I wanted the border to be under control. Okay, one. Two, I wanted the economy to improve, which is right now I understand is to be determined. And three, I appreciated his unorthodox approach. I thought the fact that he was going to run this country like a business and not like a politician so much, I thought that would accrue to the country's benefit. So I didn't vote for him based on my race. I voted for him based on what I think he could do well for the country.
So is that what's happening currently?
Yeah, I think right now we're at a point where you can't really make a determination because it's in progress. So let me ask you a question. When you are making progress in your life, sometimes you got to take 10 steps back to take 15 steps forward. So at this point, it's incomplete. The grade I would give him is complete. I think you can give him his first real grade at the midterms. And we haven't gotten there yet. November is a few months away. I think at this point, you just got to stick with wait and see. I don't know. There are a lot of things up in the air.
Hey, let me tell you why I voted for this nigga, man. Because I actually went out there and voted for the first time for this nigga. One, because
Oh, Beyonce.
Need somebody that's standing up to the people that have been a problem and been hiding. Donald Trump knows who they are, and he's standing up for us. But, you know, people with crystallized intelligence can't see shit because they're lost sheep. But, you know, people with fluid intelligence.
And you truly, you believe
right?
that.
So I'm noticing what it is, right? People in this clubhouse, their favorite thing to say is, you're not educated. Well, and I used to say, no, I have common sense. No, I have uncommon sense. Because we have fluid intelligence, right? You can't learn fluid intelligence. You do it because you're born with a special brain that can see special things, right? People that are educated, somebody told you that this is how you pronounce the word, you remembered it. Good job. You guys have crystallized intelligence. You guys can't see beyond what is on a piece of paper. You know, you guys can't see beyond shit. You guys can't solve puzzles. You guys can't think abstract. You guys can read, but you guys can't think. That's your problem. Now I know what
what the difference is between people like me that actually see what's going on in this Trump shit because I have fluid intelligence. So when I see certain things, I can notice it for what they are and I can connect dots. These crystallized people, these educated people, they can't connect dots and they cannot think for themselves.
That's your point, brother. I agree with that. I hope you understand what he's saying. Yeah, you understand what he's saying?
I don't think she does.
No, and I don't because like I'm just saying like I don't know. Can you stop? Like I'm talking anyways. I really don't understand why y'all vote for Donald Trump.
We just told you.
And it doesn't make speaking in circles. I'm not.
What was it about what I said or he said?
He said I spoke in circles, bro. That's what I'm
talking about. You don't understand because you missed what I said. That's what I was speaking. Because here's the problem, bro. As the problem that you're introducing new concepts to her on top of answering her question.
Are you calling me dumb?
No, because the regular average person.
Excuse me.
Hold on, let me finish my statement, please.
No, because y'all just cut me off 30,000 times.
I want to get clear with you. What is it about that I said that you don't understand why I voted for Trump?
Nothing.
Okay, what did I say that confused you?
I wasn't listening.
Alright, so let me repeat it. Because
No.
excuse me.
I do not care. I don't care. I do not care.
If you don't care, why would you ask me why?
I was not even. I was talking to the other boy. First of all, I was not talking to you.
You said you're black. Why did you?
Okay. Yes. Okay.
So you asked me a question, but you don't care. So make up your
mind. I don't care about what you're saying anymore.
So then why are you asking questions?
I was not talking to you. I was talking to
who are you talking to?
The other person.
What? You don't understand what he said?
Because
why are you still talking to me?
I'm trying to get this clear.
Okay, I don't care.
I got it.
You can leave.
I don't care. Like you're a punk. You keep talking about this.
Look at how you do your makeup.
That's not even makeup. Okay, you don't even know what you're talking about. You literally voted for Donald Trump. I'm not listening to somebody that voted for Donald Trump. Okay, I don't care. Shut up, sir.
Let me give her a simple way, so you can tell her what you heard on the.
Okay, you gotta meet the stage. Hold on. Let Kaz take her on here a little bit. Hold on. Kaz, go ahead and answer. Oh, real quick, Mark, were you saying something real quick?
Yeah, if you can bring up Bisa so you can hear what you heard on the so you can hear what you heard on the replays.
Yeah, I invited her up, so I wanted to get her a rundown when I play. But go ahead, Kaz. Yeah.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying, right? The whole point was, of course, you think I'm speaking in circles. Some people understood what I said, but the big thing was you didn't understand what I said because your brain has a hard time seeing what's in front of it sometimes. And this is not a knock to you, but this is just most people, right? I'm not most people. So when I see something that when I see something where the full story isn't there, I can start grasping pieces of the story and formulating the full story, right? For example, right? Let me give you the simplest example, right? Are you here, Nick? You hear me? Yeah. For example,
yes, but can you summarize it? Because when you speak in like one long sentence,
right? But
it's really
you watch a lot of TikTok, probably. I get it, but listen, imagine there's a man, right, that you think is a good man, right, and he gives you lemonade, but he pees in your lemonade, and you don't know that, and I see that he's peeing in your lemonade. Right, and let's say this is true. Like, let's say this is true, right? He's actually peeing in your lemonade, but you don't know this shit, and I know this shit, and I tell you this shit. I say, yeah, you know he's peeing in your lemonade. You're like, no, Cass, no, he's not. You're stupid. You're stupid. Cool. I'm like, yeah, he's peeing in your lemonade. I'm trying to help you. You're like, nah, you're dumb. Okay, I'm like, cool. Then another lemonade stand opens up, rivaling the person that's peeing in your lemonade. And this person says, yeah, that other guy's peeing in people's lemonade. And then the guy that you get your lemonade from is telling you, yeah, that guy's evil. He's doing all these bad things, right? And you believe the person that's been pissing in your lemonade because you can't realize because you never saw him pissing in your lemonade himself, so you believe him. And all that I'm doing is telling you he's pissing in your lemonade, but because you never saw him do it, you don't believe me. You're drinking piss your whole fucking life. And the new lemonade stand even trying to tell you too, and you still don't fucking listen. That's the
I'm gonna ask. We're gonna start the next room, so Matt wanted to talk to Misa real quick.
Oh yeah, hey Misa, how are you this evening? I don't know if she's listening.
Oh, she listened. She probably gonna be.
She gave me a rolling eye.
Yeah, so I re-listened to the whole 6 hours of the Friday MAGA roundtable, and you did a great job, by the way. Everybody did really good. I think there were some people on our side that were a little bit out of control, but that's not unusual. But for the most part, they did pretty good. But and TC definitely said the B word to her. I don't know if you had a chance to listen to the replay on that. So I just wanted to confirm that with you on that. But he definitely went ahead and did that. He definitely said that. And then, of course, that spiraled into the third thing between you and Haitian, which I don't know if you know, but I'm actually going to defense of Haitian on this one. He didn't.
Who didn't?
Wait, say again?
Everybody went to visit Haitian, but you guys don't know, so you guys do not know Haitian. We have a different relationship. You guys have your relationship, but we have a closer relationship. So I know when he's nudging me, and you don't know that. So we've already talked about it, and because I know him differently. I'll just put it that way. And I know when he's talking to me, and I know when he's trying to tag me, and whatever, but he picked the wrong night to do it, because I was already not feeling well. So yes, we've already talked. I love Haitian a lot, and he loves me, and we good.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I was just gonna. I didn't know if you listened to it again.
I listened to it many times, and I knew you guys would come for me. But I know him differently than you guys do. So
I was just confirming. I don't think he went after you. I don't know. That's where I was gonna go with that. But
y'all don't know. You just don't know. It's like a husband and wife, and you don't know when they're playing and when they're not playing. I know my husband from Haiti, and I know when he's coming after me and when he's not. So we already smoothed it out, and we're good. We're still in love. Thank you for caring.
Your husband's Haitian?
Pardon me?
Your husband's Haitian?
No, we're talking about Haitian in the room. In my room, Haitian.
Oh, wow.
Married? Come on now. We know Misa not married.
I'm not married to Haitian. You don't know what I am.
Misa, I know you ain't married as much as you be on this app. Come on now. Tell the truth.
I'm at work, so what do you want me to do? I'm at work. I'm not in the bed. I'm at work. You want me to send you a live of me at work? Everything I gotta prove to you.
I want you to send me a live of you and your husband. That's what I want you to prove.
Now wait a minute, you've gone a little bit too far. You know how they like to dox me on this app. I am like a
you already put all the information out there. You put your name out there. You already put your information out there.
I'm not gonna put my husband. What is wrong with you? You losing your mind now. Oh Lord, Infinity, what do you care? Do you wanna get in line?
I do.
Man, Fanny, you trying to get me with this? Man, Fanny, what happened to the Christian man, Fanny?
Infinity is alive and well. The problem is that every time I try to.
You know how you You know how you.
The stage, she put me down.
I did not. I don't think people do it. I do not put any. Omar, would you tell your people? Do you tell your people?
I can tell you. She did not
I never.
put yourself in the goop and similar ways. And you know
put me in the goop.
Wait, can I just say the same? Wait, hold on, Tiandra. Let me tell the stage something they didn't know. Manfinity, y'all follow Manfinity because he acts totally different and politically correct when he's talking to them. Y'all want to see a whole different person? You're talking about kissing the fucking ring. He is actually sucking it off his finger.
Let me tell you what the problem is in that room. Let me tell you what the problem is.
He's not getting cash.
Excuse me. I'm going to say what I want to say.
We're not talking about. Just give me 1 second.
I've been free.
Just give me 1 second. Yes. Ed put in the chat that he was the one that dropped you. So you don't blame me?
Marnie even announced multiple times, I'm going to join people because he didn't want to listen to somebody responding.
I'm going back to the girl.
Fuck Marnie, man.
Yeah, if you can suck a goddamn dick, shut the fuck up while other people are talking.
Okay, it's okay.
Ben,
This goofy ass nigga, like, come on, bro. Like I said, that ball girl Marnie.
I'm a real nigga, bro. Real nigga.
The reason why I show respect to being in that space. The reason why.
Why are y'all arguing on Clubhouse as grown men?
The reason why I show respect and deference to being in that space is because his finger is always on the trigger. If you notice, he's always ready to say, I'm going to put you down. I'm going to put you down. So, to avoid being put down, and have a fruitful discussion.
Yeah, they put me down, like, right away. So, I mean,
You're notorious, my love.
Jesus.
I think Pepe that one night, what was that, like 4 or 5 nights ago? Maybe more than that. You're having a good conversation, and then you got pretty canned pretty quickly. I don't know.
it was what's his face? As soon as he comes in, it's green. What's his name?
Asian.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Haitian. As soon as I go in, like I'm greenlit for him. I know he's in block group.
On site, yeah, that's crazy. But other than that, you gotta come in on Fridays. Let's call difference of opinion. Let's call different opinions night. Yeah, Pepe, you gotta come in. They actually go on mute. Open up the room. Let's call it difference of opinion night.
When I was a preacher, what did I do different than I do now? I always was like this.
What'd you say, son? What'd you say?
You said I was different. You said, what happened to the Christian? I've always been a Christian. What's the difference? What am I doing now that's different than what I was doing before?
You sound a little bit more sexually charged lately. They're saying
sexually charged? Where you getting that from?
That's the things you're saying. Talking about
sexually charged
homosexuals and. Usually you don't get into all that other stuff. You usually just keep.
I return the energy. I try to keep things above board. But people are very, shall we say, they want the fight, and I give it to them. Unfortunately, I really need to do anything.
That's what I do.
Anything. Yeah,
man. I hear you. I mean, well, Pepe, see, that's the thing, though. Pepe, like, we know that's what you're going to get with. But I'm not used to manfinity going after people. Like, I'm starting to.
I don't go after. I never throw the first punch. That's still my bottom line rule.
I think you've like, I don't know, maybe you either refused to talk to me or you said something to me, I forget, in the past.
Oh, manfinity?
Yeah.
I'm saying, I mean, you're cool. I'm about to say, I never.
Yeah, I just call you. I never had a problem with Pepe.
Manfinity, he's right.
I'm back.
He's only throwing punches that he's being punched at. It's totally. It's true, I'm already. No.
I won't. But in the meantime, you just don't get it. You're not here to fight. I'm here to have a conversation. But when you go low, I'm taking it to the earth's crust. That's just how it goes.
Yeah. See, it's like, for me, I guess maybe, that's why people say, like, I don't really get into it with people. Like, I try not to.
Because it's not true, Omari. I've heard you go at it with Deborah. I've heard you go at it with Haitian. I heard you go at it with them in a very mean way because they went after you in the right.
Man, you a fucking bitch, nigga. I'm a bitch. Like, it's been a minute.
I'm not even in mine. I can move you.
You can't withstand that. You know who helped me? You know who helped me? Kendricks and Lisa. And they said, look, it ain't worth it. It ain't worth going out. It ain't worth arguing with people on an app. Because why would
but here's the problem, Omari. Why don't they ever tell those people to stop? Why don't they ever tell those people to stop, bro? I ain't gonna lie. Why don't they never? Omari, how come these people that are so high and mighty, that always want to correct you, how come they never turn to the people that say stop?
2022, Haitian. We've been.
Did you know what I just said?
Sorry about that. But man, Finna, we've been doing this since 2022. Like, we know already, like, some of the same people, like the hurricanes and the like.
Well, my question to you is, Omari, when they turn to you and they correct you for reacting to them, why don't they ever go to the troublemakers and tell them?
You always got a question. Just shut up. Thanks.
Omari, I like to answer that question. Why are you acting like that? Omari, I'd like you to answer that question because that's the $1 million question.
Because we're outnumbered 99 to 1.
No, Omari, we don't do you like that in that room. We do not. Omari is a lot in that room.
Why y'all did me like that now?
Oh,
listen. Marnie, here's the thing, right? This is the problem I have with your room.
What's the problem?
I go in there, right? And you have all these freaking stupid mods. And then when they insult me, nobody says a word. The minute I say something, Cass, be respectful. I hate it.
Okay, so listen, Cass, this is what I'll do. This is what I'm gonna do.
Cass, pipe down. Shut your lips.
I was gonna tell you. I was gonna mod you. I will mod. Never mind. No, you don't want to hear it. You don't want to hear it. I'm going on mute. I gotta start my room. Go ahead.
Y'all let me talk to me, sir. Here's what I'm saying, though. I follow you because obviously at some time I said, okay, I could follow her because she probably kept the peace in the room. Your moms, especially Marlene, right? When you was off, when you went on mute, I don't know what you went to go do. She was just.
I didn't hear niggas complain about a resident.
I just threw it down. Like, bro, don't mod your stages like that and get mad when niggas say shit to y'all. That's all I'm saying.
Don't cry about a nigga.
If you want to have chaos, then let it be chaos. Don't try to have peace when you're being chaotic. If you want to be peaceful, then be peaceful all the way through. Don't mix the two and say you can't be chaotic, but we can. Don't do that shit, bro. That's what I'm saying, bro.
Take that shit out with HR, nigga.
Pierre, shut your dick sucking ass up, bro. Your name is Pierre, nigga. Nobody fucks with you.
Nigga, yeah, I have a good name. You are over here complaining about some shit that you're not changing.
Okay,
so
Pierre.
So if you want to have a change, start your own fucking room and have your own rules in your own fucking room. But we don't have to hear you complain. We don't have to hear you complain for 15 fucking minutes.
You really don't have to complain. You can leave quietly.
Yeah, but why leave him alone? Guys, you're acting like a sensitive, light-skinned black person right now. Really whiny and bitchy.
Why you here then?
He's acting like a light-skinned nigga.
Exactly. Why you here then?
Light-skinned acting ass motherfucker. Take it up with HR. You are the nigga that got your ass beat and you ran to the teacher and was like, he did it. He took my candy. He whooped my ass.
Is here complaining.
Snitch ass motherfucker. You can't commit no crime with your bitch.
Who has authority here?
Shit, I was just gonna say real quick. I know we gonna open up. But the charges laid on Lisa. Lisa, you go ahead and answer.
Go ahead, Lisa. That's all I said, Lisa.
She's hardly ever over here, so let her speak. Go
No,
ahead.
I'm gonna come back. I kind of like it over here. I like hanging out. I don't go anywhere on the app, so I can hang out with you guys. But Cass, I mod a lot of people. Didn't I get hell, Omari, for modding Mike P?
Shit, you got help from modding me.
That's true.
I'm the most chill person.
And I get hell from modding Infinity, but you guys have to tone it down a little bit because they're very sensitive.
I appreciate your modding. The problem is you're modding people who are actively, aggressively insulting, like BWA. And then you act like it's like you're throwing the stone and then you hide your head. Even though you don't have power, you're putting the wrong people in power. People like Deborah who are insulting. Please let me finish. They don't want people. They won't respond.
Take it up with HR. Take it up with HR.
Yeah, shut your bitch ass up, nigga.
Man, you shut up. You've been talking the whole time ugly.
Listen, girl, I don't even like makeup.
I don't care. That's not even makeup. I just told you it ain't makeup. It's a filter. You irritated. You've been talking the whole time. Shut up.
I'm gonna finish talking to.
Let me finish.
Yes, you are.
Lisa, again, we appreciate being part of the problem is that we are outnumbered by people like DWA and Deborah who are aggressive and hostile when they want to. They're not always hostile. And I think the problem you're running into is that these are people who've been by your side for all these years and you feel loyal to them. The problem is they are aggressive and insulting to people that disagree with them. And instead of getting in their face because you love them and they hold you down, the room goes to shit on a consistent basis.
Sometimes you talk a lot about Infinity.
Stop having a TikTok brain. Listen to what I'm trying to say. It's important. Nisha needs in power who, like you, Omari, who are a little bit more even killed. But you put people in there who are fire starters, and then you act like you don't know how to fight.
But
you got arsonists.
You have to know that. Hold on real quick. Let me say this.
I was talking to me, though. I was talking to me.
Yeah, but man to man. Look, you gotta know going into that, when you in these spaces, you are outnumbered. So you have to get in where you fit and find opportunities.
She doesn't have to mob those individuals.
And they will be modded, and the shit you won't do about it. So just get over it.
Nisa is the one who can Nisa environment moving forward.
Her friends.
Let her decide, not you. Why can't you decide?
You're trying to get the people who are on your side in some of these spaces like they owe you something. They don't owe you shit. Nisa doesn't owe you anything. First don't owe you anything.
I'm trying to understand why.
You have to control your motherfucking self when you come to these spaces.
I just want to have an understanding from her. Like Kaz said, if she wants chaos, then let it be, but let her say
that. It's not chaos, man. It's control.
When you put people like BWA excuse me, Omari, when you put someone like BWA as a moderator, how are you not asking for chaos with BWA as a moderator?
I can go into this room any every day, and I have.
You're not answering me. You're talking past me, bro.
You shut up. There won't be no chaos. You keep yelling. Just shut up. You're insulting.
Then leave the room if you don't like it.
I don't care. I don't like you.
Then leave. Then leave.
You're a grown man. You're a grown. I'm not even grown.
What are you then? What are you?
Myself.
Then get off the app. Then get off the app.
You are a Donald Trump glazed. That's all you are. Get off your knees. It's ugly.
So it's very simple, bro. It's very simple. At our age, if we're in this room, for example, and Matt Cool's room, Beaver's rooms, like it's a different story, right? The shit pops off. Shit can pop off, right? You can do the minute for anything. And in those two rooms, you gotta have control. You gotta know where you at. You gotta have situational awareness. You think that because you got a couple of allies that they owe you anything? No, they don't have to. And I don't even have to protect you. I expect you to come and understand where you at, and get your shit off, or let you get your message off. But then don't go back and forth, and don't ask 18 questions, follow-up questions to keep the conversation going for another 30 minutes.
I hear you. Do you hear you didn't answer my question. You keep talking.
I answered your question 600 times.
My question is, if Lisa wants a chaotic environment, and then you're going to cut me off because you won't let me finish. If she wants a chaotic environment, let that be known, and then we won't keep holding her to a standard that she wants. She says in the room, I don't want this, I don't want that, I don't want you cutting people off, but then she puts people like BWA in charge. So my question is, why is there a discrepancy between what she wants to do and what she does? So my question is, why do you put people like that in power? Even if you put me in power, you keep shutting me down and throwing me out.
And this is why we are not prepared to go to war with Iran. Because niggas like
be quiet, please. Nigga, be quiet.
So people.
So that's the question I was trying to say. We need to go to answer the question.
Because we already talked about it, so I'm gonna answer on her behalf. One, these individuals that you said, have been doing a really good job at trying at being more controlled in regards to letting people speak. That has been, and I want to recognize them for doing it. The problem is, now that y'all getting a chance to speak, y'all don't know when to stop speaking at times. I'm just gonna keep it a billion %. And then when you say something, and someone disagrees, then it comes like another 30-40 minute conversation. And people want the mic to be passed around a little bit. And so if you can just say what you gotta say, ignore the ignore the comments. You can. I'm not saying you don't have to. You can say fuck you and then leave the room. You don't have to stick around for punishment. I'm not saying that. But you in other people's space. You're in other people's house. Everybody can make a house. Everybody can make a room. You can start your own shit and say fuck it. This is how we're gonna do it here on this side. And that's the way you handle things.
Amari, I completely agree. As being someone just like from the third party observing, like it doesn't take much, obviously, to get Manfinity going. So I'm assuming Haitian knows this, and Deborah and those folks, I would think they would be like knowing that it doesn't take much to get people going. And it is good they're working on self-control themselves, but I'm just saying I mean, it gets really personal, like really quick. I don't know if you're you're just so used to it. But if you actually listen to it, I mean, they attack our guys pretty good. Like when it gets going, it gets bad. Like I've heard.
Think about they've been saying this is fake dick pic about me.
When you're cutting him off, the top left is
how many times have you heard
cutting him
about this
off.
picture that's not even out there? How many times we got it?
Oh no, they come after you. I got it. Topics in the second.
HR ass nigga complaining, just complaining. Be quiet.
See, man, like what Pierre's doing, this is how you sound. Just so
Mari, you're just in a little bit.
Exactly. You don't like what I'm saying, so what? You better complain. Listen to him. You better complain.
All right, Pierre. We're just hashing out.
You're complaining too, Pierre.
The tight end. And like, so Manfredi is up against someone that, has said, like, I'll put a bullet in your head, It's like all kinds of crazy shit that goes on, We can't deny that a little bit. So Manfredi's going to do what he's got to do. And
he said he was going to fucking kill me last week.
Yeah, like 4 days ago, Pepe was, and I don't know what's going on.
But Amari will never turn to BWA and say you should stop. He's just going to tell us to stop. That's some bullshit. That's some bitch.
No, I said when you're in other people's house, there's two things you can do.
That's not his house.
You can act a fool.
It is not his house.
He's a mod. He's an admin.
Now, I'm a mod in there too. I'm a mod in there too.
Admin or a leader.
You got too many discrepancies. The problem is he's too aggressive and no one wants to work with him.
You're not the team. So
I don't have to be a part of the team. I don't want to be a part of that team with him on. So then, Lisa needs to tame her dog. Lisa needs to tame her dog. That's what needs to happen.
And what's going to happen is you're going to be treated as a dog every single time, and you have an option to either stick it out or leave. If you tired of getting kicked on while you're on the porch by your owner, you may want to leave.
Yeah, but you get kicked on too, and you just got frustrated and went after Deborah and BWA, right?
I haven't had a very frustrated since 2025.
No, in the last few months, they came at you, and you thought it was unfair, and you spoke up for yourself to the point.
But in a conversation, there's a difference.
No, it wasn't a conversation. You said some fuck shit to them. Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
Heard me curse at, now.
Yes, you did. You got so exasperated with them doing that to you. You did. And I have heard it. Don't tell me I haven't heard it. Now it's back you up when you did it.
It's been a super.
Now it's been a minute. Hold yourself up to your own standards. How about that?
And I have, because you know why? Because I've realized there's a way to this. And so I was doing it the Manfredi way. That shit was not fucking working. So guess what I had to do? I had to rethink. I had to change up how I'm moving. And if
or at least stop modding people like BWO. Why does she have to mod them?
That's not going to happen.
Why does she? No. Why is that not going to happen?
Are you so?
Why is that not going to happen?
Because that's a pipe dream.
Yeah. Why is it a pipe dream? I think Misha can be appealed to and make that decision. I think she
it's
can.
not going to happen. Like the other
okay, you can say it's not going to happen. I disagree with you.
It's not going to happen. So you can't convince you. You're not going to convince, no matter how nice you are, how well you can sing, how charming you are, you're not going to convince them otherwise. And I think you can convince these people to see it your way.
Not these people, just Misa. I need Misa to say that BWA should not happen. Neither should Deborah. Neither should these people who are on that.
It's not going to happen.
According to you.
And we gave you a chance to be mod, and you fucked up. You fucked it up.
No, I did not. I did not.
So get your shit together, figure it out. And
the problem is you keep looking at me. You won't look in the mirror that you guys are running about. You run a room that begs for chaos. You don't want to admit that.
You bring the chaos.
They do. No, we know, Omari. Be honest.
The only chaos is meant.
The room is open. We can talk about this on the other side.
And they go in there. Then you gotta be at BWA.
Friday was fine, but
BWA isn't no.
Wow. BWA is overly aggressive. No one wants to deal with that.
Shut up, Manfredi.
Why you keep doing that, girl? I ain't worried about
because I don't like you sound like you stink. Like I just think you should just leave.
I don't even want to say what I want to say because I don't want to be quiet.
Say it right.
No, not gonna knock me off my square.
Say it right. Haven't took a shower in 30 days. You're on a streak. Go shower. All you do is sit on Clubhouse all day and complain. That's all you do. Go take a shower. Go get a job, maybe
Thank you. Have a great day.
Father, forgive me. He forgave me.
I don't talk to little girls. Leave me alone. Thank you.
You just spoke to me.
All right. Thank you. Have a great day.
Exactly, dumb. You're
You want a
so
lollipop?
stupid.
You want a lollipop, little
You're
girl?
dumb.
Do you want a lollipop, little girl?
No.
All right. Leave me alone.
Do you want a lollipop?
Not the lollipop.
Man, sir, you a grown man and you sitting here complaining about a clubhouse room. Who does that? Do you have a job? Do you have a job? Do you have a job? Do you have? I told you 30 times it's not makeup. I literally told you it's a filter. Like you're in your head.
That's not a filter. That's some makeup. Looking at
Are you? How are you gonna tell me? How are you gonna tell me what it is? Do you wear makeup, little boy?
I'm looking at it. I'm looking at it. It's makeup. It's not a filter.
How are you telling me what's on my? Okay. Sorry. Are you married?
That is Brooklyn's little.
Or does nobody like you?
Beaver is correct.
Does nobody like you?
She sound like
Does
Brooklyn.
nobody like you?
All right, thank you.
Brokey?
She sound like a ghetto hood rat. Leave me alone.
Ghetto hood rat. Show me money. Since I live in the hood, show me money. Show me where you live.
What's the problem here?
Exactly.
I don't want to go back and forth with little. What's the big?
But you are. You quite literally are. You can't show me a bed. You have no money. You have no job. You have no wife. The only reality that you live is sitting on here and complaining about a clubhouse room. That's
You have
the only
zero
thing that
friends. And you talking about me.
I'm pretty sure I have more friends than
No,
you.
go to your profile. Look at your friends. Literally zero friends. And I have 4.3
You're literally proving my point.
friends.
You're proving my point. The only thing you care about is Clubhouse. I'm thinking you're talking about IRL friends. I thought we, went into real life. This is all you care about. This is all you care about.
I don't know what that means.
You think I care about having more friends?
What is IRL?
You think I care? You didn't say you was gonna go back and forth with me, but here you are.
No, I'm asking you, what does IRL stand for?
In real life?
Okay, now drop her to the goo. In real life.
No.
All right, let's move on. Now,
No, drop a pin right now. Since I'm a hood rat, drop a
what's
pin.
wrong with this girl right here?
Drop one. Drop one. Drop one.
What's wrong with
Drop one.
yeah.
Exactly. You should up here complaining. You a grown man complaining to another grown man about a clubhouse room. How you get treated? If you get treated so badly, leave the room. That's simple.
So why are you still here?
Nobody's treating me back. No, Max. I'm speaking because this bum. No, I hate Donald Trump, and I hate whoever voted for him. You voted for him, so I hate you.
Yeah, I hate you too. Why did you take the hate out your heart? Jesus said don't hate people. Yeah,
Okay.
hate out your heart. Don't care what
Bro,
you say.
Anthony, stop talking to me. Matter of fact, take the men out your name because you're not a man.
Isn't it bedtime story? Isn't it bedtime?
You're not.
Isn't it past your bedtime? Let me read you a bedtime story.
No, it's not. It's
Let me read you a bedtime story.
It's not. I don't have one.
Let me read you a bedtime story. Lay down.
I'm pretty sure if I have one, I'll be asleep.
Let your hair down. You can't let your hair down.
If I have one, I'll be asleep.
Oh, you in a wig.
Do you have a wife, or does nobody like you?
No, I'm broke.
Oh, okay. That's right. That's right. That's right. Okay. That's all it took. That's all I got.
That weave and that wig off your head, though.
I don't have on a wig right now. I've actually never worn a wig in my life.
You got pressed on the side.
I've actually never worn a wig in my life.
I'm looking at your head. Look at that baby hair you got pressed on the side of your forehead. You look crazy. Something wrong with you. Let your real hairline show. Because you ain't got no hairline. What's wrong with you?
Are you dumb? Are you
Come on, man. You ain't fooling nobody with that baby hair.
Sir, I really want to know what you look like.
You ain't fooling nobody with that baby hair.
I really want to, like, you're like the gum on the bottom of my shoe, like.
You ain't fooling nobody with that baby hair. You ain't got no itch.
I did.
The baby hair ain't
Do you have a wife? Do you have a wife?
But you lied.
I don't know it. I don't know. I'm literally on the app. And I'm speaking to you. I'm speaking to you.
Alright, let's stop sticking on
Here, you fucking bitch.
I
don't care. Arguing with me, and now another grown man gonna come argue with me after I told you how old I am. That's sad. That's sad. I don't care about no age. You see me on the app, and you're still talking.
I don't believe that's your age.
Why are you speaking to me?
Because I don't believe
You don't believe that's my. So what?
No, because you have to lie in order to be on the
because you lie about where your edges are, so you're gonna lie about
You
your edges.
just said I, so now I know
You
I
ain't got no edges, but you lied to the world about where your edges are. That's why you
Now I know I have edges. After you just said
if you lie about your edges, you're gonna lie about your age. I don't know what you're talking. I don't know where the truth starts. Lie because you're truth.
What?
You lie. You got edges. You lie.
I don't care. Who are y'all for me to tell the truth? I don't know y'all. Y'all don't know me, and I don't know this is.
Congressman knows about women and
me.
Exactly, like
me.
And makeup. Obviously you do because you're a
I ain't gonna lie, that's a little suspect, my boy. That's a little suspect. That's a little suspect, my boy.
I don't give a damn what you think. I'm looking at the picture and I'm drawing conclusions.
Like you or whoever made that is so thinned out. Like you know, I believe.
It's 13
It's
above
13.
mine.
Oh, okay. So now that you guys know she's 16, you should probably stop jumping.
We actually don't have 60. She could be lying.
Oh my God, you got this. You talking to me like
She's lying about her edges. She's lying about me.
Everybody that has spoken
See, the
the
thing is,
whole time I
you don't
was
know
in
what
this,
she's telling us.
you
We don't know
replied
where
to
the
me.
lie began
The
and what you
whole
are.
time I was in here, everybody that knows you had
She sounds like she's 16.
Mom, if she's lying about her edges and where her true hairline is, she could be lying about her age too. We just don't know what the truth is with this.
Oh my
You see
God.
how anybody can make things up on his Apple and get her
Why would
hair?
somebody like you're is that your man? Is that your boyfriend?
If you
Because
if
you've been
your
dating
baby,
him for one time.
if you place your baby on and she's hiding her where her real hairline is, she could be hiding where her real age is.
Talk to me like you say talking. You finna
I'm just trying to understand something. Why do you put all that in there?
make no money.
Can we see how bald-headed you is?
You show me $1,000.
I'd like to see how
Show me
bald-headed you is.
$1,000. You
Okay, can I show you how bald-headed
show me
you is?
$1,000.
Pull all that hair back. So I
Okay,
see how
you
bald-headed
can't.
you is.
So shut up.
Hey, you want to understand, woman?
Like what?
Hey, we don't know where your edges start. Where your lines begin.
Maybe on my head, like
Look at all them baby hairs you got picked
Alright, Sugar, do you want to say something? Sugar.
out of your forehead.
Don't mute me. Don't mute me if he's still talking.
I muted the whole thing.
Baby hair pasted to the side of your
Okay.
forehead.
Shut that man woman up.
Why are you pasting your baby hair to the side of your forehead like that?
Okay, Anthony, Sugar.
If you're a grown-ass man talking about a woman's edges in her hair, you're definitely got some sugar in your tank for sure.
Then I got sugar in my tank. What you gonna
That's
do about it?
rich coming from you, Pierre. Shut up, man.
Okay, Sugar, go ahead. Go ahead.
You wanna call me sugar in my tank? And what you want?
Anthony, hold up. Let Sugar go. She's trying to get in here. Go. Sugar.
Okay, first of all, that's her real hair. And second of all, she's a teenager, so y'all shouldn't be getting on her like that.
We don't know if she's a teenager. She's a liar. She lied about her edges. She's pasting her
I
baby
didn't lie about my edges. You clearly
If
see
you
the
lied
edges.
about where your hairline really begins, you could.
What are you talking about? Do you even have hair? Do you have hair at all?
Hold on. I'm
Do you
trying to
have
talk
hair?
to you.
I don't care who you're trying to talk to. You're talking about me.
You move
You're
right now.
talking about me.
I know, because I'm trying to go.
Because you're a weirdo.
But the thing is, she can place edges to the side of her forehead to cover up where her real hairline is. How you know she ain't lying about her age?
Infinity, I don't know any grown women that are going to say, well, I'm only 16, so come on.
No, she can say that to get your city and to get your protection. You can easily do that.
I don't know
Well, I don't have any children.
I'm only 17.
She could be 16, she could be 17, she could be 30. I don't know.
Hold on. I can say I'm
I'm the age that I told you I am. Who are you for me to lie to?
If you don't fix it, if you take
Who are you?
Can you show me your real edges and then I believe your age when you say it.
You
Show me where your real edges
You
are.
seen them.
being accountable.
I do what I want to do. I can do
right? Because you're old enough.
Defending him.
Okay, and y'all are older than me. Let's make that clear. So y'all are old enough to not be arguing with me.
I don't know if I'm older than you. Hey, man, Finley, if a 16-year-old was shooting a gun at you, would you kill him? Absolutely. Exactly. I would kill him.
What are you talking about? Like, you keep making these random scenarios. First you said Donald Trump was peeing in a cup. Like, what are you talking about? You keep making scenarios in your head. Like, shut up. Shut up. You was defending your daddy, your man, Donald Trump, in Manfinity. Both of them your boyfriends. All three. You see them. You see them. You see them.
No, I don't see it.
I didn't care.
Why you pasting all that hair to the side of your forehead? Like,
You see my edges and you want them.
all that hair to
You want them. That's the real reason. Literally, like, y'all, I just told you how old I am.
Alright, let's get off this. Yeah, man, just leave her alone, man, Fanny, because...
Dad, shut up. Sit back.
Alright, I'm not old enough to be your dad. You know, I would ground her.
Well, you don't
I don't think none of y'all can grab me.
We don't know how old. Where are your parents?
Oh, and then you got Manfinity, the punk in the top. Yeah.
The punk in the top. Okay. Be quiet.
Yeah, you should have been shut up when I told you.
Be quiet, woman.
No.
Look, this ain't a moderator. I would have told you.
No, I don't care what you would have did. You didn't do it. So shut up and sit back.
You see what happens?
Shut up and sit back.
If I was a moderator,
shut up and sit back. I don't care how old I was when the act came out. Y'all still arguing with me? I asked them to leave you alone. Just stop talking.
How old were you when you lost your edge?
I'm gonna excuse me.
Leave her alone, please.
No, bring your white ass up here if you're bored. Yeah, don't talk to him.
If she won't stop talking, she gonna keep getting it.
You keep talking to me like literally shut up. I stop talking and here you go still.
You're gonna get the thing you
Please leave her alone.
You're gonna get the
Stop
thing that she
talking to
wants.
them. Oh my gosh.
And I'm sorry, I'm
He's a predator.
that's all it is. Like, you want my edges. That's why you keep talking about them.
You ain't got no edges.
I do. See, you keep talking about them because you want them. For real? Like, what?
What the fuck is going on with kids?
Yeah. Gary, you said the topic, Gary. Go ahead. You said it. You've been being out mic there for quite a bit.
The topic is why in the fuck are all of these fucking scientists being snatched and killed?
Because they see your fucking big ass bald head. And so they killed themselves.
Hell yeah.
Right?
Pierre's such a goofy, bro. Let's talk about that.
So here goes another nigga riding my dick with no license.
Pierre,
That's why you're mad, because nobody wants to ride your dick, you bald-headed bitch.
You don't even say the word nigga in like real niggas, because they will beat the shit out you. They take your suit off and make you my homie.
Yeah, I highly doubt that you do anything in your real
I would
life.
do that to you, bro. People,
No, nigga, you don't understand when you are the joke. You don't understand when you are the joke.
You are squaring up.
You're saying my name, Beyonce. You can say my name more than any person on this channel.
Another follically challenged individual.
Your jaws are working overtime.
I don't want that smoke. This real nigga shit. I'll spank those cheeks, and it'll hurt.
Follically challenged individual.
My wife was spanking cheeks, little nigga.
Yeah, you're follically challenged. Go worry about how you get that. Pierre doesn't even speak like that in real life. His hairline is completely
Lord have mercy. Weren't you just fighting with a 16-year-old? Weren't you just fighting with a teenager?
I don't know how old she is, and neither do you.
I just told you how old I am. Why are y'all
I
speaking?
don't believe you. I don't believe
You
you.
don't have to believe me. I don't care what you believe.
When I tell him that you're not 16, I believe it. And this man don't got no hairline. Look at his hairline.
You don't got no hair. You don't got no white. You don't got no black. You don't got no
on to his hair for dear
You
life.
don't have nothing.
Man's features.
He's holding on to his hairline for dear life.
I knew you would. I knew you would. Don't worry about her hair.
That's all you need for you to be wrong.
Here, just let it go. Let it go. The hair is gone.
No, you let it go. Because you just keep talking and talking and talking and talking, and I cannot wait for you to take it up with HR.
Nigga, take up your hairline with HR.
Nigga,
You sound gay. You sound gay. You hairline in the picture. Your hairline on the top of your head, man. When you sing that your hairline's on the top of your head, you know you're gay. You know you're gay, right? That's when you should get. Yeah, I'm gay. But you should give up on your hairline. Pierce never been in a fight. You want to call me gay? I don't care. You want to be gay? That's fine. Your hairline is in the fight, bro. Let that shit go.
I think Ellen beat him up. That's
How many fights have you been in? How many fights have you been in, Kaz?
He might have been
Oh,
beat up,
Ellen.
but he's definitely not been in a fight before. Pierre with no hair. How about this? Pierre got no hair. That's right.
Actually, that's it. It's gonna make him harder to hit. If you box, you just put Vaseline on your head and that shiny head, your gloves will keep on sliding off the top.
Casserole for you, Joe. We don't got no raisin casserole for you. What's your beef with me?
I don't like Rick.
Because I'm got no hair. Oh, where the fuck is Pierre? Don't got no hair. You're a goofy, bro. Stop. He's a goofy. See, and I don't even like to be like this. I'm trying to be above board, but y'all just so rude, man. Say my name, whenever I'm around you. Say, baby, I love you. Say my name. Say my name. All deep down in my soul. Destiny Child. All y'all is working overtime. 50-50. Sound like one of my bitches. Sound like one of my bitches. Yeah, you have none. Anyways, let's restore some order to this room, please. We know you don't got woman, Pierre. You probably
Are we kicking her, or like what's the poll right now? 50-50. It says on my end. I don't know.
If they leave her alone, she'll probably leave them alone.
Oh, interesting concept, Vaughn.
Yeah, she must not see what happened, but okay. Yeah, I like that.
I love
when easy and plain. Kaz brought the truth out. He said that she was attacking me. Every time I spoke, she had something to say. Rude.
Here you go again. Every time you spoke, weirdo.
My bad.
I'm not so Joe.
Yes, you are.
Shut up. Stay down there.
I'm white. I'm proud.
Not the white.
Of course you are.
Not the white.
Yes, you are. I don't care.
Don't be talking. Well, you need to be mindful to your elders or mindful of the
I don't
elders.
care how old she is.
Ew.
She could be 80. She shouldn't be talking to me.
But do you want us?
I don't care. What are y'all gonna do?
Okay, if your big mama, Aunt Jemima looking ass granny was out of the house, would you want us to cuss at her?
Hey,
You're not say, hey,
you're not.
come on
Talk
now.
about my granny. Pete. How do I say name? Is it Yay?
You don't know no better, man.
Yes.
Yo, yeah, just
I
calm
just
down.
them to leave you alone. Leave her alone, please. But you can't. If they
Yes,
talk
I know,
about
I
me
know.
or
You're gonna
to me,
respond
I'm
if they
gonna
speak
respond.
to you. But
Yay,
You
control
didn't
your
have to call Joe
emotions.
Whitey, right? That's what she. Okay.
Control your emotions.
Well, what are you then? And why are you talking to me?
I'm trying to help.
I'm trying to help your dumb ass.
Bitch. Girl, I wasn't even talking. I was talking to Cash. Why you getting smart?
Girl, I was not even talking. Because I didn't like what you said to Joe, and then you said that's because that's what she is.
Is she not right? She just said she's
Okay.
proud.
Girl, what does are you capable? No, you're only 16.
Okay, say what you can say.
No,
Let me talk
say
because I'm not emotional. I'm not about to go back. Yo, yeah, you have a problem. Everybody in the room. What's wrong? You don't
I do not care. Y'all are talking to me. Why is Joe talking to me? Why is Joe talking
in
to
the
me?
room.
Why is Joe
I'm
talking to me?
talking respectfully.
Because I feel like it.
Okay, so shut up, Whitey.
No,
Like I
don't
said,
bitch.
like what?
Don't bitch.
Stop.
Don't bitch. I did not expect it.
Yeah.
The hallway to see where else I could go.
She got Joe. I'm surprised Joe comes at her.
You don't even know what you want to say. Like shut up.
Yeah, you gotta be respectful to people.
It's a simple word.
You call me Kiki.
Okay. Good Lord.
You leave our white elder queens alone. Our white
I'm gonna do what I want. She shouldn't be talking to me. Nobody.
Oh, she's one of Bebe's kids. She's bad.
Ain't nobody a
I'm
bitch.
so scared. Oh, man.
I bet you are. You're gonna be. When I smack you,
Come on, bring it. Oh, my God. Bring it, little child.
why are you calling me ratchet? How am I being ratchet?
How do you smack an elder? That's so bad.
On the fact that she said something to me.
And that shit hurts because she has her natural hair. She doesn't have a wig that's gonna snatch off. That's fucked up.
Good thing I have mine too, so she can grab that too.
Look, yeah, you gotta.
You wanna be somebody, if you wanna go somewhere,
Can you
better
shut up?
wake up
Because you
and
can't.
find
I hope you
it.
didn't have a dream of being
If you
a
wanna be somebody, if you wanna go somewhere,
Everybody's so easily triggered now.
better wake up and
Kaz, shut up.
Yeah, just have some class. Learn how to be dominant.
I have class. Do not speak to me if I'm not speaking
Learn
to
how
you.
to be dominant with
Don't
class.
speak to Joe. Shouldn't be speaking to me. If she knows how old she is, then she shouldn't have been speaking to me.
Hey, you know what? If she's a brown spot, you can kiss her.
You're inside.
She said brown spot.
Oh, well, I said that, so I go.
you have to spot.
Well, I ain't gonna lie, what made you bitch a thigh?
That's what she is. Why is this old thought talking to me?
She's a troll, this girl right here. She got zero.
I don't care if she's a troll, a bum, I don't care what she is.
Maybe. No.
Me? How am I a troll?
Perhaps.
She not a troll.
Old people have bedtime, so why is she not asleep?
I'm not old. I could kick your ass.
You are kick it. Kick it, ma'am. Sir?
Where's your mom? She needs to take your phone.
You need to take your phone. Why?
She does.
Well, she's not.
She duty. How old's your mom, though? You duty.
Well, she's not. Pierre, shut up.
How old is your mom? I'm just curious.
It doesn't matter. Don't ask me.
Like 21
I don't
years
went through it unless you
I don't
work for
care.
it, man.
You don't care when I ground you, bitch.
What's the topic?
Oh,
Anything. What's the topic?
The topic is white women dating these young ass African niggas and stealing them.
Next.
The hell was that? Is that a real thing? I mean,
There's like these old,
There's
like these old, like 80-year-old like French grannies that will be there, and then like they get off at the airport in Africa, and here comes their little mandingo, who's probably like 25. So yeah, it's a real thing. It's really a real thing, though.
Yeah, it's Joe. We know.
Y'all need to chill,
Well, I don't need that shit.
Kaz, shut up. Like,
Nah, you can't get no black. Yo can't get no black.
Everybody need to chill. You need to
Alright.
chill, little girl.
I don't need a chill.
Yeah, make sure you follow the house.
Don't.
I'm telling you, just
No pink ticket.
learn.
Don't tell me nothing. Don't tell me nothing.
No, but alright.
And Nina, stop reacting X to me.
All jokes aside, I really am curious about these fucking missing scientists, though. I'm not gonna lie.
You your scientist, nigga. Go to Google, nigga.
What do you think?
Shut up, Kaz.
Nigga, what the fuck is Google? Tell me.
Because Pierre, if you don't know this already, I already know why they're going missing. You're slow.
No, nigga, I work in nuclear engineering. I work
I know where
in
you live,
nuclear
Kaz.
energy as well, and I ain't gonna lie, I'm kind of nervous.
Yeah, I know where you live.
Where?
New York.
No, I live in Maryland.
No, I can
Now
hear
you
your
know where I
voice.
live. I'm not from New York.
No.
That place is too much trash on the streets of Manhattan. I don't like it.
You don't think you're trash? You're the trash. You're the trash on the street. That's
I'm
what you
trying
are.
to help you. I'm not even coming at you like everybody else. It's big game, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm gonna change my race to white.
yeah, I'm supposed to send you to TikTok. What do you think about that?
What?
Look at the poll. 54 to 47% want you.
I really do not care, and I really was not paying
Hey,
attention
Joe, can I be your man? Joe?
I don't vote in that.
Not old enough to vote yet.
Who's talking to you? You're still on this topic. Nobody would vote Donald Trump if I was old enough to vote.
What?
Yeah.
Oh my God, Lord have mercy. You have to yell that shit though. I ain't gonna
I can yell whatever I want to yell.
Yeah, she wants the Section 8 and all the
Nobody
things.
has Section 8.
You're a single mama. You're about to be a single mama. We know
You're trying to call me a hood or broke. You show me $1,000 right now.
$1,000 is easy. Get picked by my wife. $1,000 is like that's not just money a man thinks.
Okay, so show me it.
$1,000.
Okay, then you're quiet. So just sit back and shut
How
up.
do you want me to show it to you?
Sit back and shut up. Don't.
Yo, Pierre, if you don't know why the scientists are going missing, this is why.
Kaz, you're gonna be wondering why you're going missing next if you don't shut up.
Yo, where's your parents at?
Don't worry about it.
Well, I think it's a Chinese. I ain't gonna lie. I think it's a Chinese. Like if you look at all of their backgrounds and if you look at everything that happened, all of their scenarios was weird.
This is why I don't like educated people.
So then why are the smartest of us going missing? Why are the smartest and the best and brightest of us going missing?
I would never go missing.
Yo, Pierre, you consider yourself an educated man, right? You educate people
I am.
anything.
Well, but I'm not like a fucking nuclear physicist, and I didn't go missing.
Because you know why? Because you can't think for yourself to understand why that scientists are going missing.
Alright, so then tell me why they're missing then, nigga.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Do you know that the scientists going missing is connected? The person that shot up that Donald Trump thing recently, right? Not the most recent one, the one in the White House with the dinner. You know that's connected to the scientists going missing in some way?
How? No, I did not think that the
shooter used to work at one of those science academies that one of the recent ones.
I just thought he was a math teacher.
Because
you're right, but that doesn't show connection.
No, I mean this nigga was just a math teacher.
No, he wasn't, dummy.
He never worked at fucking NASA. He never worked at the DOJ. He never did anything.
Did you know, right? Did you know that there's a Twitter account that posted his name in 2016, and that same Twitter account has a picture on their banner that is from the website of the scientists. And if you look at the picture of the banner, it's the same outline as the Donald Trump shooting years before it happened.
Yeah, so again, none of these scientists, none of these scientists were radical. All of these scientists got killed or went missing. This person that shot the White House correspondent that tried to, he was a radical. He was a radical. There's no correlation between
you're a level 1 NPC, but you're not. It's not a conversation.
Yo, Cass, the harsh reality is that you were just locked in the sauce. They psy up your brain so hard.
I'm not lost in those sauce, bro.
No, they psy out the shit out of you, bro. You think you smart by saying this?
There's absolutely no correlation
between the shit that I'm seeing, right?
Hold on, you acting like that picture. I know you're talking about that Cole Allen tweet in that picture. You acting like since you know that, you know it's and you really don't realize the whole thing is making crazy.
I know way much more, but you know, I don't have time to explain to you everything I know.
I don't want to hear you explain.
Okay, was that dude Cole Allen? Was his name tweeted on that account years before?
Yeah, because they psyoped you and you fell for it.
So you think somebody tweeted his name because years early, the date's on there, because they're gonna do a Donald Trump shooting?
Yeah, you have to be a level ahead of where you think you are. You're not at the top.
Think about this. So you think it's deeper than that? Somebody was planning this shooting. Like, how many years ago was that? So 2016, 10 years ago? So they psyoped me 10 years ago. You're fucking stupid, bro. Shut the fuck up, bro.
But you're the one believing that all that shit is true, right? Think about it, brother.
Okay, so you have scientists go missing. You have the UFO files about to come out. You like, it's a lot of shit you don't fucking know, bro.
You don't know me, bro. Don't tell me what I know and I don't know.
There are levels of knowledge, bro. So I can't really.
You're right.
I think the scientists go missing. I honestly think that it's a foreign country that is
I know everything. You two know, but y'all know everything I know. I know everything I know. Y'all know shit.
You haven't. I asked you a question. What do you think? I asked you a question. What do you think about the scientists going missing? And the first thing that you say is it's connected to the nigga shooting up the White House Correspondents' Dinner.
Do you know why those scientists are drunk?
I just got removed from Mises' room because I asked Crazy Michael a question. Michael just got he says, do you know about Joseph? Do you know about slavery? I rest my case. What kind of stupid shit? I don't understand these people. He said, everybody is racist. Everybody is racist. I said, well, tell me why you're racist, Michael. What do you know about Joseph? These people are psychotic. I don't know why I keep engaging with these people. Bro, I'm serious. And then I got kicked out the room.
My cousin just moved to Tulsa. She loves it there.
These people are crazy, man.
He loves it there. She literally says the people are the kindest people ever. Like, what the fuck? Guys, how are we gonna? We got to do our own thing. Man. Yo, we gotta start our own rules. Matt, you're invited to our rules.
Trump is a traitor.
He's just no. Like, I don't understand why y'all like him. Why do you love another grown man?
I literally had to shift and take my pride to the side and really have to accept the fact that black women were right about this. Because I voted for Trump, and I'm not gonna lie, that nigga is a traitor. He is a traitor to everyone that voted for him.
Nothing that he promised y'all, y'all not.
Traitor. He's a traitor.
Pierre made the accusation. Now he has to like defend it. What did he do that makes him a traitor? Go for it.
Okay, so the reason why that I voted for him was for making America great again. So taxing other countries, bringing manufacturing, bringing all of these things back to the U.S., making our economy great again. No new wars. He clearly said that 1,000 times. No new wars. And so now, a few months later, the gas is off the roof. We're in fucking war with Iran. You didn't end the war in Ukraine. I mean, what the fuck did he accomplish that he said he was gonna do?
He shut the border down.
The fuck he did, nigga? What the fuck? No, he didn't. How the fuck?
I don't have a conversation.
This nigga said no new wars. This nigga snatched up a president.
Let's talk about the border for a second.
Maduro to the line, but what's the point of snatching up Maduro?
Trump is snatching him up because he was the mastermind behind the narco terrorism that was happening. He was funneling drugs
Do
into this
you have
country.
any proof of that?
No.
After he snatched them up, the only thing that he did was seal an oil deal. I mean, think about it. Think about this. We said that Iran was fucking enriching uranium up to 80%. So we went there to fuck with Iran because of a nuclear weapon catastrophe. And now all we're talking about is the Strait of Hormuz. Now what the fuck is valuable in the Strait of Hormuz? It's oil. That's motherfucking. And then if you look at Barron Trump, if you look at Barron Trump's stock portfolio, he fucking wins every time we do some dumb shit.
You're jumping from one thing to another.
No, bro.
I'd like to keep you focused on one topic. You asked me, stop for a second.
Trump is a traitor.
Here, 1 second. You said, what has Trump done? I gave you one thing. He shut the border down. We no longer have illegal immigration to the degree that it was happening. Can you agree with me? Excuse me. Can you agree with me that he's improved the situation at the border?
No.
Alright, so where is he failed at the border?
Motherfuckers still come to America illegally every day.
No, that's not what I asked you. Here. People do come and they overstay their visas. I'm talking about across our southern border. Okay, according to the statistics that have been released by the federal government, there has not been one illegal immigrant who's entered this country along the southern border in a number of months. How do you think that was accomplished if it were not for the
Wait. If that is true, then I can
I'd like to finish the question first.
Oh my God, you asked the question and I responded.
No, you cut me off. I didn't finish the question.
Oh my God, you cut me off.
I'd like to finish the question and then you can go. It's one person at a time. You can't talk over me. To the questions. How do you think things have improved to that degree at the border if it were not for the efforts of this administration?
So like I said, if what they produce to you, if that is in fact true, then they're doing a great job. I can agree with you there.
There we go. Finally. There we go. So we have one issue. Okay. Let me just make a subsequent point. Here, many Americans are single-issue voters on the border. So the people that voted for him because they wanted him to fix the border, those are satisfied voters today. Now, in addition to that, he's done other things.
And you ask me, what else has he done? Just because there's chaos right now in Iran, you think that all of his accomplishments as president has gone away? They haven't.
Yeah, so like I said, no more new wars, and we're clearly in two different wars. Then bringing manufacturing back to the U.S. Somewhat. It kind of came back a little bit, but not in the way that he said it would.
What are you talking about? It's a multi-year plan. You know what multi-year means?
Alright, tell me one new manufacturing company that started in the U.S. within the last 6 months.
Have you ever even tried to look them up?
Yeah, nigga,
I have, because if you did, you would have found the answer.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
You just want to be so right that you're always.
I don't have to want to be right. Right is already right. I'm just.
Okay, so I'm asking you. So you tell me, since you have a adversarial approach to my statement, then where are your statistics and where is your proof?
The proof is it happened. Look it up and you'll find your answer. The fuck are you talking about, bro? Were you asking me for proof that something? I'm an independent variable in this, right? Just because I tell you what happened doesn't change the fact that it did or didn't happen. It already happened. I'm just narrating it, right? Somebody else can narrate you. It's out there.
Donald Trump is definitely a traitor to his base for sure. Yeah, like I can agree with you on the border, but like the no new wars, bringing manufacturing back, like he didn't do all the shit that he said he's
gonna do. The no new wars part. Here's the thing: just because he said he wasn't gonna start new wars. However, that doesn't mean if you're confronted. Excuse me. Let me finish my statement. Excuse me. Let me finish my statement. I gotta hear you talk. No, I'd like to hear you speak, but we can't talk at the same time. I'm happy to hear you talk, but we can't talk at the same time. I'm happy to hear you speak, but let me just get it out, and then you can respond. You're saying that no new wars doesn't mean that if he's confronted with information that reveal a threat, that he can't respond to it. Just because he made a campaign promise that I'm not going to start no new wars, he would argue that he didn't start a new war. This is he's not a can kicker. He's a problem solver. And the previous administration kicked the Iran can down the street, and he finally picked it up and he's trying to solve it. So you give him credit and let things play out before you judge him on it. It's not over yet. He's in the middle of a process.
Yeah, literally the director of fucking counterterrorism that came out 2 weeks ago and literally said there was no intelligence, there was no information that Iran was enriching uranium to that degree. Listen, so if you look at oh my god, am I not allowed to speak without you interrupting? See, you want it to be one way. And see, look at what you're doing. Look at what you're doing. Look at what you're doing.
I wasn't the one who
interrupted. You can't even control yourself. Look at what you're doing. You cannot control yourself. Look at what you're doing. Look at what you're doing. Look at what you're doing. Okay, you can talk. You can talk because you want to be one way. So I'll allow you to speak.
Yeah, cool. You're just choosing who you want to believe. You just say, oh, this person said, da-da-da-da. Bro, this person, nothing, bro. Trump did what he had to do. Simple as that, bro. You want to believe who you want to believe. Donald Trump said something, and this other person said something. So you just say, well, because I don't like Trump.
So the director of counterterrorism, we're just gonna say he's a liar.
I'm not gonna say he's a liar, but he has his own opinion because there's 75 retired.
Yeah, so like I was trying to finish my statement. So he said that there was no fucking proof that Iran did anything, right? And if you look at the agreement that we did that Obama did with them and other agreements before, Iran has always kept their promise. They have not done anything. They are not even capable of getting a nuclear bomb. But hold on. On top of that, okay, Charlie Kirk gets killed. Now, it's similar to fucking Martin Luther King. What was Charlie Kirk talking about before he got killed? We should not go to war with Iran. We should not go to war with Iran. We should stop fucking with Israel. We should stop fucking with Israel. Boom. He gets killed. The literal director of fucking counterterrorism quits his job because he was told to stop investigating the Charlie Kirk assassination. Get the fuck out of here with whatever the fuck y'all talking about.
All right. So you made your point, but what I'm saying is you're telling some truths, but they're half truths. The problem is that you don't take into account the other side of the story. You're taking the common narrative and you're believing it as gospel, and that's why it's almost a waste of time to try to reason with you because your mind is made up. You don't have an open mind, and you won't resign to the idea that maybe you just don't know what's actually happening. Because I can tell you that I don't know. The fact of the matter is that it was a controversial decision to go into Iran. You were never going to get 100% agreement within the military leadership to agree with it. It was always going to be controversial. Okay? There were 75 retired admirals and generals who signed their names to a statement that were in favor of this military action. But you pick out this one guy, and you pick out this other person and these other people, and you think that you're making a point. The fact of the matter is, it was controversial. There was a group of people that agree with it and a group of people that disagree with it. And at this point, it's too soon to say it was the right or the wrong thing to do. We have to let time play out. And we'll find out more as time goes on. I will end by saying this. I will end by saying this. I will end by saying this. I would urge you to have a wait and see attitude and not a I know it all attitude. Thank you.
Yeah, so it was faulty intelligence from Israel. Literally, again, America is waking up. Why in the fuck are we fighting Israel's wars?
Do you think you know everything that's going on here?
I'm answering your question.
Yeah.
I do think I'm well suited in geopolitics. Yeah, absolutely.
So let me ask you this. You think Donald Trump's whole war plan and every reason why to all the details, you think you know the intricacies on it?
I wouldn't say that. Hold on. I'm answering your question. You asked me a question and I'm responding. I would not say that I'm an expert at the intricacies, but we went to war with them because of a nuclear threat, and now all we're talking about is oil.
Okay, so let me ask you this, right? You just said you don't know all the intricacies. So do you think that when America goes to war, that we, the citizens, we always know all the real reasons behind what's going on and all the layers that's going on to why people do things?
Absolutely not. I mean, we go on a 20-year war because of weapons of mass destruction that were not there.
I'm just using regular logic right here. So if you can agree on that, why don't you give Donald Trump the benefit of the doubt and say, maybe there's more to it than meets the eye and you just gotta shut the fuck up and be a good
citizen? Where is the more that meets the eye?
Well, brother, right?
No, ain't no brother shit. No, nigga. No, expound on your point. You only get sucking dick. You have no validity. You have no validity to your statement. Like, that's what I'm saying. I can't have a conversation because y'all are allowed to just say whatever the fuck y'all feel out y'all mouths and have no statements to back up anything.
I never stopped talking. You just blew up after I said, brother, I understand these things. Like, I understand these things very well. But your brain doesn't even, your brain's not even open to the possibility of the things I might tell you. You would think, that's absurd.
Right, so disrespect.
No.
Disrespecting my mental capacity. Is that get your point across? Because you just said a lot of nothing. You had nothing but.
You're very emotional. You're yelling in the microphone. This is what tells me that you're unstable. But listen, let me ask you this, Pierre. Are you aware that there's a deep state within our government?
Yeah, absolutely.
What's the
deep state? These scientists are getting snatched up.
What is the deep state, Pierre?
What? You tell me.
Bro, I'm having a genuine conversation with you. I know what a deep state is. I'm asking you.
No, you tell me. I don't know.
So you don't know what a deep state is.
If I meet motherfucking Iran running the country.
If there's a deep state.
No, there is a intergovernment within the government. Yes, there is a intergovernment within the government. Yes.
There's an intergovernment within the government. You must think Donald Trump is part of this intergovernment.
Absolutely not. He's not.
Okay, if he's not part of it, don't you think they would be trying to hinder him in some type of way? Don't you think
they've already, absolutely. They've already been hindering him.
Don't you think that these intergovernments have inner business in Iran that maybe Donald Trump really has to take care of?
Yeah. I do you no, you just asked the question, and I'm allowed to retort. Am I allowed to retort? Or are you giving a speech? Are you asking me a question? Or are you giving a speech?
Go ahead, brother.
Well, so yes, I do believe they have interest in Iran, but again, Trump has succumbed to what they want him to do. Now, that is why I'm against Trump, because he's doing the opposite of what he said he was going to do. He said he was going to drown the swamp.
I don't understand what's going on.
All right, I don't understand shit. But we're literally, I don't understand shit, but we're literally at war, and he said we're not going to have no new wars.
So, Nathan, you can jump in if you want.
Because a lot of people, I get it's inflammatory about, Trump, people who say their minds melt, but in actuality, the missiles that Iran has, I'm just looking this stuff up now just to confirm we already know, is based off the design of North Korea. And these ballistic missiles, they've been giving them Iran missiles and devices since the 1980s. North Korea supplied Iran with weapons like artillery, missiles, and ammunitions. A large part of Iran missile program today is either based on or influenced by North Korea designs. So two things with that, right? We can say, does North Korea have some good weapons? Yes. Have they been given Iran designs since the 1980s? Yes. How many times are North Korea our enemies? Yes, they have told us this, they're going to blow us up, they have nuclear weapons, right? So it's not a far-fetched thing in saying, hey, that's one pathway of developing the nuclear bomb yourself, but another one is saying, let me make a phone call right quick to Kim Jong-un. Hey bro, I need this nuclear bomb like tomorrow. Can you do like overnight? Get 2 weeks, right? Go ahead and speed that shit up quick. That's a threat as well. And they're not going to say in public on national TV, hey, Pierre, we just intercepted a secret phone call between North Korea or maybe Putin with the Iran leadership yesterday at 8 o'clock. So they're going to destroy that phone, and you leak the source of this shit is just crazy to me, bro. Iran have been sending Russia suicide bombs since the Ukraine war started. So on the left, on the Democrats, they were bleeding for Ukrainians. Slava Ukraine. They put Ukraine in their profile pictures. I'm talking about our leadership in the Democrat Party. That's their proxy war 100%. So they had a proxy war with Russia, and they supported Ukraine. And meanwhile, Iran, the people they don't like, and they actually complained about Iran doing this too. Why are they're sending all these Shi'i drones to kill a lot of Ukrainians, and you can't shoot them down? It's costing us crazy amount of money. Being on the flip side, all of a sudden, I'm thinking, I'm watching news, I'm like, my CNN hosts sound like they're like on Team Iran. It's kind of weird, and then at the same time, they say, Trump said they're going to blow and take them back and end their civilization and end these people. Oh my God!
He never said that.
Oh my God! But then again, Iran and North Korea have been saying this shit for about 50 before I was born. They're going to kill us all. These same people. Hold on, man. Let me in 10 seconds. Let me in 15 seconds. They said they're gonna blow. They might have said it tonight or yesterday again. In the same host, the Democrat Party, what I'm seeing on TV, will overlook thousands and thousands of threats saying, "I want all Americans to die." And they will overlook that and take Donald Trump out of context and think we're all fucking stupid. Now, here's the thing, right? I might not like Donald Trump, but don't fucking play me like a fucking idiot. You know what I'm saying? That shit is crazy. Why are we putting up with this shit? Like, give me what he 100% what he said. Stop taking people out of context. I can't stand kind of context. I can't stand when people do that. And that's what our media, especially on the Democrat side, they do this shit all day, every day. Somebody need to smack them in the face.
Yo, Pierre, do you like Obama? So Nathan, to your point, if we were worried about nuclear weapons, why the fuck we not bombing the shit out of North Korea? Because we went over there and they successfully have a nuclear weapon.
Because they have nukes.
Yeah. Because we don't have we're worried about a nuclear threat from an adversary. Nobody hates us more than the North Koreans. Why don't we blow the shit out of them?
Because they're different. You said you know about geopolitics. There are different geopolitical realities surrounding the North.
I don't think I was asking. My question was directed to Nathan.
I'd like to finish my statement. I understand the question was you wanted to answer the question. I understand that.
Go ahead and talk. Go ahead and talk, boy.
The answer is that we don't have the luxury of dealing with each one of our nuclear threats with the same cookie cutter approach. Okay, sometimes diplomacy works. Diplomacy failed in the situation with Iran. Diplomacy may still be in the works with North Korea or with other countries. So you cannot take a cookie cutter approach to nuclear threats. It's a very complicated geopolitical, delicate balance between diplomacy and military action. And I think you understand that. So it's unfair and it's actually dishonest of you to say, well, why don't we go after North Korea? Because it's a different situation, requires a different approach. That's why.
Thank you. Trump tried to talk to Iran first.
Yeah, I don't think it was a different situation. It was actually more of an aggressive situation. They were actually shooting missiles over Iran. They were actually doing missile tests and firing off fucking missiles. Idiot. You fucking dumbass. Iran has not done any of those things. Y'all are fucking
moderator privileges.
Y'all literally are retarded.
This motherfucker with Pierre. Trump literally talked to them first and basically was trying to avoid any conflict. They didn't want to do that shit, bro. But Pierre, do you like Obama? Do you like Obama, Pierre?
Why not?
You said, what you say, man, Finity?
No, I was just saying why they're denying me moderator privilege in this room.
No.
I want to everyone in this room. I'm curious.
Pierre, you like Obama? You support Obama?
Because I'm black.
Pierre don't want to say it.
I can say it for him. Yes, he likes Obama.
Okay, no, absolutely not. But I refuse to speak in a room where I get muted for telling the truth.
Obama, right? But there was no outrage when Obama was doing all that war shit in Iraq. There
fucking was. Yes, there was. Yes, there was.
They mad at Trump just because Trump said no new wars. And they think this is a new war.
Bro, listen.
You voted for Obama, Pierre.
Where do you get your news?
You voted for Obama, Pierre. I know you voted for Obama.
Where do you get your news and where do you get your information? Obama is hated globally. Are you fucking kidding me?
Who did you vote for? Obama or
Mitt Romney? Oh my fucking goodness.
Who did you vote for?
Well, let's just fast forward, right? Because
Thank you, Nathan. So Nathan, I was actually having a good conversation with you. So my thing is, why did we take such an aggressive approach with Iran, and we didn't do that with North Korea?
Because they wanted smoke.
They literally, I think Marco Rubio said, or somebody said, we're not going to have another North Korea. The administration literally said this because they don't report a lot of this stuff on the mainstream news. But I looked through this stuff and see actually literally what people say about it from the administration. They said we're not going to have a North Korea. And I agree.
Why in God's name should we have another North Korea? Don't you know, Pierre? They have these people, like we talk about no King's March, right? Well, North Korea is worse than the king. He's worse than the king. He treats his people worse. They make the people bow down to him. You got to put a picture up of him. I mean, he literally got his uncle ate up by dogs or shot by aircraft or artillery. You know what I'm saying? His own uncle. So this thing, he actually killed his brother by poison. The Kim Jong Un did. His own brother. And what you think he do to his own people there? I mean, these people, he tell you to get up in the morning time tomorrow. You better be downtown with your best attire on and have a big old Kool-Aid smile on your face. Or else you're going to be enslaved, including your own family. And that's North Korea for you. And it's a stark difference between North Korea and South Korea. The reason why South Korea can do K-pop and do all this freedom type of shit, right? Because of America. That's America right there for you. You know what I'm saying? So that's one of the good things about America is keeping South Korea free. So, you know, these people, North Korea and Iran have similar, you know, dictatorships basically. And guess what? Trump, I was watching very closely with the negotiation with Iran, the supreme leader of Iran. And guess what? If we're having a conversation about trust and trying to make a deal, and you tell me, hold on, Nathan, hold on for 1 second, okay? I gotta do something right quick. Okay, Pierre, go ahead and do it. And then you kill 30,000 innocent civilians, kids included, right? And then you're hanging Olympian stars from Iran. This young guy just got hung, executed, along with other pretty much teenagers, like 19, I think, right? This is a few weeks ago. So I don't have any sympathy for these type of regime of Iran. You know, they blew up airlines. They've been sponsoring terrorist groups to kill us, American soldiers. Well, and talking about that Iraq and Afghanistan, that was Iran funding all these terrorist groups. So, you know, it's actually a good thing, to be honest with you, that, you know, we talk about the nuclear threat, right? I don't have any sympathy for Iranian regime, how they treat their people there. It's really horrific. If you just talk to one of them and take off your bias glasses and actually sit down and talk to them face to face, they will explain it to you, bro. It's crazy. But
yeah, I mean, I respectfully disagree, like, because I get it. We get our information from CNN, Fox, and all of these fucking American ass channels. But there's actually YouTubers that are live right now on the ground in Iran, and they're literally showing us what exactly the fuck is going on. And it is not even half of the shit that they be saying that's going on. And that,
can you share a link with that? I'm actually interested. For the Iran link on YouTube, please.
Why did I get muted?
Can you share a link, please? I want to see that.
I think that I remember before this war started with Donald Trump here in Clubhouse, maybe about 30 days before the war actually started. There was a woman that came up on here, and I was in the room, and she said one of her close friends was just executed, in Iran, and she was crying, and I took a back seat to it. I didn't want to prejudge the situation. I want to find out all the evidence and things like this. And people need to understand it's propaganda. Iran are pushing propaganda on their side. Chinese are using propaganda. I'm talking about in American media. Russia is doing it. So there's a lot of propaganda. These little YouTubers and stuff like that in Iran. But listen, brother, I can find you some really. I got links to some freaking videos, and that's like it would show you some real brutality of what these people are doing up over there. And one of these things that is a few of these Iranians are actually attacking the government. They put up, these Iranian police officers. They shot them down about 3 weeks ago. Shot them. You know what I'm saying?
Like they're not showing that shit on TV, but that's what's happening too. This type of fairy tale, everything's okay, everybody's dancing. But guess what? Just 3 weeks ago, when Trump was talking about bombing them, the infrastructure, they got all nothing but females and women to line their bodies up in front of a nuclear facility, shoulder to shoulder. You think they wanted to go out there and let themselves up around a nuclear facility, right? No, they was freaking told, get your ass out. Guess they're cowards. That's what they are. They're pathetic. They put these women in front of these facilities and use them as human shields, literally. And, you know, in the situation with the school bombing, right? Why would you put a girls' school that used to be an ex-military facility and you have it literally touching door to door with your building? It doesn't make any sense. Our military bases are not designed that way. I've been there plenty of times. They're like maybe a mile away for any type of barracks. So these people are disgusting. I mean, this regime is just pathetic. It's disgusting, and they got whatever's coming to them. Good riddance.
Yeah, I just posted the link. There's actually an American YouTuber that's actually there right now, boots on the ground, recording everything that's going on in Iran, in the country right now, and it's nothing like
dude
on the news.
Dude, you don't understand how it works there. They will never, ever, ever, ever allow somebody, let alone their own fucking people, to film anything outside that will be viewed from the outside that they do not approve of. There's a reason why they cut off the internet access, and the fact that this guy would even have internet access, which shows that this is something that the state media is approving of. And you also have to remember, there's a lot of Americans, whether it's like Haas, what is it? Jackson Hinkle or whatever the fuck that homo's name is. There's all kinds of people that will go to places like Yemen, Russia, Iran. They're going to show for them. They're basically paid to be propagandists against U.S. interests. So, dude, it's not a anybody who's there, it's not reliable.
So Hinkle, he was, I remember that guy clearly. I used to, watch some of his videos, and he loved Russia so much that I think his fiance is Russian. He actually want us to mimic their government, like word for word. So Pepe is right, man. You got to be careful with some of these people, man. I looked at that video; it doesn't show anything in that video. I just fast forwarded through the whole thing. It doesn't show any type of real clips. It doesn't show them talking to any government officials or military officials at all. So there's no why for this. Yeah, that is bullshit. And you'll probably be killed. Matter of fact, if you're an American going down there saying, "Hey, military soldier, can I film you?" This is hilarious, man. What is going on, man? I mean, like, this is crazy.
You want to try and do it? Yeah, like I said, like, y'all are so brainwashed. Y'all only listen to Fox News, CNN, and it's literally a ground reporter showing you boots on the ground what's going on, and y'all still everywhere he went fucking got bombed after he left there. Like, they're clearly targeting this person. Like, what are y'all talking about? Can you send the link? Can you send the link, please?
Posted it, dumbass.
Miami Dolphins.
So I was with Steven last week. Sadly, I got rejected. But every goes one step closer to a yes. So I got 1,000 years. A lot of these billionaires in the door. 100%. Same here. I got started literally just walking the streets every single day. How about you?
video feeds on television. These people watching showing you and say, hey, the government was fucking killing us, we're afraid, what the fuck? You ever seen anything, follow me to the channels on Telegram?
I never said their government ain't shit. I'm just saying that.
I didn't say that. I don't follow Iranians talking about how they're killing us. So that's how you find out.
They got a similar. I think we have a very similar thing. I love that you always got to bring faith in everything you do. Yeah, God is the greatest man. I learned at an early age that you don't see money was what's really happening. Unfiltered, not paid. Right? I'm a firm believer in God and whatnot. And I
you're telling us, we see it. Oh, 100%. You're not telling us any type of like low-key sources, ways that you can find out truth, videos.
It's just all about money.
I can see what's going on, unfiltered.
Money, I don't care what it is. I don't care what it is. We're going to take it with us in the end.
Yeah, bro.
So we got to draw that line with God, and that's the most important thing. And what's one dream person you want to interview? Oh my goodness. I mean, I have to go with Elon. Elon Musk would be amazing. I think Elon Musk would be a fun one for sure. And I'm gonna go with one dream person I want to rap. Probably Zuckerberg.
Absolutely.
We have no business being in Iran. There has legitimately been no proof that they were enriching uranium to the level that whoever told us they were. And now we're trying to delegate the oil that comes and goes from the Strait of Hormuz. We have no business being over there.
Okay, I'm gonna say this. I'm not gonna go to bed, Matt. I'm gonna say this right. As soon as Pierre say, "I'm gonna kill Nathan," you're my business.
So we're here with James.
You're my business. It's that simple.
So we're here with James.
If you say, I'm going to kill Nate, you're my business now. They've been saying these things, so unfortunately for them, they're our business now. You think what? I mean, people need to get this through their head. If you threaten a country, you make it their business because you threaten them. So let that be a lesson to every country. When you threaten America and say, I'm going to kill all Americans, including me and you, PRT, let's hope you realize that. That includes me and you, right? Then, hey, you're going to pay a price. So watch your mouth and watch how you come out.
So why didn't the niggas from New Jersey fucking shoot Chief Keef? Because you said, I'm going to blow New Jersey up. What the fuck are we talking about here? You know how many motherfuckers threaten the United States daily? Get the fuck on. That's stupid.
No, but Iran
going through some stupid ass war over
Iran
oil.
is different. Iran kills their own
This is a war over oil.
Iran is these regime government officials, the leadership. We ain't talking about some fucking hobo on the street, bro. Oh man, this is hilarious.
This is Iran. He's been talking about this shit since the 80s.
It's not about oil. It's actually it's about one.
It definitely ain't about no nuclear fucking weapons.
Well, it's about one fucking country that's not ours in particular, more than anything.
Are you referring to the Oprah video, Pierre? Because you never mentioned oil in that video. Pierre.
No, dumb fuck. Google it yourself.
No, I mean, you should know what video it is, no? Pierre, hello? Pierre? Knock on that bald head.
Hey, this is Universe. I have seen videos of people in Iran with their burqas off.
He literally was on an interview, and it was not with Oprah. It was with that white bitch. And the nigga literally said, we just need to take him over. We just need to take their oil. Take it over. That's literally what he said in the interview. This was in the 80s. Get the fuck off my phone.
Well, Pierre, when you said earlier that somebody was gay or they were homosexual and flaring, I mean, were you projecting? I've seen the videos in Iran of these people living normal lives, not underneath Islamic Caliphate law, and they look like they're having a good time in the marketplace, Beautiful young girls playing instruments, people enjoying tea, enjoying wonderful dinners on the, in the Orient. It's like luxury. Very peaceful.
Pierre, I'm assuming you're thinking that this is like some kind of doomsday situation. Like, what is the panic in your voice all night that I've heard? This like complete visceral like panic in your voice. I feel for you, man. Like, I'm looking out for you. Like, what is it that you fear the most right now?
What I fear the most is another 20-year-long war in the Middle East for no fucking reason.
Okay. So what if it's not a 20-year war and it's a 20-week war? Does that mean it's still good? We're good, right? You don't have to freak out anymore, right?
It's the inflation. Pierre likes to buy great suits.
Nobody is freaking out, but what I'm saying is, if you look at the information, we don't have any credible information that they were enriching uranium to 80%, and then now all the talk is about oil. So it's just another Iraq 101 again. And then if you look at stock portfolio, he's been getting rich off of oil. When it dips, he invests. When it comes back, he gets his money.
You know,
they're playing in our faces.
Where do I see his portfolio? I'm curious. I want to follow it now too.
Pierre, I got a question for you. He doesn't know where Trump's portfolio is at.
Hold on. Pierre, you there or no?
Yeah, I'm right here.
Oh, good, great. Do you know where I can find Barron's portfolio so I can see how much money he's making?
Yeah, I'll put it in the chat. There's this website that you can follow all of the senators, every public official's stock portfolio. You can see everything.
He's on Senator Barron's.
Yeah, nigga, I know he's not fucking.
Do you spend on your suits? Because to me, $75 for a suit that fits, that's new, like, and it's good quality fabric. I'm like, wow, $75? Fucking everything is so cheap now because Amazon controls the marketplace on just about every product on the planet. And anyways, I'm just saying, Pierre, you don't have to worry about anything. You've got the best administrator in the office. You've got the best president. He's intelligent. He's sophisticated. He's not a pussy. He's not going to get pushed around. He knows what's best. Your complaints are just, do you complain about suits? Like, what else do you complain about?
Yeah, you just sounded like a nigga riding my dick with no license. Shut your white ass up.
Hey, you shut your black mouth.
Well, that was
I guess when we're losing, we have to go to the racial, angle, right, Pierre? Is that how this works on Clubhouse? I don't know.
Where's Dr. Adams? We need Dr. Adams to teach Pierre.
Hold on. Wait, say it again, Pierre? I didn't hear you. Pierre? Knock, knock. Anybody home?
I'm waiting for the Burns portfolio anxiously with the bated breath.
There is
Pierre, hold on, John. So you voted for Trump, and the main reasons was no wars. What was the other reasons that you voted for Trump? Because I just find it really hard to believe that you voted for Trump. I'm just trying to I don't know. I'm just trying to figure it out in my head, what are the things that you vote for Trump for then? If Pierre.
I have this diagnosis. I'll go over it once he answers.
Pierre, anybody there? No.
Pierre, your problem. Okay, I hate using this word because it's so played out. I should say, but you suffer from third worldism. You're somebody who's unhappy with America, so what do? You go straight to the dirt and the dark, the lowest of the low, the third world, and those that prop up the third world,
that might not actually be third world, and that is, Russia, China, and of course they have the little proxies, Venezuela, Iran, and then we can go on and on and on. But you're supporting them by buying into their propaganda that is suited for the third world, which it's that's not a good sign, because the people who buy into the third world, this obvious agenda, they are your dummies. That's all they are. They're easily influenced. Yes, America is not perfect, and the official narratives at times are a little.
One of the things that is always unfair in this
comparison is falling for some very dumb narratives given by
relative to how much
countries like Iran, which, by the way, they don't allow. They will only allow somebody to film from their country if it goes against the American narrative. That is it. They would never, ever, ever allow an American to go there, show anything that is not pro-Iran. They've taken hostage Americans. There's an FBI agent who was taken hostage, or ex-FBI agent, and they never ended up recovering his body. It's been a level 4 country on the State Department's travel warning list for years, and I don't know. I think it's silly. Yes, Cuba, Venezuela, even North Korea. Fuck it. They'll let me visit their country if I'm going to do their propaganda for them. Other than that, no. It's completely off limits. They don't allow nuanced, balanced, or fair or objective critiques of their fucking country. That's just not how they work.
See, they accuse us of being the bullies and using force instead of, say, ethics or philosophy. But when we analyze them and we see their ridiculous models, meaning the cult of worship with Kim Jong-un, at least we get a new cult leader every 4 years. So we get some turnover. And we all know we live in clown world. And it's my opinion that people underestimate clown world, and they don't understand the size and expanse and the industrial complex surrounding clown world. It's only a matter of time before clown world leaders reemerge and assume control of clown world, because most people in clown world are the voters. Many of you know liberals and woke social justice warriors who espouse higher ethics and moral virtues than you. The silly, stupid American that doesn't want a migrant crisis. The stupid American that doesn't want a deficit of $40 trillion, spending $1 trillion a year in interest payments. And there's no more money for we the people. It all goes to supporting debt. That's Clown World 101, but that's just the tip of the iceberg. It goes deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper. And this is why we have Donald Trump. Not because he himself is a clown, but because he emerged as a knight with a hammer to smash clown world down to where it belongs, which is in the garbage dump. And America can never go hard left again. And so it's my belief that Donald Trump and Donald Trump Jr. today, when they're walking across the lawn, that's the sign saying, okay, I'm going to pass the torch and I hope he wins, But it's going to be a Trump dynasty. That's the new America. Hello? Or it's going to be Ivanka, but it's going to be a Trump. Hello?
Yeah, RIP to that poor guy that got killed for having Starlink in the comments. What did you say, Joe?
No, RIP to the person that they mentioned in the comments. BB said the guy who was murdered by the IRGC.
Yeah, it's brutal.
Who here does doubt the numbers, with regards to the protests and the 40,000, 60,000 killed? Does anyone here actually doubt those numbers? Because I've never really Googled it to try to find as much evidence. I've seen pictures, morgues, and hundreds of body bags, but I've never actually seen. I've never seen photos of many thousands of dead. I've only seen hundreds.
It's hard. I never looked into the claims. I did see one horrible video where it did show this guy's walking down the street, he's turning all these corners, and there's just black body bags everywhere. It's obviously and the faces are open. It's unzipped, so the face is exposed, and it looks like people. If the body was identified, looks like people were putting stuff on top of it to say okay, yeah, it's claimed now. And then he goes into the morgue, and you can tell from looking at the heads in particular that these were all traumatic deaths. Didn't die of natural causes. I mean, it was from wounds that penetrated them. And of course, then they execute people all the time. They hang them from cranes for participating in these protests. And it's just well, yeah, we know they fucking kill you for protesting, whether it's with a gunshot or a noose. I don't know, maybe the gunshot might even be the better way to go, but it's there's no doubt that if they feel like they're under threat, and I think they will do anything to remain in power, and if that means making examples out of people by executing them, mowing down protesters, absolutely. Do I know that the numbers are real? I never looked into it, but I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, I don't know.
Well, that's political violence. We have political violence here.
Regime. You don't have to. I don't really even have to look shit like that up to verify. It's just stupid.
No, I get it, but what I'm saying is, on this app, I've heard it so many times, and I have just never actually confirmed it. But it's political violence, and we have political violence here. We have woke liberals and Muslims that drive trucks through crowds. We have random stabbings and murder everywhere, anywhere, all the time. If you look at Instagram and you see the horrific murders and the there are so many murders that it's beyond. It's so shocking. It's why the fuck do people want to do all this? What, a woman hires a guy to kill his husband. It's I can't believe it even happens, but people are willing to kill. And we have to worry about extreme political violence in this country. And if you're a Republican conservative and you wear a MAGA hat, and if Trump gets out of office and you have a rally, and next thing you know, you're attacked by a left wokist, I mean, it's the same. How is it any different than what's happening in Iran?
I wish for it. I wish for it. In 2020, it's been 6-7 years since I've been boxing. But I was still in good shape. I was I was ready for a motherfucker to want to put his hands on me. And so I would wear it's okay to be white, on my shirt, I wear my
Excuse me, but I've got something to tell you first. Thank you for ruining my life.
Nobody fights. And I was just oh, it's not that professional. And I told you not to call it. Yeah, it was weird. And you're still yes, you were in the wrong place at the wrong time. But I just have a feeling though that I told you not to go near this line again. A lot of you guys have seen those lights across the mirror. People, they wouldn't necessarily know that. Okay, kids, make it fast.
She created a magazine.
Classy and Jesse. Mr. Trump, we give you. Yeah, I mean, I would. What I know.
Oh my God! You're Donald Trump.
No. Classy and Jesse.
Mr. Trump, we give you.
Sassy.
Oh my God! You're Donald Trump. Look at this right here on the street. It's Donald Trump.
You've had that 1 year.
is awfully ironic. He's the most Jew-loving fucking person. I must have been. I mean, he's fucking grandchildren coming up with Jewish material. No. Daughter of that sounds so Nazi. He's such a horrible guy. What has this motherfucker done to make him out to be the person they claim he has been? I mean, really. I mean, if anything, he's probably doing more for black people than they fucking fight. And, you know, it's just silly to listen to. But they're able to manipulate something long enough, and they constantly, you know, say he's a racist, he's a sexist, he grabs them by the pussy, and then, you know, there's one people who get stars. You know, all of this shit, and then people just believe it to hear it. But in all reality, he's not, there's nothing, I mean, trust me, I didn't know he was on our side, or, but I would have said on my side, you know, many years ago. He never was. Nobody thought he was.
Like a white nationalist or doing something that was so underhanded, like he's completely gonna remove the black population. Like, this is crazy. And that's the thing, like, that they bring up is I don't mind, like, people taking part in, you know, things that he's done in a fair manner, and, like, it's, like, somewhat true. Then I'm all for it. Like, let's send that debate. But, like, the bullshit that we've heard the last couple of years, like you're saying with the fine science trope.
Dr. Squatch, let your stick do the talking.
Real people, like, up and down, really, you know?
So, and also those fine people in, what Bill, I forgot, the Charlottesville. So they were hired by the this the STLC, to organize the event. So this is like the Wilkes hiring, making up the event, and also Trump brought back manufacturing, starting with the maybe not starting with one example. Big example is the TSMC Arizona fab, the plants, and this is not only manufacturing but crucial for our national security.
Yeah, and you know, that's the thing is if you were to look at somebody who is, I'm like kind of become, and this happens to a lot of people. I would say I was like way more. I would actually say I was about against some of the Hispanics. But I definitely had like an idea that no, America should remain overwhelmingly white. And I'm gonna be clear. I do think that would still be optimal. But you know, there's birth rate crises with whites and East Asians, and you know, just a lot of things are happening. So, but it's a whole other topic. But I am somebody who would look at all of the people that would accuse Trump of being all of this stuff. And then what they didn't realize is that people like myself just thought, well, he's better than the left by far, but we didn't look at Trump as being a fucking, first of all, he like to be when it comes to the far right anti-Semitic shit, you know, which is going to be more Nazi adjacent. He's I don't know how else to say it, and I don't mean this in a crude way, but he's a fucking Jew lover. That's what he is. He's a fucking Philo-Semite. The motherfucker's not a Nazi. When it comes to being racist, I mean, at his age, was he perhaps maybe prejudiced at some points? Like,
wait, Pepe, I thought the Nazis were wiped out in 1946. What year is it?
With the Democrat, but like anybody else in the Democrat Party, like Bloomberg, we said, oh, we're gonna have the stop and frisk in the minority neighborhoods, right? When you can look at the Clintons and Biden when it comes to the super predators, and you should listen to his arguments in the fucking 90s. That shit would be considered far right today. Okay, he's an old fucking man. Attitudes regarding race were so much fucking different. He's nothing. He fucking Democrats. You know, to be fair.
Pepe, the only update to the race debate is that white man is bad. Over and over and over again. Our mayor in Chicago constantly reminds us that sooner or later he's going to be able to remove the whiteness from us.
There isn't, it's kind of like a thing. Like, there was this toxic, and it was enabled by white liberals who I don't think were even well-meaning.
Jesus Christ, you're killing the room.
This was like a power grab, and they,
Why do you guys let him monologue all the time?
who is
Because it's a Pepe show. Don't you know how this Matt Cool Room works? First we had Ye. She went on and on for hours. Now it's the Pepe segment of the show, and you're coming up next, Rich.
You monologue for way too long, Pepe.
I actually been quiet for a couple of hours.
I know.
Numu, he loves it. He loves doing this.
Okay, can you guys just move to the
But it's like listening to like
You just interrupted. We're having conversation. Thank you. Holy shit. So, yeah, to me it's just funny. I don't think he's this bad person they make him out to be. If anything, he's to the left of a mid-90s Democrat. So,
How would you describe yourself, Pepe? How would you describe yourself, Dr. PP?
I would say I may be similar to an early 90s Democrat.
Well, what does that mean?
See, I'm not very, if you guys know this, Matt can back me up, Beaver can back me up. I've never claimed to be a conservative. I've always said I'm on the right.
You say you've always voted Republican. That's what you say. And you're a Republican. So you say if you're a 90s...
myself an actual conservative? No.
Well, if you're an early 90s Democrat, that implies that you're pro-abortion, you're pro-LGBTQ, you're pro-big deficit spending, big Medicare, Medicaid. You're just a liberal, dude. And I've always accused you of just being a liberal. That's all you are.
That's not the Democrats of the early 90s.
Yes, it is. That is the Democrats of the early 90s. It is exactly what the Democrats are and have always been. Big government, big spending. That's what you are. You're just a big government person. You're not conservative. You're not Republican. You're a liberal Democrat. That's what you are. Hello?
George Bush ramped it up more than fucking anybody.
Okay, and the Democrats would have done it bigger and better. So that's who you are. You're just a Democrat. Congratulations, Dr. Pippi the liberal.
Oh my God.
We got the Kamala voter on stage. Good evening, Rabia. How are you?
Hey, I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing well. So she's running in 2028, probably, right? Is that what your impression is?
Well, pardon me, what is my profession?
No. Is that your impression that she's going to be running in 2028, Kamala Harris? Yeah.
Oh, no, I just said that to, go along with the vibes of the room.
Oh. I was like, that's a big statement to make around here. No, I'm just kidding.
I'm also from Canada, so I'm not too sure what the American politics are right now.
We're not too fond of Canadians right now, but all right, yeah.
I can leave. I'm so sorry. I can head on out.
No, you're good. No, I'm just playing with you. No, you're good.
Wait, what's the reason? How come Americans aren't fond of Canadians? Is that a thing?
No, we just like making fun. Like online, we can trigger them, but Canadians are they're the most similar to Americans of any other group, and there's some, I don't know. If anything, Canadians try to be like I'm just being real, especially young Canadians try to be like Americans.
Oh, no. I think you got it wrong. If anything, Americans are trying to be like Canadians.
Not even close.
No.
Any music, fashion, anything that you see, first of all, in the world, America is the greatest exporter of any fucking group, of just fucking culture and trends. And you guys are the small country that lives right on top of us, and
that's what you don't
name like your guys' music. What is it? It's basically offshoots of American music. Like, that's all it is.
We have Canadian music. We have Justin Bieber. He's Canadian.
Okay, offshoot of American music. Amazing.
Yeah, dude. All these artists are Canadian. I don't know what you're talking about.
But yeah, but they only need the U.S. to be able to do anything now, right? You know that, right? Like he had to come to the U.S. to actually make it big. It's not like he was in Canada.
Robbie, it's Justin Trudeau. That's who we hate.
He went to America, though.
We hate Justin Trudeau and your woke government of migrant kiss asses, and they're just a bunch of traitors and cowards to North America. And we should actually just invade Canada and take the whole country over and assume your parliament.
Justin Trudeau. He's so cute. I don't know what you're on about.
Okay, you're just being a dirty whore if you're gonna like actually sue for Justin Trudeau. That is weird.
I mean, did you not see what he did to the truckers? Did you not see the mass vaccination? She works in nursing. She's a pro-vaxxer. Are you triple boosted, double vax, Robin?
I'm required to be.
Exactly. And you have no children and no hope of ever having children now that you're sterilized, correct?
I just looked at her profile. She looks really young. So it's not really her problem at this time, I don't think. She's a member of the House, and clearly, I mean, you're not a Trump supporter, I'm assuming, right?
Do I need to be a Trump supporter to
No, of course not. No, that's why I was just curious. I didn't know.
No, I'm just friends with Beaver, guys.
You do what?
I'm just friends with Beaver.
Aw, Beaver. You got one of your super fans. That's wonderful.
Do you like Dave Matthews Band, Robin?
No. I've been in these rooms before. Usually people are arguing.
Wait,
She was in the audience.
are you Persian? Are you Persian, Robin?
Oh, wouldn't you love to know?
I mean, her last name's Khan, which is, like, I would say Pakistani, but I could be wrong.
Well, I guess it doesn't really matter if you don't want to disclose it. It doesn't really matter.
No, I'm Pakistani.
Oh, you're Pakistani. So you speak Urdu?
Bingo!
Yeah, you got it.
And you're a Muslim. You're a Muslim, right?
Used to be.
Oh, you're an atheist now, or what are you?
Yeah, I am.
Oh, so you are a non-believer. You don't think Muhammad is the prophet and the messenger. Unbelievable.
Hell no.
Inshallah, if you were, oh my God, you're getting killed for that in Iran.
As a Michelin, he stands up for Jews more than Christians. Is it okay to say, like, yeah, Muhammad, he sounds like a scuzzy piece of shit. Jesus might have been, just like a con artist, the Tim Robbins of his time. Abraham, just another fucking, cult leader. And like, your religion's bullshit.
Well, you're a moron. You don't read books. You don't compare anything, do you?
Oh, if I read books, I'll believe the fables about Abraham.
Oh, the mythology? You mean the law that we actually all live by because it comes from books? Muhammad instituted the Constitution of Muhammad in 660 in Medina. You should go learn about the mafia don known as Muhammad. He's a scam artist, a fraud, and a mafia gangster. You can read the Constitution of Islam, the Constitution of the Muslims, the Constitution of Muhammad, compare that legal code to the legal code of Magna Carta, and there's your answer. Do you want representation and justice?
Now, the reality is, though, is that I do sense that, like, you can be an atheist, and you can say, yeah, Jesus, it seems like bullshit, Muhammad seems like bullshit.
Strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Crown the child and conquering lord, Horus, avenger. O thou of the head of the hawk, thee I invoke. Thou only begotten child of Osiris thy father, and Isis thy mother, he that was slain, she that bore thee in her womb, flying from the terror of the water, thee I invoke. O thou whose apron is of flashing white, white as the forehead of the morning, thee I invoke. O thou who hast formulated thy father, and made
I feel like I walked
something. What were you guys talking about before I got here?
Oh, nothing. We're just bullshitting.
We were just saying that Urdu girls from Pakistan are the new 10s of the summer of 26. I mean, how do you look so hot, Robbie? Ow!
Oh my god.
He's a middle-aged white man. Corny.
Look at my red telephone in my PTR. That line goes direct to the Oval Office emergency room. We have some Clubhouse users that have been in the skiff in the ready room in the White House. The Situation Room. But anyways, Robbie, what are your plans for Hot Girl Summer 2026?
Being hot.
That's all a woman has to do.
You do Jarl on the app?
Oh, yeah. He's in the Bitcoin rooms, right?
Probably.
Maybe.
Yeah, I've seen Jarl.
He talks kind of funny and he's very left.
Does he kind of embarrass you once in a while though, as a Canadian, or like what's your
Matt, I've been off this app for like a few weeks now. This is my first time back on in a while, so I don't remember too clearly. But if I see him, I'll let you know.
You're the biggest fraud on Clubhouse.
Hi, Batman. Tell me about you.
I'm not on either of those apps.
Well, maybe it's time to get on to those apps. You could do rooms that were who is the biggest fraud on X.
How about you host it and I'll be there?
No, I don't want to. Honestly, I even come on to Clubhouse now, just out of boredom.
You know how every state has like, say, like a slogan on their license plate? I don't know if that's a thing, right?
Oh, I mean, in the U.S.
Yeah.
On that license plate, I think Donald Trump is very honest about
it's all about the aesthetics and like, say, like, all around the land of living
about it that way. Especially when
so I think like they really care about
how family, and it's just like this is the way you're raised. No one has privacy. Obviously, different dogs because they.
Yes, come back.
And I was it was a bad area, so you could imagine. And I was like, they're just like, yeah, we want you to open and close. And
I never thought I would hear that. Close, yeah. It's like a nightmare.
You converting to Islam is the wildest part of this.
Yeah.
Not even my mom.
And I also started debating the atheists about how I used to be an atheist, but then I saw the error of my ways. You know what I mean?
Oh, hey guys, I'm silly. It's great.
Yeah, I love it.
Sorry,
Yeah, it's like not so serious.
And it's only serious when you're shitting on religion.
Naftali.
I mean, no, we love religion.
Naftali.
Like Naftali is in. Oh, I think Naftali from Chillism.
No, it's Naftali. He's super. He's like he's funny to trigger, but he's like he's also Michelin like John Kitover.
But Michelin again.
I'm Michelin. I don't know if I'm saying it right. It's just like your dad's a Jew, but your mom's not.
Yeah.
So you're not like a Jew. But
Pepe earlier accused me of not defending Christians. That's not true. I defend all faiths except Islam.
You will. So hold on a second. So a bunch of street shitting Hindus that worship cows and monkeys and 8-armed sluts. You also defend their.
I defend their book collection, but I do not defend the Quran or the Islamic Constitution of 660 from Medina. That charter and constitution is mafia, gangsterism, and tribalism at its worst. Yeah, I'll put the link in the chat. I'm putting the link in the chat. If any of you have never read the Constitution of Islam, this is now your chance to find out how to run the gangster disciples or the Satan disciples or the Bloods or the Crips, because that's all Muhammad did. He set up a gang. Hello? It was a fraud.
how do we know Abraham was in the front?
Because you can read Genesis or whatever, and you can look at the law and what they're trying to say there versus an actual legal code put out by Muhammad, in the same way that you have Hammurabi's code, Magna Carta, Islamic law, because it sucks. I'm putting the link in the chat right now. It's just my opinion, of course, obviously.
I'm not a fan of Islam. Everybody knows that, but you say that it's bad.
Thee I invoke. O thou whose garment is of golden glory, with the azure bars of sky, thee I invoke. Thou who didst avenge the horror of death, thou the slayer of Typhon, thou who didst lift thine arms, and the dragons of death were as dust, thou who didst raise thine head, and the crocodile of Nile was abased before thee, thee I invoke. O thou whose nemesis hideth the universe with night, the impermeable blue, thee I invoke. Thou who travellest in the boat of Ra, abiding at the helm of the Ashket boat, and of the Sextet boat, thee I invoke. Thou who bearest the wand of double power, thee I invoke. It shed the darkness of blue light, the unfathomable glory, the untravelled, the unthinkable immensity of space. Thou who concentrest all the 30 ethers in one darkening sphere of fire, thee I invoke. O thou who bearest the rose and cross of life and light, thee I invoke. The voice of the 5, the voice of the 6, 11 are the voices. Abra and Abra. Strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Proud child and conquering lord, Horus, avenger.
Believe and fight his battles with the belief that they go to heaven and fuck virgins. Yeah, I agree. It's a bullshit religion, in my opinion, at least.
It's not just religion, it's Islamic Mohammedan law. That's what I'm complaining and critiquing. Mohammedan law, the Constitution and Charter of Medina, that document shows that it's set up in the same format as a gang. It's the gangster disciples. That's all it is.
So what about when Jesus? And I'm gonna say, so you guys know I'm not very religious. When Jesus, Horus, avenger.
just don't listen to anything. Just inject your little tidbits.
Of the sun, the glorious one. By thy name, Harmachis, youth of the brilliant morning, I invoke thee. By thy name, Mao, I invoke thee, lion of the midday sun. By thy name, Tumfra, I invoke thee, O beetle of the living mastery of midnight.
The centuries has done a lot of fucked up stuff. And so, it's kind of, if I argue a point, I know there's always, but the fact remains is that it doesn't surprise me you're not religious, because the more you learn about the Catholic Church, you learn what hypocrites they were.
Alan, Pepe isn't religious because he's an early 90s Democrat. Those are the atheists. Pepe is an atheist liberal.
Yes, but the Catholic Church, you can focus on those things, but you can also focus on the fact that things like the Catholic Church still has founded and runs hundreds, if not thousands, or over 1,000 hospitals in the U.S., never mind the rest of the world. And even in Henry VIII's time, the only institution that was supporting the poor was the Catholic Church. And when Henry VIII took over the church in England, he did away with that at all, and that paved the way for the poorer classes and the abject poor that you see in Dickensian novels like Oliver Twist or any of the other novels of that time period. So, yeah, you know, it's a mixed bag with the Catholics.
But I think the Catholics, like even my family, you know, which was more religious than me, complaining about, like, for example, my grandparents' generation, how you would have, and when it comes to America, we didn't have a founding Catholic population. I mean, it was an Anglo-Wasp population. You know, you had some Germans that were Catholic, and then you had the Irish and the Italians, neither of which were, you know, that great of a. I'll just stop myself there, but they would, like, they'd come here by the boatload, and then what did they do? They'd have 10 fucking children, and the Catholic Church would encourage this shit, even though they were, like, super fucking poor. And you know, and when it comes to even, I would say the Catholic Church, in my opinion, has always kind of been not quite anti-American, but they've always looked at America as like a competitor for their dominance and influence. And of course, they've had zero fucking problems flooding our country with, you know, millions of fucking third worlders to, you know, for so-called compassionate reasons. And yeah, and that's in line with Catholicism. We're all children of God and all of that stuff. That's fine. And the Pope that just passed away, like, he said that it's a grave sin to not be welcoming of the immigrants. And even, like, on my Twitter, it's like, okay, well, I'm a grave sinner. Maybe. Don't care.
Yeah, I mean, look, the Catholic Church and the popes have always been political. They do use their wealth for good causes.
Hold on, Alan. That's just like your opinion.
Very fucked up things with their money, and they also support some very fucked up policies in the process. And as far as supporting the poor and, oh, we need to help them, you know, I just saw a video of, I can find it, I'll put it in the link.
Alan.
There are specific times, let me let you with this. There are specific times where Jesus said, no, you're not supposed to help people, and it's a sin against God if you do help them. So this idea.
Okay, Alan, you gotta land at some point, Alan.
Is bullshit.
Alan, you're not gonna believe this. I know you won't even know. I won't ask you because you don't know the numbers. But I did the data. I looked it up. Listen to this. There are more than 600 Catholic hospitals in the U.S. per the Catholic Health Association of 2025. The largest group of nonprofit providers. They care for over 1 in 7 U.S. patients daily. 2020 analysis found that Catholic hospitals and systems generate $50 billion a year in net patient revenue from Medicare and Medicaid. You want to know who the parasite is, Alan? They're not doing this out of goodwill and charity with their reserve earnings. They're parasites on your federal government, Alan. I am complete.
I mean, I don't think they're. So I love this juxtaposition that you're giving, like comparing Jews to Catholics, where yes, there is going to be some of that
Jews do, but it's very.
By thy name, all power grant, Lord of silence, beautiful child that standest on the dragons of the deep, I invoke thee. By thy name of Apollo, I invoke thee, O man of strength and splendor, O poet, O father. By thy name of Phoebus, that drivest thy chariot through the heaven of Zeus, I invoke thee. By thy name of Odin, I invoke thee, O warrior of the north, O renown of the sagas. By thy name of Yahshua, O child of the flaming star, I invoke thee. By thine own, thy secret name, Uri, thee I invoke. The names are 5, the names are 6, 11 are the names. Abrahadabra. Behold, I stand in the midst. Mine is the symbol of Osiris. To thee are mine eyes ever turned. Unto the splendor of Geburah, the magnificence of Hesed, the mystery of Da'ath, thither I lift mine eyes. This have I sought, and I have sought the unity. Hear thou me. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reversed, the sign given of none, save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Laman I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing abai that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of Apophis and Typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine also is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beads of pearl. So run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I bear the word of double power in the voice of the Master. Abrahadabra. By the word I invoke thee. Mine are the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made of old to invoke thee. Strike, strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Crowned child and conquering lord. Horus, avenger. By the song I invoke thee. In my hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the 5, the voice of the 6, 11 other voices, Abrahadabra. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament or of the ether, of the earth or under the earth, on dry land or in the water, of whirling air or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one, may be thou.
Russian hospice fraud, man. Every year, the Vatican Health Business Unit generates $50 billion a year in taxpayer revenue.
There's a lot to
be said for self-publishing your book. You have full creative control and get to keep most of the profits. Who doesn't love that? But it also means that you're responsible for 100% of your sales. So how do you sell your book when you're a self-published author? This video is for writers who are self-publishing or thinking of self-publishing your book. In it, I'll share my favorite tips for selling your book and making the most of this incredible journey. Before we dig in...
Rape? That's what you guys do is rape? You guys love raping the women. That's all you can do.
You know,
Rape is nobody likes you.
So you get it,
Nick,
baby.
you get some money from this, man? Russian hostage
I look really hot when I was sweating.
Every year,
And I had my
Vatican
every house was taking a
hostages
steamy
and
shit after I had that
$50
lovely curly chicken. Oh, baby. Oh, clean my asshole clean. Oh, baby, fuck you.
You suck too much.
You know the Anglos did? You know the Anglos did? They went in there. The Anglos went into your country and they ended up going 1 to 100 and they ended up conquering you fucking inferior dirty cheats. You dirty cheats.
Mr. Beaver.
You dirty cheats. Mr. Beaver, you've never seen a beaver in your life. You've never seen a hairy one. You've never seen a smelly one. You've never seen a shaved one or a waxed one. You dirty cheat. Shut your dirty cheat mouth. Shut your dirty cheat mouth.
Mr. Matt, would you
never smelled pussy?
To what the racist
racist
he was inclined to? It's a shit. You are a pirate for last 300 years. You could not even grow a potato.
You guys are still fucking dying of cholera, you stupid motherfucker. You guys are still dying of fucking cholera. You fucking worthless pieces of fucking shit. You and your goddamn diseased fucking country. You literally have to get every fucking immunization that is offered for travel, that's recommended for travel to visit your fucking shithole in order to inoculate ourselves from what a filthy goddamn group of fucking people you are. You filthy, ugly, disgusting, dysgenic pieces of fucking shit. You low-life fucking dirt world scum. You're the ugliest people with the ugliest fucking accent. You're fucking losers. Suck a fucking dick. Why does nobody want to be a goddamn Indian? Why does nobody mock? Why does nobody? When do you ever see a white person or a black person or an Arab or a Chinese person want to be a fucking Indian? Because you guys are disgusting. You guys are ugly. There's nothing cool about you fucking people. You guys are fucking shit. The Arabs fucking use you guys as slaves. The East Asians fucking mock you. White people fucking mock you. Black people fucking mock you. Why? Because you guys are trash. You're third world trash. Suck a fucking dick. You can bitch about racism all you want, but you know what all races have in common? They think you guys are fucking pathetic, disgusting, ugly, and trash. Okay, I'm done there.
Alright, go ahead, respond. Mr. Matt, my name is Marigon. Mr. Matt, send this cocksucker down, or because he's gonna interrupt me every time I'm gonna start talking, or I would not talk. People know what's going on. No matter retard like him to start talking. I don't need to.
Go ahead, move me down, man. Move me down. Watch. I want to watch this retard crash.
He opens his body.
Move me down, Matt. Move me down. Move me down.
He opens.
Yeah, move me down. No, he can move me down. I want to watch. I want to watch this retard crash.
On his face, and he fucked. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much. That was it. He gave me the permission. Yeah, it's Maragon. Go ahead and Google it. It's a celebration for harvest, my friend. Which is October 16. We still celebrate that in United States of America. I am not anti-American. I am not anti-white. Yes, I am anti-Anglo-Saxon who oppressed the world for the last 300 years. And there is proper documentation. 90% of the people of the world on this Mother Earth, bottom of their heart,
They hate the Anglo-Saxon race. You don't believe it? Wait till from African people, look what you Anglo-Saxon people done to Afro-Americans. That's just one example. Look how it happened. You went to India for 300 years. You start killing until a peaceful man emerged from that called Gandhi. And right now, everybody in the world, whether they're Indian or whether they're Afro-American, they worship Dr. Martin Luther King. They worship a person like Gandhi. Do you guys have any
the Vatican helped business show 50 billion
No. No, not white. Anglo-Saxon. Unfortunately, Anglo-Saxon have taken over all sides. As you can see, and now you see this cocksucker. First of all, he comes and he says, oh, the church says Lord Jesus Christ, or Jesus, I have respect for Lord Jesus Christ. He was the only one who got beaten up, not for our sins that the church says. He didn't want to get killed for me and you. He wanted to serve others.
Depending
Catholic
when this comes out,
have nothing to do,
if
your
it does,
leaders have nothing to do, just
we are
asking
currently
the little boys. So as
being
Islamic
held by Cuban
religious
intelligence
people
here.
have nothing to do, mullahs,
I came here, I've
ayatollahs,
been wanting to
have
make
nothing to
videos
do than fuck
so
the
long
little
about
boys.
life and
So as
communism.
Mr.
We
Guy
shall
in
know
the
what
rabbi,
communism is like.
gentlemen,
It is
that's
like
in the
life.
news in Bethesda, Maryland. He points cameras in the ladies' bathroom to watch the
Listen, as an Indian man, dude, you can't lie. Your people are super horny and do that freaky shit all the time with the fucking bathroom cameras. There you go. And so don't say it's a rabbi or whatever. A lot of freaks live in the world, especially Indians.
Thank you for talking. I will block your ass off, so I identify you next time I know where the fart is coming. We are super Epstein or whatever the fuck is not horny, right?
No, Epstein is horny.
And Mr. Trump, the president, who I agree with his invasion of Iran, and I'm very happy he's doing that. He's not a super horny. And you cocksucker who opened your mouth, the 90% of the world is horny. You, the motherfucker, Anglo-Saxon piece of shit, pirate, thief, you're not horny, huh? So shut the fuck up.
Well, listen, I'll just say this, man. If you ever were to say that to my face, you wouldn't be able to say it again. And likewise with a lot of other Anglo-Saxons, so watch your mouth.
I will end my talk. You guys need to go read at least 1,000 or 3,000 books to get to where I am. And unless you set this, you throw this. Let me take a screenshot of this motherfucker and the other one.
Yeah, and also get this too. Get me saying that a lot of people just like they hate Anglo-Saxons hate your dirty ass food in England, in India with flies all over it.
Shut your motherfucker, stupid.
If you're from
50 billion a year in taxpayer funding to Catholic hospitals.
why is your profile have it?
He left just to let you know. Yeah.
He left. Yeah,
Alan, what do you think about 50 billion a year in taxpayer funding? Alan, I didn't hear your response.
I just thought it was funny to like see if I could trigger him.
Alan, I didn't hear your response. What do you think about 50 billion a year in taxpayer funding to Catholic hospitals? Is it too much? 50 billion a year?
I don't know what 50 billion out of how much.
That's how much Catholic hospitals generate. 1 in 6 hospital patients go to Catholic hospitals.
God, 50 billion.
50 billion in profit. So 50 billion in profit with how many?
No, 50 billion in revenue, 50 billion in taxpayer funding. That's 50 billion in revenue, not net income, Pepe. There's a difference between revenue and net income here. I'm saying revenue, which is pure taxpayer funding, 50 billion a year. 50 billion a year. Over 10 years, that's 500 billion. Over 20 years, that's $1 trillion. The Catholic hospital groups have taken in over $1 trillion in 20 years. How much is too much for Catholic hospitals?
Joseph's, for example, that is here in Phoenix. It is the premier, at least in Phoenix, neurological hospital. Of course, they have a trauma center. When it comes to people with neurological issues and brain damage,
That's all funded by taxpayers. Thank you, American taxpayer.
these are largely people with health insurance. You dumb motherfucker.
Yeah, it's called Medicare Medicaid. That's a health insurance program, you fucking moron.
John, how many billions equal a trillion?
1,000 billion. Hello?
1,000 billion?
Yeah. If you have 999 billion, and then you add one more fucking billion, that gives you 1,000 billion, which is a trillion, you fucking nitwit.
John, hospitals in the U.S. get $1.5 trillion of U.S. taxpayer money per year. So if the Catholic hospitals are getting 50 billion, then they're getting a drop in the bucket.
Didn't he say that, wasn't it like an obscenely large percentage of our hospitals are Catholic? It was in other words.
No, it's 600. Yeah, I forgot the numbers. He came back.
But in other words, it almost sounds like there'd be like an underrepresentation amongst Catholic hospitals, where they for as many Catholic hospitals as they were, they're receiving a lot less of the taxpayer benefits.
No, see, what you're failing to understand is the medical industrial complex is not just hospital groups. It's medical device technology. It's big biopharma, pill manufacturers. It's not just hospital groups, but Catholic hospital groups do take in over $50 billion a year in taxpayer funding. 1 in 6 Americans go to a Catholic hospital to get treatment. I'm just giving you numbers here. You don't like the numbers because it makes Catholics seem like scam artists.
Okay, are you a socialist or a capitalist?
I'm a capitalist, and I don't think Catholic churches or Catholic hospitals should get funding from taxpayers. They should make their own money, charge their own price. The government shouldn't have to pay for people's services. If they want to charge for it, the people got to pay it directly to them, not the government. Hello?
The Catholic Church, first of all, if you're a capitalist, hospitals need to make
Services. Hello?
Yes. Absolutely, we need to cut bloat. Now, until we get a system that is not using taxpayer money, then they need to compete with every other hospital, and there are 6,100 hospitals in the entire country. So 600 out of 6,100, well, that's about 10%. And they're getting 50 billion out of the 1.5 trillion.
And Alan, you'll note they actually don't have to pay corporate income tax because they're a religious 501(c)(3). So we get fucked on the income tax. Hello? No.
If they have a fucking business, it's entirely fucking different. This is fucking retarded.
Yeah.
Just like as a Jew, you can't say the Jews want to open a bank, and therefore we should not be taxed because it's a Jewish bank.
Yeah.
That law does not exist. It doesn't exist for the fucking Catholics either.
I mean, John, look, you have a point, but I think if we look at the numbers, the Catholic Church certainly isn't.
Well, you don't know the numbers. You've done no research or comparison. I'm the only one who has presented any data, and I will put a link in the chat.
I'm looking at the data too, and I think, I could be wrong, but I think from my initial looking at the data is, that's an actual word, look it up, that they are 10% of the hospitals in the U.S. are Catholic hospitals, yet they are out of the 1.5 trillion, they're taking in 50 billion. So if I do the math on it, I think they're using less than 10% of taxpayer money. So at least they're not the most egregious violator of what we're talking about.
They do other bad shit.
Yeah, I know.
John.
I know. Terrible.
Yeah. one question that I wonder if the room, this esteemed panel, John, particularly you, what are your thoughts? Why do we have to have for-profit?
Yeah, it's because it's called morality and ethics, you fucking liberal tit-twit. It's called ethics. Go read Ayn Rand and learn what the fuck ethics are, you fucking tit-twit, socialist, communist, wealth redistributor. Okay, steal from me to go pay somebody else. All taxation is theft, you fucking idiot.
All taxation is not. For example, we were to abolish everything from fucking paramedics, like fire departments, police officers, like the people who can pay for it can utilize the services. Yeah, we would absolutely. I can guarantee it. We would say like, no. We don't want this shit taken out of our taxes.
Many places have proven that, but you don't have to do it. I think I'm agreeing with you.
But like when it comes to medical care, when it comes to just like emergency services, things that have to do with life and health and safety, generally communities are naturally going to want there to be a system in place where those basic things are using his line of logic. We're already a socialist country.
Serves capitalist interests. Does that not like hello, as you would say, John? Hello.
So we have become a horrific social experiment. We are no longer operating on morality, ethics, or virtue, or natural law. The whole country is upside down. We're $40 trillion in debt, paying over $1 trillion a year in interest. We are going to we've burned up half of what we have, and we are not stopping. We're not going back to become libertarian and ethic. We are just a runaway Medicare, Medicaid fraud train. And I just pointed out that taxpayers should not be giving Catholic nonprofit church hospital groups $50 billion a year. Hello, communists? Hello, socialists. We will defeat you and your stupid ideology and your low IQ economics. You don't even know how to run a fucking business.
But this is the thing, though, is that like even the bone I have to pick with the libertarians is that. Okay, we live in a society, and it's what's really weird is that you get people that want to live in a society, that want to do their own thing, and yes, you can say it's coercive, that they say they have to play within the system. I've never heard of literally one fucking civilization where people did not have to play within the rules of the fucking system. Now, you can say that is abusive, that is tyrannical, you can say whatever you want. But there is not one fucking society, and I know there's not, where people did not feel like their rights were not being trampled on, that they were not being abused, that the people above them were making rules upon them that were completely unfair and unjust and tyrannical. That place does not fucking exist. And so, yes, we get taxed, to make sure that very basic needs are taken care of, whether it's water, sanitation, waste, or garbage collection, emergency services, and then in most developed countries, it's going to be healthcare. And a lot of people on the right are going to say like, oh my God, it's fucking, it's horrible. It's going to lead to death panels, and which it has in some places. I'm totally against that. I don't think.
Stop monologuing, Pepe. Stop monologuing. Listen, we need to end the annual budgets and go on a pay-as-you-go system. We have to stop these annual repetitive budgets. When you go to the hospital, the government should pay for it, and that's it. There shouldn't be annual budgets and insurance premiums and all this subscription service to medicine. When you need to get a service, you can get it paid for, but there's no additional $5,000 to $10,000 that the government is outlaying for you that you're not even using. That's a waste of our resources. And doctors are getting a free ride every single fucking year on our backs. I'm sick of it. They make way too much money and they don't provide any real service or medicine. Hello?
Yeah, John, I'm sorry, but yes, look, John, when I have sex with my Mexican maid at my vacation house,
and get gonorrhea from her,
It's very
and then
ridiculous.
give it
Nobody
to
gives
the
a
Mexican
fuck.
maid at my main house. I want them to be able to be treated and go and get treatment, because I can go to my real doctor, go to the free clinic. So that's why we need our tax dollars to go to free Medicare and to support the poor. So us rich white people don't get venereal diseases when we screw around with our wives, with our Mexicans.
And to be fair, what Alan was really saying is that he gave his poor maid, a good worker, venereal infection.
That's right, and
she needed to be treated. Yeah, it's because she couldn't afford it on her salary, and I agree. She should be able to get her.
Oh yeah,
because a dirty old man like you passed on gonorrhea or whatever to her. Yeah. She should get treated.
Yep, that's right. Because and I left out that part. Clearly, I'm paying her below minimum wage because at any moment I threaten that I'm going to deport her. So exactly. I've got that going too.
Okay.
Shane, what did I walk into?
I'm sorry, Marshall. Because I thought it was. But I'm just curious, is there any right winger who can make like a moral claim why like access to healthcare is immoral or bad? You can perhaps say it can create a strain on the system, but there's a lot of other things involved. Like in fact, the American Medical Association is they very tight. They try to really constrain the number of people that can get into medical schools. That can become doctors and relying more on like PAs and nurse practitioners and
I've never had a white doctor. I've only had Indian doctors, Asian doctors, never had a white doctor ever.
Shut up. Business model. That's what you're describing. The American Medical Association in a way kind of like totally serves as a union where they are representing the doctor's interests, first and foremost. Where they want this really high pay, and of course that's you're gonna have to restrict the supply of doctors.
Years in school. I think a GP spends like 12 years in school.
The problem is the government is creating this problem. The government is the environment, and we are all just parasites feasting off of what the government is creating the problem. Big government, big problem. Well, you're a 90s Democrat. We confirmed that, Pepe. But big government is a big problem. You don't believe in fiscal conservatism. You do not believe in fiscal conservatism. You're a 90s Democrat. You admitted it.
Any company that sells shit to hospitals that surgeons use, I'll just focus on surgeons, sophisticated equipment, devices, etc. It used to be that the surgeon's point of view mattered most. About 10 years ago, maybe 20, I don't know. That was no longer true. And the surgeons became the bitches of the buying organization. And they just kept squeezing and squeezing. I don't know why more conservatives aren't advocates for these poor doctors.
Because we're not communist, socialist, wealth redistributors, and thieves like you. We have ethics.
Okay, hold on. So what is
We're one of the only countries that does direct advertising to fucking people use medication.
Protester, Pepe. Stop monologuing. You're just a No Kings protester. Medicaid, Medicare is a human right.
Medicare is a human right. Hold on. I'll let you go in just a second. Just 1 second. Like Jeffersonian capitalists, they were considered very conservative. They were wary of big money and large conglomerates and basically people that would dominate in ways that
where it would have a lot of impact on our politics. And I do think that this is absolutely what we see here. It's obscene. It's starting to be like more similar to very shitty developing world countries where we see the level of just corruption and cronyism and big money basically just running everything. And I don't think that is healthy for America.
So I don't think it's like just like, oh my god, a better argument for this is that Medicare, every majority. Oh no, Mr. Edward, I could not. Please go ahead.
Oh no, it's okay. So my wife and I have a private doctor who comes to our home. I don't know if you guys know that there are doctors out here that you can actually do your own healthcare. You don't have to be part of any system. You have to sign up for your own company healthcare. You can control anything. And just because they put something on the news, you don't have to buy that stuff. I don't care what they market. You still control buying power. Don't blame stuff on capitalism when you have a choice. All of us have a choice, whether you like it or not. Okay? Stop making up as if though everybody's forced to do something. No one's forced to do anything.
You're making it very dumb. Like, this is where I have a problem with conservatives, is you're making a dumb doctrinaire argument. But the reality is, though, is that when something's sexually, in a very sexy manner, when something's advertised to the average person, okay, to solve a certain fucking problem, the everyday layman, like myself, we are not a fucking physician. We are not somebody who's going to know, like, whether or not this is good or bad for us. We're going to see the sexy fucking ad, what it promises, and then, of course, they're going to go, it might cause, blood clots, yada, 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 yada. And then somehow we are informed to make our own decision. The reality is that people like us are not qualified to make our own fucking decisions when it comes to what are the best medications for us. We need a literal fucking expert. Somebody who literally they can look at us personally on a personal level and say, this is good for us. We are not medical doctors. We can't prescribe medications for ourselves or for others.
Pepe, I don't know what you're talking about sometimes, Pepe. Pepe, do you hear what you just said? You would rather put your... Okay, no, you did not hear yourself. You're telling me clearly that you're willing to put your health care in the hands of someone else besides that. Because Pepe don't trust himself. Pepe actually believes there's someone out there that has...
Pepe doesn't know how to treat cancer. Yes, I'm going to value the judgment of people who actually know how to treat cancer over myself. Absolutely.
Okay, Pepe, Pepe, just because you scream and holler, don't make your point any bigger. Okay, Pepe?
Okay, who should lead when it comes to deciding what is best for my cancer treatment? Should it be an oncologist or should it be Pepe? Pepe never went to medical school.
It still should be Pepe. You know why, Pepe? If you don't have a medical doctor that's going to communicate to you, you've already lost. They practice medicine. They practice it. Okay? You should be able to read up on everything. You got access to all kinds of information out here. Listen, I'm not letting any doctor, and I have a primary care physician that comes to our home. I'm going to ask him every question possible. Why would you want to prescribe this to me? Why do you want to do this? My children, all of them. Why? Because we do not believe that the healthcare system in America is for healthcare. It's for insurance. I want to care for my health. And healthcare starts in your kitchen, not in the doctor's office.
Okay, sure, but if you had, let's just say, like, God forbid, let's just say, like, not you, but let's just say a person had brain cancer, and I have to discuss, let's say, like, Dr. Ben Carson, neurosurgeon, he's a black man on the right. Now we have to look at, when it comes to neurosurgeons, they're amongst the most intelligent, most demanding discipline within medicine. Do you think that somebody like me, let's just say the average person, can actually, and of course this is a man who has a couple of decades of experience, well over a decade of medical school and his clinicals and.
You're discounting lack of ethics and morality and compensation packages from big pharma and insurance corporations. You're naive. You are naive, Pepe.
To be able to have, do you think he's somebody who's going to be able to translate any of this into terms that
I think both of
you can actually understand?
I think both of you have been speaking past each other for the last 10 minutes. The more salient point for your argument, Pepe, is that healthcare for people in the middle class is about 30% of their average income. Their wages aren't stretching as far. It's harder to afford that stuff. It's harder to make it meet. So therefore, the government should pitch in that argument. We also have this problem where we already hit 100% debt to GDP ratio, where there will be financial repercussions later down the line. I don't know if it'll be in 6 months. I don't know if it'll be in.
You're seeing it right now in the gas price. You're seeing inflation everywhere as a result.
Shut up.
You shut up, Marshall.
So we're gonna have to deal with financial expenditure issues and
we finally hit it.
Debt to GDP ratio, right? So we're not gonna be able to fill all the wild promises that we have. We spend most of our money on entitlements, then on the interest in the debt, then on the military. So while yes, I feel like there is an obligation to provide some sort of salve for people who can't make ends meet in the most severe cases, it's also going to be quite hard to promise, noting that U.S. finances are in arrears.
I get what you're saying, but if you look at California, for example, we can look at so much waste and greed and I would say crony capitalism. It's just not even capitalism. So I don't really want to.
Let's just do one of these things. Let's just do crony capitalism. What's an example?
Well, sure. So what happens and this is one of the biggest problems in the large democratic machines that you've seen when it comes to you guys, you're all there for helping the poor. And the homeless situation and what happens, a whole bunch of it is given, a whole bunch of the money is given to a bunch of people that don't do really anything for the fucking homeless or the poor. They make themselves rich off of it. There could be something like a construction of a new part of it or a new freeway, whatever. It's just a bunch of. It's basically them handing the bids off to people that they're in bed with, and then it's. Nothing really fucking changes.
You gotta land it or make a point or something, Pepe.
Is there any specific law against this, or is it just all kind of legal? That's just the way the cookie crumbles.
Well, I mean, I would say probably both. Probably a lot of it is illegal, but everybody likes to point, and this is when I would have to talk to leftists. Years ago they'd say Scandinavia. Look at. I think we should have the Norwegian model. We should have the Swedish model. And it's just okay. So rather small countries with rather homogenous populations. And the reason why homogeneity is
those are creditor nations with trillions of dollars sitting in Wall Street banks.
Now,
what is this, the Pepe show every night? It's a full Pepe monologue? On and on and on?
Yeah. Norway has vast oil reserves, but when it comes to homogeneity, it's just they have a homogeneity of culture. I mean, they all stem from the same place for the most part. They're rather egalitarian, non-religious, yet very, like I said, they are egalitarian. They're different. Very efficient. They're a very high trust society where they do not tolerate people stealing. They leave their children outside of a grocery store in their stroller while they go in to shop. I mean,
something unheard of in most parts of Western, Southern, and especially Eastern Europe, and especially in America.
Yeah, Pepe,
And
sure.
so, like you have.
Pepe, hold on. You're bouncing everywhere. I'm still on healthcare, Pepe. Okay? My question
Yeah. So the reason it relates to healthcare is that, in other words, you can have these high taxes. No. I'll wrap it up.
The Pepe monologue.
Societies where they do not abuse the tax
Talk
money
right over.
the
That's all
way
you
that
gotta
us
say.
Americans would. Us Americans are nothing like them. We will absolutely be corrupt and try to steal and funnel out that money.
Pepe, I'm gonna ask you a simple question, Pepe. Do you currently have any health care at all?
Yeah.
Oh, who's your primary doctor?
I haven't seen. I don't know who it is on my plan now. I haven't seen him in.
Okay. Do you have a PPM? Or do you have a PPM? Or HMO? What do you have?
HMO.
Okay, so my question is, could you elect not to be part of that?
I could.
Okay.
But hold on. If I didn't have the money to do it, what would? No. You hold on. Because first of all, you have to have the money to do it.
We are cooking 90s Democrats. We are roasting 90s Democrats.
HMO, PPO, you're paying, right? So you have the money. Okay, what you're not doing, Pepe, is you're not shopping for Pepe. Pepe is coming up and talking about the system itself. The system is not making you, Pepe.
We are roasting PP, a 1990s Democrat.
You understand the difference, Pepe?
I do understand. At the same time, I'm not somebody who needs like.
Hello?
You do.
Hello?
Pepe, you know why? Because you're really against capitalism as it though. So
Hello?
you purchase something.
Hello?
No, I'm talking about people. I'm talking about the unfortunate people who end up becoming sick, getting into an accident, cancer, that kind of shit. I've never experienced that.
Okay, I got it. You haven't, Pepe, but I can promise you, you use Dr. Ben Carson. Every family, you can look it up. Okay, Johns Hopkins University, look it up. Every family that he did surgery on, he can
Schools will not do it.
Pepe, you got it. So Pepe, again, in America, we have specialists. In America, they refer you to other people. You know why? Because your primary care physician can't do all that. Okay? That's why I'm trying to help you understand that you, the consumer, you're still in control of all of your health care. No one's making you. Like when they told us to take the COVID shot, you know what my wife and I said? Over our dead body. They would never put anything in my body without my permission, ever. Right now, doctor, nope, you're not doing it, period. Okay, if we've never done it, then we never will. Because no one has a right over our health care, because we're going to give our own health. Okay? And if I need 4 or 5 different opinions, Edward is going to do that for Edward. Okay? No one's going to do that. There's no system, Pepe, anywhere in the world that's going to determine if you got cancer, not cancer, what's going to be the best possible procedure for Pepe. Only Pepe can decide that.
Okay, so I agree with the part that ultimately the patient should have the final say. That's not the part of contention. I believe that you should have the final say. But when it comes to the access to the professionals, where, and I think you would agree with me, somebody who just, I know what you do for a living. I don't work in the medical field. Neither of us are doctors. We don't know what it takes to fight cancer. At least on the level of an oncologist, a doctor, medical doctor.
Yeah, 60% of chemo patients die from the chemo patient therapy, from the chemochemicals, Pepe. Look it up.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But we would want to consult with them to make our own informed decisions. I'm not saying that we should.
And chemotherapy is a $60 billion a year Medicare, Medicaid program. Pepe, you're just for big government. Just say it. You've already admitted you're a 90s Democrat.
Okay, so Pepe, this is my last be large. Everybody, what's up, Pro? Good to see you, Universe, and everybody down in the there, down in the bottom. Hello. But this is all I want to share with all of us. We hold these truths to be self-evident. If any of us believe that there's some central government somewhere, whether it's your local mayor, your local sheriff, your local police officer, or your local state, the congressman, congresswoman, or even your governor, or even the president of the United States, if you think that they have your interest in mind more than you, we've already lost that. Okay? What makes America, America, what makes our country, is that you hold the government responsible to infringe on your rights. Your health care is your responsibility. All day, every day. We gotta stop thinking there's some central government are reckless. And you know what that means? We're reckless. We have less of it. We need less government and more personal responsibility. I land.
That's exactly the opposite of what Brandon Johnson in Chicago tells everybody. He's putting together gangbanger payment checks to gangbangers to go out and tell other gangbangers not to get involved in shootings. He's building abortion buses with Greyhound. He's never said anything about the mass COVID-19 vaccination. A lot of people here still think, oh, a doctor is the best thing. They can tell me everything that I need to know about a big mass pharma mRNA spike protein that they rolled out across the whole fucking planet. And I'm going to believe everything he says because he's got the greatest advice and the best education. And obviously he's the best because it's so competitive and he worked so hard in college. Wake the fuck up, sucker. It's called you're a sucker and a schmuck and you're getting lied to, propagandized, and hypnotized. Everybody knows what happened by now. 2 to 3 million Americans died in March, April, June, July of 2020 when they took the Zav. And Edward here runs a mortuary, and I'm sure he can tell you how many people came in after taking that Zav when they didn't have to take it, and they could still be alive today. Go ahead, Edward. Tell Dr. Peepee here how stupid this little fucking rat brain is.
The vaccine injuries, people who actually died, young people who took the shot. Guys, when we decide that there's someone who has our best interest in mind, and they actually force you to do something, you know it's not good. Please, as Americans, please take your country back by governing your own life. Stop trusting politicians. Trust your own life. Okay? People like power over purpose. If someone wants purpose in your life, they're going to tell you you are 100% responsible for the outcome of your own life. Do not let these people lie to us anymore. Because a bunch of them just keep lying. Okay? And I don't know why clear-headed adults, critical thinkers, continue to believe that there's some side of the aisle that's going to help you and me. No government is coming to your rescue. Make sure you understand that. The only government coming to your rescue is self-government. Take care of yourself, don't overextend yourself, and don't put stuff in your body that's going to kill you.
Well, that in Boston when the Democrats rolled that out, and that's not even a good comparison. That. Listen, big government, big problems. That's all you got to remember. The whole problem is created by the government budget. We are spending $2 trillion a year. We don't collect, only collecting $5 trillion. We're spending $7 trillion every single 180 days. We create another $1 trillion in debt. That's because we have no ethics, no good leaders. They're all criminal sellouts, frauds and scammers. They know what they're doing. They don't give a fuck. They're going to, and because maybe they can get away with it, and they are getting away with it. But is it ethical? It's not ethical, and it's not how you run a business. If our government isn't run to the same fucking standard as a pizzeria, we got a fucking problem. That means we are so far down below an iceberg of ethics. We're in the pit of hell of ethics. That's where we're living at right now, with people who don't even understand it, and they propagandize all kinds of bullshit propaganda all day long on social media. They don't govern, they don't lead, they just spew hate, lies, and as Edward said, it's not self-reliance and personal responsibility, it's lies and propaganda to gaslight you, to basically never admit that we are bankrupt and completely in debt and an upside-down ethical society and an upside-down monetary system. Hello?
And
Edward. It's your Brad. But Brad, there's a couple things that I want us to all know. I'm not crazy. I know that currently insurance companies and the government runs the insurance system. Okay? But between the patient and their doctor, that should be off limits to some central place. Okay? So I'm not disagreeing with you on that. But like I clearly stated, we have a private doctor that come to our home, or we can go to their office, and we pay directly. We're not part of the system in that sense. And everyone, and then you can look it up in your whole community, I don't care where you live, there are private doctors today still out there helping individuals and getting
They didn't have Google reviews in 1800s, Viking.
But if you want to
Time
be part of the
machine, what is
insurance
called
system, you can.
efficiency.
So, Viking, I'm not disagreeing with the fact that the healthcare system of America is ran by the government, but it's not healthcare, it's insurance.
Yeah, that's actually incorrect. That's 100% incorrect. Like, that's so far from being close in the proximity of correct. It's laughable. So you do have a choice. You have an essential right to choose whether or not you accept care. That's an inalienable right. You can decide it. You can say, no, I'm not going to take chemo. No, you can't take my limb off. And you know, they're going to listen to you, and you have a choice to die with that. As far as the insurance, people forget like how quickly the actual conservatives of this country actually wanted the government to step in, particularly in the late 1800s, where they were adding things like trichloroethylene into fucking chemicals. Into chemicals that tell you you can treat it for rheumatoid arthritis. Drink mercury. So the FDA came in and said, hey, we're going to create this entity where we're going to actually give people some kind of protection against this, and with foods, because, you know, there was an industrial revolution going on and toxic foods were being fucking sold to people and they would die in the streets. This actually occurred. We forget that. We want to remember some kind of utopia that doesn't exist. The government is the best purveyor to monitor this. There's no capitalist system that could monitor the production of drugs. Google reviews aren't going to tell you something. Fuck, there was a guy on Clubhouse and a number of idiots that was telling people to just go into their backyard and grab the pine needles off your tree and make tea, and that'll cure COVID. He said this on Clubhouse for fucking 2 years while the whole pandemic was going on. Do you know what? That actually harmed people, because not all pines should be used to make tea, because some of those needles are poisonous. So again, when we look at this and say, hey, yes, does the government fuck up? Absolutely. Is there a legal method that we can recoup? There should be. There should be a more proactive one. There's problems within the structure itself. However, what you're saying is all these truths be self-evident. That's not clearly the case. It was a manifesto that says that the country itself can be able to determine its own path and trajectory to figure out what's best for the people. Not necessarily to say, hey, you know what, the best thing is for your private care physician, which, by the way, by 2030, we will have lost 6 million. You're going to see an NP, a PA maybe, but not a PCP. In fact, the whole insurance plans yourself are so regulated and so heavily constructed in certain ways in order to be able to afford the medical system that exists out there, because, again, the U.S. wants the best in terms of medical pharmaceuticals, medical equipment, medical diagnosis, everything across the board. So we fund it at an incredible rate. We give subsidies, we give taxes breaks, we give wholesale grants, research dollars, massive amounts, more than everybody, just so you could keep the lifestyle that you have. So, and to prolong your life, which goes up and down depending on the year. People with cancer are now surviving much longer. In fact, it's costing insurance companies billions and if not into the trillions of dollars, because cancer claims are so now received that they have a longer life, they go into remission more. You have an uptick in successful cancer care. Same thing with, I don't know, musculoskeletals. You have more people going for hip and knees because, you know, why go out and exercise? Why fucking actually do it when you can just eat
McDonald's suck on Coke, and then they'll just replace your knees when you get 400 pounds. That is actually happening at a huge, huge massive rates. Women, overwhelmingly, it is now to the point of 73% now have complications with maternity due to the choices that they make in terms of nutrition, lifestyle, exercise, etc. Go down the list. So, yes, the government does need to step in certain areas of our society in order to protect its people, because a government is supposed to be for the people, by the people, to help protect the people. And sometimes that government does need to actually protect people from themselves. But many people just go with, hey, I'm free, I can do it myself. And you can't. You can't self-diagnose yourself. You don't have a portable MRI. Those things are expensive. You don't have the ability to make pharmaceuticals in your kitchen with a microwave. You just can't do that. So yes, you do.
You know, Viking, you're basically just like Pockets. You're self-interested because you work in the industry.
So I appreciate what Brad said, right? But Brad, no one ever said about self-diagnosis. We have a private doctor right now, like you said, okay? Whether they run out or not, right now we have them, okay? So, and I am not ever going to rely on some central government. I don't trust the government as well as you do, okay? And I think that they lied to us as Americans.
You already trust it. Every time you go to a physician, there is literally a language that the CMS, the Medicare, Centers for Medicare Services, and HHS, every fucking 3 weeks, update, make sure it's in compliance. They approve absolutely everything that's done to you. In fact, all of the procedures that you have done have a very specific code to it. It is a whole separate language. This code tells everybody, these are the procedures that you are allowed to do in this country. These are the things you can do. Anything not in this list, you cannot do, and you actually have to go seek authorization, not only from the patient, because Trump did sign you can do experimental, but you also have to get approval from both the hospital, a lawyer, and they clear it through a government entity on the state or federal level. So yes, you are controlled by the government.
No, Brad, listen, we understand that the CDC, and the FDA have a role.
The CDC is different. That's a disease control center.
I got it, but we were talking about diseases, right? Is cancer a disease? Is lung cancer, heart problem? These are diseases, right? So
yes.
these are things that actually come down. But for my wife, 5 years ago, found a lump on her breast. Okay, we didn't know what it was, but our doctor came, checked it out, took a little biopsy. Thank God it was not cancerous. But at the same time, for us to look at all the charts and read them with our doctor, we got to do that. And I understand what you're saying. There is a federal drug administration that's saying these are the different things that we can offer the patient. But at the end of the day, my health care is still up to Edward to choose what I'm going to do or not do. I'm going to do.
Never stated that, but that has nothing to do with it.
No,
he never stated that you don't get to ultimately make the decision.
Hold on, guys.
No. What you're saying is ludicrous, Edward. It
No.
has nothing to do with
Ludicrous!
Brad, listen, Brad.
No, Edward,
No, Brad. You can call me wrong if you want to, Brad. It's okay. I'm good with that. But you know what you don't get to do, Brad? Is speak into my life. You don't get to do that. You can tell me what you want for you, but don't tell Edward at 52 years old what he doesn't have a right to do. Okay? I'm telling you.
The government tells you what you can and cannot do.
No, the government don't tell me nothing. The government is infringing upon my rights. The government's infringing upon my rights.
Do you get what's speed at 90 miles an hour down the side of the road?
Okay. First of all, Viking, you know, first of all, I'm not stealing. I do obey the law.
The government doesn't have a right to tell you, but apparently they do.
Okay, all right. Viking, what you're doing right now is you're trying to make something out of nothing. Okay?
Oh, you're trying to just say, hey, the Constitution told me
that I have these benefits, and a Declaration of Independence, which you consistently quote as if it was some preamble to the rights that are given into this country, which is actually not true. The Declaration was a declaration to England for war, and you're trying to make that whole thing a juxtaposition on healthcare and determination as if it was self-evident that you can figure out your own life in terms of it and just seek out whatever you want to. When in fact, the opposite.
Brad, let me ask you a question, Brad. Let me ask you a question, Brad. Real simple. How many uninsured people without medical care in the United States right now?
None.
So you're telling me every person in the United States has medical insurance?
Every single person either has private insurance or they are funded through Medicaid or Medicare, or they fall in lines to the various states.
Brad,
you can just stop right now because you're going to lose.
No, I'm not trying to win.
No more than
I'm not trying to win.
No, you're not going
I'm not trying to win, though.
Declaration of Independence thing.
No.
Just ignorant to this, and you're trying to do something that you're just wrong. There is not a single person that is
I can attest on this stage. I don't have health care, and I pay for my health services.
If you go, wait, hold on, Joe. If you go to a hospital right now, you are covered under a government program called EMTALA, which is an insurance that is given to hospitals. Hospitals will also receive a subsidy for care for those that will not have insurance, so that they are forced to treat you. It is called a government reinsurance program, which actually backs up the losses. They will also file Medicaid to see if you qualify, or Medicare, depending on the condition and your age, et cetera, et cetera. But generally, it would be Medicaid. Or if you're in a state like California or Texas, et cetera, they have things like CalMed, Florida Med. Texas has a whole fucking 800 programs of Medicaid. Minnesota has 5. And even if your children from birth to 18 are covered under a CHIP program, which is separate. So no, there is absolutely no one in America, even from abroad, even immigrants, that are not completely they may not be completely covered for the longevity of their care, but you actually are provided some coverage for either stabilization, emergency room care, or preventative. And in fact, most of the states get paid for preventive checkups for free for those of you that don't have insurance, depending on the locale you're in.
Hold on. Is this going to be real short question? Viking, if I recall correctly, is your career has been in health insurance?
Or my career has been in actually determining the healthcare policies for the entire nation and making sure each state is in accordance with that. So yes, health insurance for the nation at large.
Okay, so Brad, I have a question. Is there any person in the United States that filed medical bankruptcy?
Possibly, but generally that is not the sole indicator of bankruptcy. Generally,
No. I was very specific.
You ask a question, then no. You don't get to fucking just keep going and go. What?
You're wrong, Brad. You're wrong. I'm sorry, bro. You're wrong, Brad. You're wrong. It's okay, Brad.
Happening on these medical bills is that there are other bills associated with it. So they're not just medical bills. There's also fucking rent. There's utility bills, credit card bills, car payments, repossessions. There's a variety of that. And it depends on a case-by-case basis. Now, there are people that do have fucking expenses that exceed outside of whatever coverage that they currently have, which may be a causing contributing factor that actually adds to it. But reality, no, it's not usually the singular cause of medical bankruptcy. There's generally those, and it depends on what state you're in, because if you're in a state like Texas, you have a whole shitload of time before that even gets put on your record. And oh, by the way, some states don't even allow you to put medical bills on a collection report, so you don't have to actually fall into line with bankruptcy. Like some states do, some states don't. So it depends on the state that you're in. But again, these are regulations determined by the governments.
So there is a cash market for healthcare, though, Brad. I think that's what Edward was talking about, is that he has private care that comes to his house. I've talked about this before, that there is a network of private doctors that you can reach out to and be able to get healthcare through cash.
services.
You can do that.
Yeah,
You can
so I don't know what the dispute is saying that it doesn't exist.
You do have a cash payment that can be made. Certain people who want to afford what we call a concierge service. And these are generally in upper echelons that they can pay cash outright. And these guys will, yes, they take that money and they'll use that as a private. You can negotiate those contracts, but at that point, you're becoming kind of like an insurance carrier. They're providing you a service, you're negotiating your contract, and you're getting the services that you want. So, in a way, yes, if you have the money or if you want to spend your money that way, that's entirely up to you. And there are providers that will do that. I'm not discounting them. But what to say is that there is nobody in this nation from birth to death that is not covered by some insurance program. The reason that most people say they don't have insurance is because generally, and it's unfortunate, our government sucks at this portion of it. And I will agree with you, Joe. Our government on state, county, city, town, municipality, and federally does not tell people what programs they cover, and they make the programs so complex that people oftentimes do not know what they may or may not qualify for, or even understand what's available to them, because it is so complex, similar to the fucking tax code. And that is a major issue, and I will acquiesce at that point, Joe.
Yes, so you're right that everywhere we go.
So good. Our government is so good that they're not even explaining to the people that they're supposed to be representing the complications of the healthcare system, which is kind of interesting, Brad, that you say all these things exist, but the majority of the American population don't know it.
The majority of the population do know it.
Everywhere you do walk, generally, if you walk into a business or even into someone else's house, you have bodily injury coverage. Also, when you're riding in a car, either your own car, if you have the coverage for it, but if you're riding with someone else, you have bodily injury coverage. So there is access to insurance coverage that you don't pay for all the time for some form of
I wouldn't say that, Joe. You do pay for it because so take insurance, take your population. Let's say everybody in this room, we all sign up for the Blues, right? We're going to sign up for Blue Cross, Blue Shield, because they have the better network to some degree. They're kind of shit right now, but we sign up for the Blues. We all get our premiums in. We'll say it's $1,000 a month, and we're responsible for $250 of that a month. Sounds like a great plan. However, we're going to have a $4,000 deductible on that plan, because we have programs like, say, the ACA that gives an expansive list of free services that have to be automatically paid at zero out-of-pocket cost to you. So the insurance company is going to give you a higher deductible, but overall, the long stretch is about the same prior to the ACA, because this is how the ACA actually works. And then, as far as your coverage goes, everybody in this room can go for whatever services they want to, as dependent on the plan they pay within the Blue. So whether it's a PPO, an EPO, or an HMO, or if it's a stop loss in any networks there, or it's a curative plan where it just basically allows you to do whatever you want to. It's dependent on what that fucking style is that we all select. Now, some of us may pay a higher premium to have less deductibles, less co-pays.
No, I'm not gonna buy a variable life insurance policy from you, Brad.
Yeah, okay.
I haven't paid for health insurance in 20 years.
Okay, so, that's fine. I mean, but you are still covered. Like, no matter where you go, you are still covered in the event that, like, for instance, you lose your job. Your income falls below a certain threshold. You'll automatically go on Medicaid. Or if you get hurt on the job, workers' comp insurance. There's literally
I've never accessed any of that stuff.
Workers' comp? That's unusual.
No, I'm a small business owner.
Okay, so then you have your own liabilities. And even then, you are actually, particularly in your case, for instance, the hospital that you go to, if you automatically go in there, what they're going to do is immediately either sign you up for Medicaid, and if you don't qualify, which if you're a small business owner that's there, they're going to immediately put you on the exchanges. They're going to immediately get you an ACA policy.
Brad, I got a question for you. Sorry, go ahead.
Extreme emergency, so that's for extreme emergencies. However, due to, let's say I'm in a car accident, I'll be able to access bodily coverage from a car policy. If I slip and fall Walmart, I will be able to file a claim against Walmart's insurance for my bodily injury that happens there.
Yes, you
Yeah,
have
so
or no health insurance.
so there is health care that Americans can access outside of just their preventive care. And I think one of the biggest things when you read through and understand that we don't, pre-existing conditions don't exist anymore, I can go sign up for insurance whenever the period comes up at the end of the year if I have some sort of nagging issue that I have to do. And people can play the system that way. And that's where we live. That's where it's at today.
You can to a certain extent because most people do that at the end of tax season, just to let you know. And good luck getting into a provider at that time if you need something like a specialist, say an ortho or a podiatrist or something along those lines. Just understand that when you go to do that in the fall, the end of the term year, which will be December 31st, those providers are going to have to contend with that provider facility being on vacation. They do close down for holidays, and they are like triple booked. They just, it's amazing to me that people wait till the end of the year to get shit fixed around the holidays. You would figure you would do it in summer or, some other time. But no, people generally tend to wait till the end of the year. It's just a pattern we observe in the insurance industries and what we see across HHS and all these other states. Just, you guys wait till December to get shit done. You're rushing into the doctors when you can get in, but just know there's a long list there, and it's a long wait time. And he may say you have to come back for 5 more visits, but he's not going to see you until the next year. So now you have to reschedule that out there. So just be aware of that, Joe. That it is actually, you got to play that dice on.
But that's what it is. It's taking your own risk compared to paying someone for they're owning your risk.
Hey Joe, where does one even begin to select their own doctor? Like, what kind of network is that you're speaking
Well,
of?
that's an HMO or an EPO, which would be these kind of plans that really narrow down. They want you to have a primary. A PPO doesn't really necessarily need you to have a primary care physician.
But that's inside the system, though, right, Brad? I'm talking about outside. Like, that's what.
I'll tell you how I do it, Matt. I'll tell you how I do it. So now, clearly, I'm not an older person where I'm dealing with significant health issues. So I wouldn't recommend it to people dealing with significant health issues. But if you're, of average health and you don't deal with a lot of sickness, I don't deal with getting sick very often. Look, man, if I ever have issues, say I got to see a dermatologist, call up the dermatologist, ask them if they accept cash, and call around until you find one that will accept cash. You'll come to find out that they'll actually offer it at a cheaper rate than what they would if they went through insurance, because oftentimes there's a false inflation that occurs from doctors' offices dealing with insurance where they'll actually put a higher price than dealing with someone that I'm in and out. Let me tell you what, when I do have to go to the doctor and I'm a cash payer, I'm not sitting there for 4 hours. They're not milking the insurance company for how long I'm sitting there in the waiting room or in the office. They get me in and out in 30, 45 minutes and I'm done. Now,
I would be cautious on that as well, Joe. Just to give you advice, we do see this on occasion where doctors are cash payment and they'll say, yeah, we'll take cash. But it gets a little murky because there's usually checks and balances with that. So if doctors we have caught doctors and facilities milking people for cash. They do come in lower. There's a reason for that. Lower just means they don't have to use their TPA. They don't have to use their billings. They don't have to use a variety of systems. Joe's right on that. So they give you a discount. They're basically cutting the top off of all of their other ancillary expenses or administrative expenses, which are fucking ballooned, which is why you ask why medical insurance is so right. When Joe goes in for $1,000 procedure, he says, I'll do cash, and he gets it for $400. And you're like, wait, what are your administrative
services should be your next question, because if they're charging $1,000, the rest of that is profit, administrative fees, etc. down the list for the hospital. But when you do cash payments, we have caught doctors where they have purposely just kind of not giving you the full checks, and when you don't have the pre-authorization or the tracking on that doctor, where we can actually send flags and say, hey, this doctor ordered, I don't know, I'm going to make something up here just to be a little bit more hyperbolic, a gynecological exam on a male who went in for a knee injury, and he's charging for that. And so we see things like that with cash payments where the people don't really look at their EOB or their itemized list. They just pay the cash price, and they're not really sure. And the doctor just made up some fucking shit, even though he went in and just did a check.
Yeah, Brad, they're supposed to give you the item. Did they give you that itemized?
Yes, you are legally allowed under this nation to ask for all of your healthcare records and itemize an EOMB and an EOB. You have every right to all of your medical records, no matter where you're at in the country, what facility they have. Now, they can charge you a small fee. I believe the rate is like no more than $20, but they have to provide that to you, the full transcript. And if they don't, they get held liable. You have the right to sue them. CMS will flag them and actually fine them, and it's a hefty fine. It's like in the $100,000 range for a violation.
Wow. Matt, here's some advice if you try to search out cash. Do not go to the biggest, most expensive hospital. What they often do is they charge for room rates. I mean, each room's going to cost them a certain amount of money. It's like a restaurant charging for plates. You know, they have a lowest number because they have so much clientele, is the patients. That those rooms cost money. So there's a low level of if you have to be placed into a room, they're going to charge you $5,000. So make sure you're not going to a high end, the biggest hospital in the region. You want to find a doctor's office that you can get in and out of for any type of circumstance. You should give from that.
Yes. And that's the whole thing. I do agree. Obviously, you don't want to be a person that's predisposed to having really bad health problems down the line. But if you, like you were mentioning, Joe, if you're a healthy person in general, this is seems like a pretty good way of going about, getting some insurance of some sort. Or
Matt, the argument is about efficiency and cost savings benefits analysis. The system is compromised. The system has to be reformed. It should be put on a new platform. It should be taken down completely. Medicare, Medicaid should be relaunched. It's just the fraud is $200 billion a year. It's $200 billion too much.
It's just a lot of inaccuracies from so many angles.
The fact that they estimate $200 billion that's just nonsensical.
Okay, go check your chat GPT. Do a little research before you refute my claims. I'll put the link in the chat, gentlemen.
Okay, so just back to the whole thing.
Let me just offer a plan idea. What I'd like to see, and this has been floated over the last year or two, is where a company like Amazon can offer group rate plans for a company like Walmart. If you're able to purchase your insurance through there, you can automatically get into a group rate of millions of customers.
Okay, so Amazon One Medical, you can Google this now. It's 65, I believe it's 65 or something like that. There's a variety of these popping up, but Amazon One Medical, I'm going to give you a caution. It's mostly teledoc, but for those of you who don't know, it's online medicine. You can get a lot. You can get your pharmaceuticals there. I don't think it's a bad add-on to have. It goes with your Prime membership or whatever it is. But it's $65 a year for, I believe, up to a family of 4. You get a $5 prescription copay. That's what you pay, or a $5 prescription plan. I'm sorry, not copay. For if they have to refer any medicines to you, and that's per month. And again, that's for a family of 4, up to a family of 4. You will pay another rate after that for additional members. So that's just what Amazon One Medical, and it's a direct care network. They've already taken over Hackensack, like they're the primary direct care providers for Hackensack, Seattle. They have actual concrete brick and mortar, what we call brick and mortar locations around the country where you can go to and receive care, such as urgent care, etc. they are paid on a different pyramid than what you would see traditional networks, like the Blues, Cigna, Aetna, etc., Sun Life, all of these networks out there. These are paid on your condition code. So if you went in for a broken leg, everything related to that leg is covered under that insurance. It's provided for that. So no matter how many x-rays you go, how many times you need to have it recasted, etc., all of these things are provided under that. And their medical providers are paid on a salary rather than the facility collecting rates per visit or per encounter. So this is a different pay network. It has some benefits. It also has some negativity. So it's nice. Direct care providers can help you. They're available 24/7, 365. They're really great. However, you have to understand what it is, and you have to use it for what it was meant to be. It's for those emergencies for urgent needs. For instance, you're feeling sick, you have a really bad stomach ache, you don't really want to go to a doctor, you have to wait a couple of days, go to an urgent care network or go to the ER. You can actually tell them, they'll describe your symptoms, and they may say, hey, I need you to go in there, or they'll prescribe you a prescription to go ahead and, resolve the issue, like an antibiotic or something like that. So, utilize it for what you want to, but there are direct care. And most of you, just to let you know on this one, when you have private insurance, like employer-based or et cetera, understand that there are benefits associated with those. These are called point solutions. These are additional services that you are already paying for with this network that you just have to call the network and get turned on. So, for instance, if you're having problems with a knee, musculoskeletal, you can actually have these solutions that will direct you to better care, additional rehabilitation programs for zero cost. Most of the time zero, or low cost is zero.
Do they have therapy services for liberal brain rot?
Yeah, or for crazy people that have 30 phones and they sort of pretend they're a trans black woman. So these are services that you can get provided for that will.
Do they have detransitioning services for Medicare and Medicaid?
Yeah. Why do we allow this guy on stage?
Why do we allow you on stage when you make death threats?
Yeah, how's that congressional?
Because to make death threats on Clubhouse violates Federal Code CR 38.02. It is illegal to make online death threats online. Many of you think that I am important, but I am not a gay man living in my mom's basement. I'm not a black woman. And Brad is an insurance expert because he denies young children health insurance claims. That's what he does. He's a health insurance denier. He ruins people's days and he says, sorry, ma'am, we couldn't insure you for the full amount. That's what he does for a living, ladies and gentlemen. He's an expert in denying claims. He's an expert in denying claims. That's not a career, denying claims for children, hurting children's lives by denying them.
You can go see this on his little Instagram thing. When you look at this, like Joe's right, you can pay for care. Beaver, the same with you. I just caution you, before you go ahead and do the other viable options as well, because you may not have to pay that huge tax. You may be able to get a direct care option that'll even mitigate it further for a cheaper rate.
How dare you mock me? How dare you mock me?
Say I had a heart attack or something, all of those things are out of the picture, right?
What do you mean out of the picture?
Well, I can't go to pay cash.
You're covered automatically. If you didn't, it's called EMTALA. You're qualified under EMTALA for stabilization and emergency treatment for any kind of condition that may affect you in the nation, regardless of your citizenship. So it does.
What's the name of that? What is
EMTALA, EMTALA.
I've experienced this shit before. Okay.
Again, most people aren't aware of it. We did, I think KK made me hold rooms and talk about it one time, and we actually had a pretty big room. And I was helping some people with their medical claims and some of their, I'm not a doctor. I don't work in trying to fix you. So like you need a doctor for that. But trying to navigate your healthcare system, navigate your insurance, I have helped. And I even helped doctors on here who were complaining on getting their own claims paid for the services they rendered. I helped them with the insurance companies reviewing them because it's just, it's a system, it's a big system, and it's clogged, and it has a lot of work to be done. But I know a lot of people are not going to take it. It's probably the best system for the amount of people we have in the world. It's just too expensive, especially for the lifestyle that Americans take. Like we want zero accountability, but we want to be treated like, I don't know what to tell everybody. Like, you need to eat healthy if you want universal payment.
I think if people were healthier, the cost would go down, right? Just throwing out things that are like kind of probably pretty logical, possibly. I don't know. Would that be a possibility? Someone's giving me an X.
No, yes, that would definitely. Like if we cut down sodium, if we cut down like the massive amounts of food, like if you go into a supermarket and you see a roll full of cereal, that's not healthy. You're not feeding your kids healthy. It's just you're packaging sugar with bran flakes. Like that's all you're doing. You're buying soda. Like the best thing, and one of the best decisions, even though everybody's gonna hate me for this, is on their SNAP. They stopped giving soda and chips and junk food in general.
About that, yeah.
And people are bitching about it, and I'm sitting there going, do you understand what they're doing? They're saying you're buying processed foods instead of the actual agricultural products that will help your body.
They were freaking out in another room, the opposite of you of us in this room, or at least one, they were fighting amongst each other over that very thing. Like they're complaining about that. I'm like, that's like, you would want them people healthy because like you don't give them sodas and donuts as a way out of like not being like looking at themselves like in a healthy way at all. I mean, this is weird. I don't know why people like you're saying why they're complaining about that.
Because there's so many people that want a happy pill. Like you go to the doctor and you just expect them to fix it. Like one of the great things that happened under Trump too, and this is why I give the guy a lot of props. You have your right to try. So any experiment out there, you have your right. He also gave the veterans the ability to go anywhere they need to. He also did this expensive little result that nobody kind of like appreciates is let me come back to you. Give me no problem. Wait, say your last part again before I went on, because like it just slipped from my head.
I think I was dude, we were talking about the food and nutrients and SNAP and all that kind of stuff. Why the complaints? Yeah.
Matt, you know what's crazy is the NAACP sued to get cola back on.
No, don't say that. Are you kidding me?
Yes, they did. They said it was racial discrimination.
No, you gotta get by that article.
That's
insane.
Yes.
How long ago was that? I think I remember something. That was like a year ago or 2 years ago, maybe. I don't know.
Yes, I'll put the information in the link because I heard it on a podcast and I'm like, no way. And then I looked it up and I'm like, holy shit. So what it was, they Coca-Cola is actually, they lobbied the NAACP and said, hey, we support you. We want you to basically do this whole PR campaign to say it's racist to take away soda from SNAP benefits. And that's the only reason why they did that. Isn't that crazy?
Bullshit.
Actually, is that why at the grocery stores, it's buy 3 Coca-Cola and get 3 free?
Yes, Coca-Cola is going down. Soda and junk food in general, I guess, is going down. People are saying it.
across. Like you could see that. I have it in my office. They're like, oh, some guy came out. He's like, oh, we got chips there, 50 cents in the vending machine. And I was like, yeah, but you have an apple. You have an apple right next to it for 10 cents. You could get the apple. Like it's still cheaper. The apple.
So I mean, so it's in the government's best interest to make sure its people is in the best shape and best, ability to be healthy. So one of the things that they probably should be doing for us is like I don't know, name membership. I don't know what's the story of that. Like why isn't there a bigger push to, as Adams would put, like help the big backs, you know what I mean? Like let's slim them down a little bit.
Not the big back.
Actually, there was a pushback against it. We used to have the Presidential Fitness Awards. We used to have accommodation. Go look at gym class in 1950s versus gym class today. You'd be crazy.
Oh, by the way, do they still have the little fat? I don't know how old you are, Mikey, but I'm probably gonna age myself here. But do you remember the little tool they used to have to measure your fat? That we used to
the BMI.
Yeah. Do they still do that? I don't even know.
I don't know if they do it in school. I haven't been around schools.
They do. I was gonna say they probably work with
Man, I have a question for you.
That little tool. What do you got? What's up?
So isn't President Trump, isn't he a fatback too?
Who is that?
Who's Trump?
Yeah, we don't know Trump. Who is that?
Yeah, isn't the President Trump of the United States, isn't he a fatback?
I don't know who he is.
Well, he's 90 fucking years old, so I guess he could get as fat as he wants to. He's actually earned it. So, I mean, he never smoked or drank in his life. He doesn't do that shit.
I mean, he's a guy. Yeah, he never did anything athletic in his whole life. He just military. If he's got the ability, he's a draft dodger.
He's a great golf player.
Jimmy Carter could like top 5 first president.
You can still.
So what does that have to do with anything?
I'm just saying, we're talking about fatbacks. You're bringing up individuals. The president of the United States is probably the fattest person on the planet right now. The fattest person on the planet that runs a country, or so to speak, runs a country.
But he's also living to 90-something years of age, which is actually above average. He's well above average, actually. And he's in health, has all his faculties, and is, by the way, President of the United States. So when you're 90 years old and running a country, playing golf every other day, taking care of things. Talk shit, but I mean,
why are we? Yeah, but 78-year-old man running a country. That's really. That's a great milestone. Yeah, Biden's the old piece of shit.
Little result. matter. So like, I want the guy that's best to do the job and is actually going to like care. Honestly, if they're like, I don't like FDR, but I'm glad he fucking said, you know what? Fuck this, you attack Pearl, we're gonna fucking drop 2 bombs on you and show you this, show you how your shadows stick to the sidewalk. I'm pretty okay with that.
Oh, so you're okay with someone flying over military bases and rock? Oh, go ahead.
This is why it matters. Because when you don't have a president who's 60, you have characters like Joe Biden, who completely embarrasses us in front of the world for 4 fucking years. You have a whole sentence together, right? And other things that he does with his dementia and so on and so forth. So,
But I think that it's because of like the embarrassment of Joe Biden, or is that more of a reflection of us as voters? The only reason why Joe Biden was president was because of the voters.
Well, I'm taking Joe Biden to the office. It had nothing to do with Joe Biden. The No Malarkey tour did not fucking win votes.
What changed?
How we got here and how the country as a whole got to where it's at now is collectively all of us did this, right?
No.
no.
Any update on Biden's cancer diagnosis? I haven't heard anything from him here.
They turned the page from that. So turn the page.
It was just at an event where he called another black man Barack, and it wasn't Barack. So
That was so funny.
There was just a 60-minute one where they interviewed all the presidents in history that are still alive. So Bush, Virginia, Barack Obama, Clinton, and yeah, all of them they interviewed all of them. And pretty okay. Pretty better than
we are.
Probably, because it's only short clips, like
for like a one-off, but what they were doing before when he was running for president, they were using him up every other week, but his body could maintain.
Yeah, that's true.
Real quick, back to the weed thing. So, actually, I don't know, how old is Pritzker, the Chicago dude? Does anybody know how old he is? He's a huge fat dude.
I think he's in his late 60s, 70s.
Okay, I think he's in his 60s, so I think I'm safe to say this. And then, of course, Chris Christie, all these guys. Like, I mean, one thing, Char, is like, if they're in like 50s and 60s and they're like, that weight, I hear your point on that. But like, if they get into their 80s and 90s, like at that point, like for God's sake, like who like cares? You get that, but you turn them.
No. Well, okay, here's the deal, right? The older you get, the more conscientious of your diet you should be. Your immune system, your arteries, everything, right? Your big and small intestines, right, begin to cease function the way it used to be when you're younger, right? So listen, you shouldn't be fat to begin with, right? You're supposed to be as healthy shape as possible. When you're going around eating McDonald's and promoting shit that literally has cancer in their damn food, right? As a 70-something-year-old man, a 70-plus-year-old man, like that's not a good precedent. And usually people who are of that age, they begin to draw back from eating a lot. Yeah, eating a lot of that stuff because that's just gonna like your immune system's not gonna be there to defend that shit. So technically, I mean, you should be getting skinnier. Honestly.
He's better off eating McDonald's every once in a while than drinking alcohol, right? He doesn't drink. He doesn't do any type of drug. So that's his vice, McDonald's. They look at him in and out of the system.
Wait, Rhea, did you give me a towel?
No, account. This is my second account. I don't feel like counting the other one. No.
You're really winning people over on your.
Yeah, why?
No, I just feel like this is I got phones, so I'm just doing some on the other phones. So.
Have we talked about the SCOTUS rule today? They told Louisiana they can go ahead and use the new.
What was the title?
Yeah, I was.
DOJ claims to be enforcing it.
They're going to move around the states that they have to get rid of the racial congressional.
They blasted.
The gerrymandering.
So are we racist for this, guys? Are we racist? I hope so. For more racist. They get rid of color. What's that term? Are we all racist?
Knee-jerk reaction. Oh my god.
They blasted her dissent. They humiliated her in dissent. They pulverized her.
What was the what was it? 6-1?
6-3.
6-3. Sorry.
So the Supreme Court justices are kind of fighting now because it's out there at the top of the jumbotron. Now they're taking shots at each other. It's pretty legendary right now. I'm getting a kick out of this. It's just amazing.
Wait, what? The Supreme Court justices are doing that now on Twitter or what?
But no, it's not on Twitter. I'm saying it's being recorded. Like Sam Alito, Clarence Thomas, Ketanji Jackson's dissent, they called it triple at best, others baseless and insulting. And then they didn't they said, the dissent goes on to claim that our decision represents an unprincipled use of power. That is a groundless and utterly irresponsible charge. And then it goes on to say, basically she said that Louisiana should go ahead and ignore the ruling. And then they called that out too. She has no business being on the bench. Correct. So, which states are looking to, I guess DeSantis, by the way, the last couple hours has done it or is in the process of redrawing his particular.
It's on DeSantis. It's on his debt. No, he hasn't filed. It's on his debt.
I think Virginia doing it.
Virginia and then Alabama's already doing it.
Virginia got to stay, so that I don't think that went through yet. I don't think they got the court cases yet.
How about Tennessee? Was I hearing right that he decided to that Tennessee?
I haven't heard anything about that.
Okay, maybe I was just hearing something about Nash.
But no, you could be right.
Here, I pulled up the list. So I have Alabama, Louisiana, Georgia, Florida, New York, and North Carolina, Texas, Ohio, and South Carolina, California, Michigan, and Arizona.
Yeah, they already did California a while ago. The Republicans got rude.
Are we going to win midterms though now? Like, doesn't this help us a ton?
I hope so, son.
I think where it's a coin flip still. I still say power is going to shift 3 to 4. I just don't see. I'm like I know the polling's all over the place, but I just don't see Democrats with like some unified message on I hate Trump. Like they're trying to make the Iran war like stick and create dissent, but outside of that, I mean, they're still running on anybody but Trump. Spirit Airlines, they tried, Hakeem Jeffries and company tried to use that as look at what Republicans did, but really it wasn't them. And people actually know this now. They're like, yeah, that was Elizabeth Warren with her high cheekbones. So, I mean,
there's also some Democrat runoff in different areas. Some of them being the DSA, and then just the regular Dems. So it's going to be interesting to see who wins those seats, who wins the Democratic vote. What was it in Michigan? Well, traditionally, an interim president, whatever the party the president is, usually lose the midterms. That's just history.
Right. That's the way that the pattern's always been, if I recall right.
Yeah.
Largely because the ruling party doesn't follow through with their promises. And the issue with the Iran war is it's just not popular. Trump didn't sell it without, the only message he's really hit on is that we're going to Iran getting a nuclear weapon. However, that's not resonating with the younger voting bloc, Trump supporters, largely because they interpret it, and you can blame the voters, but this is how it's been largely interpreted. When he said no new never-ending wars, people heard that as no new wars, and he's done, put himself in a corner with this, and the polling is looking terrible. I can tell you that right now.
I know Michigan, I've been watching it for like 2 months, every week. The Democrat, the person that voted for the Democrat for governor in Congress, those people have been losing the polls to all JD Vance's and Trump's selection ones that they've endorsed, consistently every week. So it's Republicans are winning.
Thank you, Ann. Joe, we talked maybe. Oh, no, go.
I was just gonna comment on about Michigan. I don't remember all the guys' names. I would have to go onto my Twitter and look through my tweets. But some of the Republicans that are running are like total grifters in Michigan. So be careful.
Yeah, Cover, so I've been moving obviously for John James, but I'm not disappointed she is moving polls for us right now. But I'm just like, she's like that not like
Chicago spends $36 million a year on financial advisors to manage $13 billion in stocks and bonds. Chicagoans want elected mayor Schroeder will liquidate the $13 billion in assets, what is a historical high, and refund to all pension contributors. Unfunded pension liabilities will be suspended temporarily and funded with the now saved asset management fees.
Yeah, there's a couple of them that are really horrible. Yeah. So yeah, whatever. Just be careful.
Yeah. But that doesn't make me want to vote for John.
Oh yeah, Joe. So we were talking about, I don't know, 3 or 4 months ago. The thing we talked about where there might be something to change the tide. And you know what I'm talking about, like with the James Coneys of the world or whatever it might be. Things are kind of bubbling up a little bit on that, but nothing's really broken. But it sounds like it's moving toward that way. Do you have any more thoughts on that? That was a couple of months ago that we talked about that. Any kind of like change in this at all or no?
What they're going to face is, regardless of what was delivered policy-wise, which the Republicans, we delivered them a majority, they largely failed on codifying Trump's agenda. So this doesn't resonate where voters are enthusiastic about voting Republican. And then on top of that, if we go into the summer with high gas prices, and election season's right around the corner. We have primaries running, and then general election kickoffs will happen in August. So the last barrel of oil that had left through the Strait of Hormuz arrived on Friday. So now the real economic impact of the Strait of Hormuz being shut down, the same thing, regardless of how well, policy issues, if the Republicans pull through on anything over these next 6 months, if the economy is not benefiting people, they're going to hold the Republicans accountable for that.
economy, and that hasn't resonated on Main Street. It has on Wall Street, but it hasn't on Main Street.
That's true. Look, I think some of the long-term investments and things are fantastic. Vikings talked about this, the $21 trillion. These are things that would set up Americans for years to come. I think if Trump sold the war better, that look, we're worse off if we lose the petrodollar than we are if we don't. When Saudi Arabia was just a few years ago flirting with not selling oil in the American dollar anymore, that would ruin our economy. And the only way we're able to keep propping this up is by the end of a barrel of guns. We have the strongest military in the world. We owe a lot of money. So the cost of inflation, they printed how much money they've printed over the last 6 years. It's starting to catch up, and we probably are going to face every 18 years there's a housing cycle that occurs, and we're kind of at the end of that tier of that housing cycle where housing have to.
The only begotten child of Osiris thy father, and Isis thy mother, he that was slain. The only begotten child of Osiris thy father, and Isis thy mother, he that was slain. She the body flying from the temple of the water. Deep in gold. Thousands of pennies of flashing white, whiter than before held the moon.
The Senate leader, it was pretty clear that it was going to be business as usual in Washington.
Well, it's also not like we had large enough margins, right? Like, we had a 1-vote majority in the House, we had a 3-vote majority in the Senate, and they weren't going to blow the filibuster up because it would come back to bite us in the ass when the Democrats use it to force all their legislation down our throat.
I mean, what it comes down with is you've got to make a lot of promises to the coalition presidents. And what you're starting to see in polling is the group of the Mahas, right? Mahas are starting to pull back. So when you lose, it's about we can lose 10%, 50%, but that's where when you start losing that type of numbers in your voting block, even though that's what puts you over in 24, that's what ends up losing the election in 26. Just deliver the bad news to them. I mean, it could change around. And he caused hyperinflation. How do you repair that? Inflation was not a problem until COVID. Come on, Chuck. No, it became again. Who was the progenitor of that? In my view, this is of course the things he was doing before 2017. Let's deal with 2020. I mean, who's signing the CARES Act, and who caused mass printing of money through the stimulus packages? Joe. Was that Joe Biden? Was that Obama? No, was that retard President George W. Bush, or was it fucking Trump? It was Trump. Shutting down cities, doing lockdowns. It was Democrats. There was also some Republican local politicians that when you shut down a city, you shut down your economy in that city. So the worst thing that ever happened to our country was the lockdowns. Okay. And he signed off on it. And he don't sign off on it. Not necessarily. That's not. It's those parts. He was the one that went in, right? The virus had 99.9%
sense of rivalry, okay, and basically allowed these lockdowns to ensue, and also too being the so-called father of the vaccine and creating Operation Warp Speed. And through the vaccine, they gave people a reason to do what? To put stipulations. You can't come in the store without a mask. You can't come to shit, God knows what Bible study. I don't know. I guess it's within Christian church and Christians were doing. You can't come to Bible study unless you was jabbed up. You booster shotted up. He was the one that started that shit. You know, was a Biden did the shit, same shit too. But he
The policies in California were enforced by California, right?
Yeah, you can say that, but the high school was created by the president.
How were the policies in California created by the president, Charlie?
Well, I mean, well, he created. My point is, Joe, he created the president.
You literally created. You can't literally create the president. The state's powers which reside in the state itself. That's how you got with it. Like how powers are made to do so. Look, I'll try to make your point that you should have argued, but you're too low IQ to make. Is you should have said that, well, Trump didn't come out on a stark contrast when the states were locking down. He didn't get out and do enough messaging to stop the lockdowns from occurring. Because he didn't cause the lockdowns to occur. So, I mean, see, this is where, if anything, the only thing the Republicans got going for us is people like Char right here. That's the only thing we got going for us. Good point.
I like Republicans and Democrats. All you guys are fucking psychopaths.
You can't really make solid arguments.
Solid arguments, like you can't even address the fucking CARES Act that he signed in, which was a $69 trillion wealth transfer of money that we've ever witnessed. And also through that, the stimulus packages that cost massive amount of printing of money. Like, how do you get around that? Like, you're talking, I mean, because my point, Joe, is that you said, how do we get out of this situation? Well, you know, of course, America before Trump was already on a bad collision course anyway. But he created hyperinflation through the shit he was doing in 2017, 2018. Yeah, he made money at the same time, but at the same
Inflation in 2016 and 2017.
There was hyperinflation.
No, there wasn't. You better go.
There was a lot of money that was printed during that time.
We didn't see significant inflation until 2021, Charlie.
Yeah.
Now you can attribute it to Trump's policies.
In the summer of 2021.
Yeah, it was off the chart.
Yeah.
Yeah, falling like that, and I'm like, what the fuck? Groceries are so expensive in the grocery store. So inflation.
Inflation dropped 3% and 2.1% in 2016 and 2017, so there was no hyperinflation.
There's like multiple factors that went into the inflation though. Like it wasn't just domestically, like we had terrorists literally, tearing our fucking merchant vessels that were trying to bring us, all of our shit here, and that cost us a lot of fucking money in that same time period. Which added to that.
Yeah, Charlie, let me give you some advice, bro. Let's study up a little bit on what's happened over the last decade. Get some solid arguments. If you're going to spike the football when polling isn't looking favorable for Trump in the midterms, get your talking points down, bro. And you can come in here and you can school us.
He wasn't addressing it.
He follows some of the shows today. He literally said that Trump is in trouble. He has some points to be made. Like, he literally just
well in that place, like you do really well with that. But with all this, you guys all do this stuff where you're off in la la land. It makes no sense, and you're actually creating more voters for Republicans. Again, that's how Trump won last time.
Are you serious?
You guys are his best recruiters for voters.
Well, I'm
Honestly, if you guys shut up, Trump would have lost the election. If y'all just went on.
we are. I don't give a fuck about these
I
fake
know,
ass
I'm just saying in general, not you saying in general, but you don't help either. But I'm just saying, like, if you all just go on and Trump like lost this election, you guys just like just brought in thousands of new voters. That'd be horrible. Like,
Yeah, I don't see it.
stuff coming on.
You do see it, though.
Yeah, he was put in there. He was selected. He wasn't elected. Like, your votes don't fucking count. Your votes are nothing but sense. The fuck?
We just elected a decentralized nature. Our votes is state.
Your votes don't count. Like,
Yes, they do.
all these elections are fucking rigged / scripted /
Alright. I have a question. If you ever, I don't know, maybe worked an election, you think they're rigged. So how do you work them? Have you worked an election? Give you
I don't
experience?
believe in this bullshit fucking left right paradigm where you have to vote.
Statement without any evidence to back it up, without any intellectual curiosity to figure out
Let's
what
see,
it's
2000. Yeah, let's see, the 2000 election.
I mean, he did win the popular vote.
Yeah, fucking yeah. What is that? That's the point. What the fuck does that mean?
I mean, the majority of Americans vote for him.
Yeah, and you know what's funny? You can win the popular vote, but if you don't win the electoral, that means jack shit.
Right, but I'm saying like, but the popular vote measure of affection. Right, but I'm saying that also implies that the majority of Americans wanted him.
Okay? Yeah, I mean, that's based off of the paradigm that was going on, right? Because, it's like a teeter-totter, right? You go to left, people don't like
I'm able to create a
right,
liquidate
people don't
Chicago
like
pension fund management account and save Chicago 40 value year on asset management fees. Pension contributors receive a liquidation of assets check, and all future pension contributions will no longer be managed by an unfunded investment pool for the benefit of wealth management.
To give yourself some first-hand experience on how they actually work.
No, I don't fucking vote.
Okay, so there's the higher.
Oh, never mind.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Yeah, I'm the smart one. Why would I sit up here and engage in election hand? Why would I engage circus hand? I watch the circus. I don't engage in it.
Yeah, I mean, like, that's a good point. But by the way, you think this country
I think this country is a piece of shit.
Strike a master cold. Draw the.
Let's see. I'd rather just live with the animals now than I have to.
When was this country? Answer the question. Wait. I just want to know, when did you think the country was good? Yeah, okay, you gotta fix whatever you got going on there. John, when do you think the country was great?
Let's see, the country. I mean, if you're talking about financially, all the other stuff, I mean, decades ago, but I don't think this country is great.
Decades ago, do you have like a time frame, like a year?
Let's see, little depression, maybe 60s, 70s.
The 60s and 70s, so like Vietnam War era, post that, Carter administration.
50s, 60s, and 70s.
Yeah, the gas
If you're talking about
lines.
his peak, yeah. But then again, I mean, his peak was probably during its inception and a little after. To be honest with you.
if you credit the 50s, 60s, and 70s, what was the white population voting bloc in that period of time? You know?
Oh wow.
So so now you're bringing us a white population. What's the
just to let you know, the white voting population was 90% of the electorate in that time period.
Yeah. When he said when this country was great, I'm talking about his economic power overall. So that was my point.
When the
This
white
country,
voting
I don't
90%.
argue that this country is a piece of shit to begin with.
Then why are you still here?
Why am I still here? Well, because my ancestors used to be here.
But you hate this country.
You know?
Yes,
I
why?
mean, that's like that's like
No, but
you know. I could be here because I understand what this country is, who runs this country, who runs the world. I understand all this shit. So by the time I want to leave and go to another country,
But you hate it?
I hate this global system. Yeah, this global system.
Amazing, right? You could just don't live in the wilderness, but you're not though. You're on Clubhouse.
Yeah, very much might as well live in the wilderness, so I don't have to deal with the red and blue, left, right.
But you're not though.
Let's see.
Well, I know. You could, but you're not.
I could, but I'm not because I have work to do. You dig what I'm saying?
What is that work?
Let's see, doing the Lord's work. Let's just put it like
you could do the Lord's work in the wilderness.
Not necessarily.
I feel like you're just like one of those people that just like trauma.
No, I don't trauma them, but I just call it what it is.
No, because you're like complaining about the system, but you're not really doing anything against the system.
I've done a lot of different things against the system. When you put it out,
you did very good in the Lord's work.
Because you work, you were a mercenary for this military, the industrial complex, right, Rashad? I don't sit up here and I don't think that you're gonna understand. I just said that either.
I mean, you funded, right?
The mayoral decree will liquidate the Chicago Pension Fund managed by Callan Corporate, save Chicago $48 million a year in asset management fees.
I'm not disrespecting him. Listen, I'm saying.
Close to Judge, appointment attorney.
When you're a military personnel, you really are a mercenary for that particular military industrial complex.
I know, but you funded though too though. So
if I'm a mercenary, if Rashad and I are mercenaries, you voted for that. You acquiesced. I didn't vote. Yeah, you did.
I'm taxed. Yeah, you damn right. I'm taxed. So
and that's what I'm saying. So you choose to be a cog in the system. Stay with me real quick. I get it. You hate America. We're not here to change your mind. I'm just getting you to understand your place in it. I'm getting you here to understand your place in this system, right? So check me out. You say you could live off the grid, but you refuse to. That means there's some part of this system, this indoctrinated system, that even has a hold on you, and you refuse to detach yourself from it. And the false premise you do to explain why you haven't detached yourself from your system is your religion. But that system of religion is still the white man's religion, right? If it has anything to do with God, then it is the white man's religion, because that was what our ancestors were introduced to, right? They believed in Christianity, but it came across when we were all
that sounds like
so some part of that white man's system in Christianity has a
The mayoral decree will liquidate the Chicago Pension Fund managed by Callan Corporate, save $48 million in asset management pension contributors to direct the liquidation of asset checks. Sorry, Dad. Give us your pension.
Because at least one penny from my paycheck in some facet came from you. Whether you want to take accountability or not.
Sorry, Dad.
Remove yourself from this system by just
Sorry,
what
Dad.
you want.
Check is in the mail. Sorry, Dad. Check is in the mail. The mayoral decree will liquidate the Chicago Pension Fund.
So I'm gonna answer Rashad. I mean that was a load of bullshit, Marshall. You're better than that. But anyways, Rashad, listen. Right? You say all these things, and then you sit up here and act like, oh well, you can live off.
Sorry, dude. Check is in the mail.
You don't do it well. Like I said, I'm doing the Lord's work. I have a mission that I'm supposed to accomplish, which is doing certain things with the scriptures, right? Understanding what's about to happen to this country and to the inhabitants of this country. Who knows? I might be a part of that. I don't know. I have a invested interest in carrying out my mission spirit. So with that being said, right?
Sorry, dude. Check is in the mail.
That's what's
Sorry, what religion?
My people are not in the Middle East.
Strike a master.
What is it? I know I'm trolling. What is it?
Let's see.
Strike a master chord. Draw the flame.
What part of what Bible? You have to agree with me that you subscribe to a part of this society.
You're talking about Christianity. Wait, hold up, Rashad, real quick, please. Just listen. You're talking about modern Christianity, right? You're talking about Americanized Westernized Christianity. That's not what I believe in. And also too, the Bible that you're talking about, that was a translation of the Hebrew text, and the Greek text of the New Testament has absolutely nothing to do with the Western mindset that you're thinking of when it pertains to the concept that people believe in here. Even the concept of Christianity that you believe in was not the concept of Christianity that was formed almost fucking millennia.
Okay, sorry. I would ask you.
Sorry, dude. Check is in the mail.
Right?
Okay, John, you're spewing lies, and I want to know what Bible you got this idea America, something is going to happen to America in the Bible. I want the reference, and I highly believe you do not have that. Can't get it. It doesn't exist.
Char.
Wait, subscribe to this. Are you a Christian?
I don't like to say Christian because to be like Christ is what the definition of a Christian is, and that's impossible. So I try really hard. I just say that I'm spiritual. Thanks.
So,
Char.
I'm gonna answer the Bible real quick, and I got you, Rashad. I'm gonna just answer. So yeah, just real quick, since you're pretty much you're basically saying that you're a Christian. Yeah, Babylon the Great is the same. Babylon the Great is America.
You don't deserve it.
Okay, I mean it literally talks about the attributes of America that Babylon the Great, pretty much is. And Babylon the Great, the modern day Babylon, is the
Medical care was looking at the Chicago Pension Fund management family for the social over 48 million asset management fees. John Kitover for the Chicago State Pension Liquidation check.
Well, now you're getting on another topic because you know I'm speaking the truth.
Sorry, the check is in the mail. Sponsors the requested judgment.
Bible said it. It's not in America. A whole bunch of countries are gonna get nuked. What do you think? Why do you think all that shit's going on over there, Lisa?
I don't know. Maybe people like you probably help. And I don't think everyone on, but if you radicalize, you don't think that you answer.
Radicalize? What are you talking about?
Sorry. She asked me what you thought. So which kind of got me confused. Like the small Bible, what scripture?
Oh, yeah, no. I mean, I'm referring to.
So the check is in the mail.
The 17th chapter. Also, too, it's also
from Isaiah that no, it's not. No, it's not the same things. I'm talking about Babylon the Great. I mean, I can read whichever version you want me to read, but yeah, I mean,
My only point is that like his justification, he tries to detach himself in an almost holier than thou perspective, but he's not really fooling anyone in the room. Like if you subscribe to the King James version, we all know that the King James version is also an edited, translated manuscript, right? And a lot of times they found out that when you think about the Dead Sea Scrolls, the Book of Enoch, a lot of these things coincide with the King James version. Literally, the stories almost go hand in hand. Some of them are, they explain them in continuity, right? Yes, but you subscribe to the King James version. And my thing was, he said simply a translation. And when objectively, even if you're ignorant to this vibrato or narrative he's pushing, like from just an information perspective, you can see that okay, the King James version is indeed an edited white man edited translation. It's not the basic. Wait, listen. No, if the book, look, the only thing is you're saying that the King James version is a legit translation when it's not. Even some of the names that are applied in the King James version are not in the original manuscript. They just put names with those people, and we didn't question it and ran with it. There are people in the Bible in the original manuscript before the King James version that literally do not have names, Char. If you are actually a Christian, you would know this. Right, but if you believe in the scriptures, then you should know this. That is gross that you don't know that. Wait, listen. You know that. Why don't you know that?
No, you said, you made a, okay, real quick, you made a claim.
Well, what does it say, the second last verse? They had written down, everyone knows the verse.
Lisa, we can deal with Revelation 17. We can deal with Revelation 17.
The only begotten child of Osiris, my father, and Isis, my mother, he that was slain. She that bore in her womb, flying from the terror of the water. We high and low. Now the sun is a flashing white, whiter than before. The only begotten child of Osiris, my father, and Isis, my mother, he that was slain. She that bore in her womb, flying from the terror of the water. We high and low. Now the sun is a flashing white, whiter than before. The only begotten child of Osiris, thy father, and Isis, thy mother, he that was slain. She that bore in her womb, flying from the terror of the water. We high and low. Now the sun is a flashing white, whiter than before. The only begotten child of Osiris, thy father, and Isis, thy mother, he.
But let's get back to politics instead of religion.
So I will say there is something.
Good.
I will say,
Joe, because this was to you. You didn't answer the CARES Act.
So you get checkers in the mail.
In 2020, and you always got that shit, and you'll call me a lunatic.
Sorry, get checkers in the mail.
Yes, it was.
But now it's 2021.
Yeah, that happened.
destroy.
Do you consider yourself a prophet?
Hey, yo, I actually got some news that's heartbreaking, yo. I think this is more important. I need everybody to be sitting for this because I don't even know how to unpack this, so I'm gonna just throw it out there. Whatever happens, happens. Moderators, I want to thank you for the space you so eloquently provided. Delta will no longer offer free snacks or drinks on all flights. Oh my God.
The spirit.
This right here is what Char's talking about, the fall of America. It starts with the Delta snacks. First it starts there, and then it tears down from there. This is where I didn't know. I'm a believer. Wait. I'm a believer. Listen, there has been no time in history, in American history, where Delta charged for free snacks. They were free for a reason. You had options. Listen, you had options. Cranberry, orange juice, Sprite. I used to get the cranberry with no ice, so my blood pressure can get higher. And you know the dopamine effect. Now when I go on there, I gotta pay. This is a travesty. This is crimes against humanity. I was for the Trump administration, but now this is the line far too gone. They crossed the line. We can never go back. Get them out of there. I'm with Charlie.
Do you know how long that is? 349 miles per
No,
hour.
Mom, it in any election.
What is
It's
that?
a way to show loyalty to the Trump administration.
It's like 45 minutes to an hour.
I know, but so let's say I'm flying from Texas to Virginia to see my mother, and I fly Delta.
Well,
Am I getting free snacks or not?
Yeah, that's more than 349 miles.
Are you sure? Are you lying to me? Are you lying to me? Wait, so you telling me, hold on, stay with me real quick. So if it's a connecting flight, am I getting free snacks on my second flight or not?
If it's less
Be honest.
than, if it's more than, yes.
Wait, that's impossible then. Most flights are connecting flights.
Those flights are longer than.
Most flights are one-way flights.
For Charlotte, yeah, because they can't make it the flights can't make it all the way to the cabin where they'll have to sit down.
Hey, thank you to American.
Sorry, the check is in the mail.
Strike a master chord.
The mayoral decree will liquidate the Chicago Pension Fund managed by Callan Incorporated. Save.
We are $38 trillion in debt. So if you have to look at that as the United States credit card, except we only make $5 trillion in income.